My sister and I went to the Astroworld concert. So my sister and we agreed that we're gonna wait at the Travis Scott set. So we waited for approximately 3 hours or longer. We did have a good view. We were not near the stage, but we were at a good area. While we waited there on the set of Travis Scott, we met a lot of great people around us. We were not crowded yet as we were waiting, but we did notice the music was very weird. There was nobody else performing. Next to the Travis Scott set, there was another stage where SZA was performing. So a lot of people were there, but we did notice that as soon as that performance finished, we felt like a huge rush, like a big crowd just walking towards the stage of Travis, and we were like, no, like we've been waiting here for hours, you can't pass us by, like we want to see him. So as we're standing there with the crowd around us, out of nowhere we started to feel like we were kind of compressing our bodies together, and I remember one of the guys even saying, I'm so sorry, I don't mean to be this close to you, because we were literally like, we were really compressed. And I didn't get worried. I was like, okay, I see what this is. I think I can handle it. And then we noticed that there was a timer on the stage. I think it said like 30 minutes or something like that, countdown for Travis to come out and perform. So during that time, we just started to feel like we were getting tighter and tighter with the crowd. And it started to be to the point where we couldn't move. Like my shoulders literally kind of, just felt compressed. And I'm only 5'4", so I felt like I was sinking, and everybody else around me was taller. So all the air around me felt really hot. Like I felt hot air above my head, and I just couldn't breathe. And then there was a point where I just naturally called it felt like a wave. Like I saw, and it was like slow motion, like a wave of people. Like we just moved with the wave, and like forcefully, and we had no control of it. And after that, like I noticed my sister was, like right in front of me, and we gave each other like that look, like, holy, we need to get out now. If we don't get out, like we're not gonna live, like we're not gonna make it. Like this wave felt so intense, it freaked the living life out of me. Like it was so intense. I don't know how, but my sister and I were holding hands, and we were like, my arm was stretched out this long, and so was her arm. So I don't know how it happened, but I was just holding on to dear life. And she even told me that I had like this death stare in my face, like of panic, like please get me out, I'm stuck, like if you don't get me out now, like I don't know. Like she even told me, like I felt like if I let go of you, like you were gonna be done, like that was it. So she did her best to hold on and tell the crowd, like move. She used her phone and her arm, to like guide us and say, get the hell out, like move, help us, like we need to move. It's bad, it was so bad. Like she kept yelling, like please, I'm trying to get out, it's so bad, like please help my sister, like we need to get out, like we can't breathe, I can't breathe, I'm panicking, like we need to move, like please. And the sad part was that a lot of the guys, they were so compressed, they would just give us that look like, I'm so sorry. They would tell us, actually verbally, they would say, I'm so sorry, I can't do nothing. But the most that they were able to do was yell, like, let these girls out, let them out, move, let them out. So by them doing that, it definitely, I don't know how it happened with the guys and my sister. I was just like in shock. We were able to kind of push with our body weight, and literally I was pushing my sister as well as she I don't know how she did it, but she got us out. And when we were out, we were just like trying to catch our breath. And like I remember I gave my sister that look, like I gotta get out of here. I never looked into a stranger's eyes and said, help me, please help me get out, like I don't want to die, like I can't breathe. Like I just knew I had that feeling, like get out now or you're done. Like I've never felt that way. Like death felt so near. Like it was so weird. Like that wave felt, it was just such a bad energy. Like I got bad vibe. My intuition said, get out, like hurry up, hurry up. I've never felt like a life decision, you know, between life and death. You know, if I stay, I knew I was gonna die. So when we were able to get out of the crowd, which felt like an eternity, like we took a deep breath. We were like looking at each other like, did we just experience something like that? Like, and this was during countdown. Travis Scott did not even come out yet. This was during countdown. And my sister said, we got to go now before he starts. We have to go now. So it felt like we were racing in time. You know, we were trying to beat the time before that clock, you know, finished. So it was like a race for our life. And even then, it felt so bad. So I can't even imagine how it was in there where we were at when Travis Scott came out. And to top it off, Drake came out later on. My sister and I said, it's bad in there. Like, it's not good. This is my first time attending one of Travis Scott's festivals. My sister and I, we had an idea of how bad it can get. And everybody around there, we all knew how bad this can get. But this was just really different. And the people that we met, we were really, really concerned about them. We were wondering like what happened to them. There was two sisters that we were talking to. They were, you know, just really friendly. There was a few guys around us that we had full-on conversations while waiting for Travis Scott to perform. And I did get to talk to them yesterday and one of them today, and they just told me their experiences, and it's really sad what they had to go through. And they even said, you girls got out on time. If not, we would have not made it. So he said we were really lucky that we left. And he also said that in that area that we were at, he said that became a whole disaster. It felt like that was like the focal point because everybody wanted to get near the stage. So all the pressure was in that direction. Because on the left and on the right side actually of the stage, nobody was really compressing as much as the middle and the left. Because that's the entrance to Travis Scott's stage. After SZA performance finished, all the crowd started walking through there and compressing really, really bad. And after my sister and I were able to escape the crowd, we just stood there in disbelief, and we were just watching bodies left and right being pulled out or on the ground. People passed out. And a lot of people just had that fear in the look, like they couldn't believe that they made it out of the crowd. And a lot of people just came out really sweaty, like they got out of the sauna. They were drenched in sweat. Like I even touched one of the guys' shirts because I couldn't believe how wet they were. They said it was so hot in there, they couldn't get any fresh air. So I can't imagine, you know, being compressed and having, you know, no air. Like you're just so tight, your rib cage feels like you can't get that inhale breath, you know, that you need. Another thing too that a lot of people were saying, they did not even notice Drake was performing. Got out during countdown, and that was bad. That was really, really bad. So I know that when Travis Scott came out, people couldn't get out. They could not get out. So they just had to endure it, you know, just deal with it. Like when we got back to the hotel after the event, we were just in disbelief. We were in shock. We kept replaying what we saw in our heads. You know, all the people, all the bodies, people performing CPR, the ambulance. We couldn't sleep. Even the next day, like yesterday, we were not in the mood to tour around Texas and eat. Like we felt this fear. We were just traumatized. And I can only imagine what the people are dealing with that did stay there during the performance of Travis Scott and then Drake. Like I was only there during the countdown, and I felt like I was gonna pass out. And people were so nice. They were actually very apologetic. They were saying, I'm so sorry, I can't do anything. I'm so sorry, I can't help you. I can't even help myself. It's like everybody was fighting for their life at that point. Just being compressed towards each other is so hard. Felt like you're suffocating alive. Like it was just bad. Like the next morning, we had family members and friends that knew that we were over here for the event to Texas. They were so worried and concerned. They called us and texted us and said if we were okay. Yeah, we said we're fine and we're thankful we survived it, but we're just so devastated by the people that didn't make it out. And not only that, the people that were actually injured as well, because I know the intensity of how that felt. And if I couldn't endure it, and I can't imagine what they went through. Honestly, it messed with me. I don't think I want to attend any festivals in the future ever again. But if I do like to a concert, I want to stay far away from the stage. Make sure that, I'm in a kind of safe area where I'm not going to be compressed like I was. It wasn't a good feeling at all. Honestly, while being there and hearing all those people scream and, yelling for help, we just felt like Travis did not care for his fans. We felt that, like, he knew what was going on. Like, you can see it. He's up there. If I can see what's going on, all around us, he's on stage. He can see what's going on. And it's just devastating that people are dying and suffocating and they can't breathe and we're struggling, and he's up there, put your middle fingers up, rah, rah, rah. And it's like he can see. Like, there's a point that one of the guys said, when the music kind of stopped and Travis stopped, singing, he said he had a slight hope. He had some hope that he was going to get help and it was going to, get better. But then when he heard Travis Scott say, put your middle fingers up, he said that's when he was about to give up. But we literally felt like Travis Scott did not give a damn about his fans at all. He did not. I did see a lot of the staff employees trying to help people. They did their best. They also did look tired. They were struggling to get into the crowd, and there was people all around trying to help the security staff perform CPR. But it was just so bad to get by. And another thing too is that a lot of the people who had their hands raised up on the air, they were so compressed that they could no longer put their hands down. So they just stayed up with their hands. They just stayed with their hands up in the air, and you can see people holding onto each other for a good while, just because it's so tight they could no longer put their hands down. So even the guys that were around us, they tried to protect my sister and I during the first wave that felt forceful, but it was not as bad as the second. And they were so nice. They spread their arms wide and they tried to push people away from my sister and I, but they just gave us that look like you gotta go, you gotta get out. And so that's when my sister and I said, like, out now, out or never, like, let's go, like, go. But my sister noticed that I was stuck and I started to look like I was sinking, like I couldn't move. Like, we were so compressed together that somebody's body was right behind me and my hair got stuck. So when I tried to call out for my sister, like, my neck literally just went like that and it was stuck. So I looked at my sister like, help, like, I need out now. And she did. She managed to somehow grab me and pull me out. And at that moment, I had some slight hope. That was the worst experience we've ever experienced at an event. Just being compressed so bad. Like, I can't even describe it unless you're there, unless you experience being compressed with everybody in such tight force. Like, we're at the point where, like, you can feel people near your rib cage and you can't even gasp for, like, a good breath. So yes, that was our experience at Astroworld. When the
festival began yesterday afternoon, and there were some other concerning moments just hours before things turned deadly.
KPRC2 investigator Robert Arnold continues our team coverage with a look at those signs of trouble. Robert.
Yeah, police are still continuing to keep most of the streets around this part of NRG Park blocked off as this investigation is nowhere near complete. As we've been reporting, before the sun even set on the first day of this festival, you had a security gate that was toppled and breached by some concert goers. Now, we're hearing from other concert goers saying that they saw trouble before Travis Scott took the main stage, and that those signs of trouble were not relegated solely to that area in front of the main stage.
Like, people couldn't breathe, started passing out around me. Travis didn't even start yet. People were passing out. It was getting too squished. People were getting really excited at the moment, and people couldn't breathe.
Brothers Alejandro and Alfredo Escobedo said they didn't notice any problems in front of the main stage until it got closer to the time Travis Scott was scheduled to come out.
There was a 30-minute countdown, and once it hit like 10 minutes, everyone started pushing, going crazy.
But even before Scott's performance, other concert goers in different parts of the venue say they were seeing trouble.
People packed in like a can of sardines, and the crowd will push forward, and then everyone gets mad and they push backwards. And it's just like it goes back and forth and back and forth.
This man spoke with KPRC2 over the phone and is a former firefighter from another state attending the concert with his sister. He says they were watching Don Tolliver's performance at a side stage, and he jumped in to help perform CPR on a woman who passed out. He said when on-site paramedics arrived, they put the woman on a backboard and tried to get her out of the crowd.
I'm yelling, "Don't drop her, don't drop her." And sure enough, they drop her, and right on her face.
Certainly, the level of injuries, the number of people in that venue quickly overwhelmed the third-party vendors that were providing the security and the medical component.
Even though the festival takes place in the city, it's held on county property. So the Houston Fire Department only had a small number of people on scene because the county had a third-party vendor for medical support. It was HFD officials who sounded the alarm to get more help to NRG Park quickly. Head of the Firefighters Union, Marty Langton.
We've always said that there is absolutely a need to have Houston firefighters and paramedics at that event because it's a system, and you want to ensure the system is smooth.
All of the concert goers that we spoke with say that it did, from their point of view, seem like the security staff, the medical staff that was on site did get overwhelmed at how quickly everything escalated inside NRG Park. We also heard from Chief Finner, who says that at this point now, they're going to be looking at everything, and that includes planning all the way down to the minute-by-minute decisions made as things started going south during this festival. Reporting live from Southwest Houston, Robert Arnold, KPRC2 News.
News correspondent Jay Gray is live in Houston. So, Jay, more than a dozen lawsuits already filed against Travis Scott and the Astroworld organizers. And I understand police have also opened a criminal investigation. What can you tell us?
Yeah, a criminal investigation on multiple levels, according to Houston police right now. And these lawsuits, a dozen or so, just the beginning of what legal observers say will be a mountain of litigation involving the situation here. You know, Travis Scott's from Houston. He was one of the creators of the Astro World Music Festival 4 years ago. He was the headline performer. And he says that he just wasn't clear about the situation in the crowd during the show. We've just heard in the last 20 to 30 minutes from a family of one of the victims who is filing suit, by the way. They said he should have known. Listen to them.
I think it's self-evident that this concert was planned incredibly poorly, that no regard was given to the safety of these young people at the concert, that there was no emergency response mechanism in place to help those who were in an extremist situation. There was not enough medical personnel, enough security personnel, and there were more people there than should have been there. The way the concert was set up, planned, organized, and the way things were handled once there was a problem, it boggles the mind.
Yeah, and look, Scott's had his legal problems in the past when it comes to these music festivals. In 2015, he pled guilty to a situation of telling the crowd at Lollapalooza to storm past the barricades and security there. 2 years later, at a concert in Arkansas, again, he was arrested, this time because he urged fans not only to bypass security, but to rush the stage. And there was a police officer, a security guard, and several fans injured in that situation. So this is something that he's dealt with in the past. His shows are known for the high energy, Allison, as well as the mosh pits, the stave dives, and the crowd surfing. So a lot of people anxious to see exactly where this goes as not only the investigation, but those lawsuits continue as well.
Jay, let's talk about the victims here. 8 people died, more than 300 were hurt or had to get some sort of treatment. What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, the age range young. I mean, when you consider it was 14 to 27, that's the victims who died. You had 25 initially go to the hospital, at least 10 still there, including a 10-year-old who was in critical condition. And then, like you talked about, hundreds on the ground here. A medic that was here tells me that they treated probably 300 fans for injuries and had them go on their way here. So it was an event that even the mayor has said he's never seen the likes of here in Houston. And it's one that I think when this is said and done is going to change the way they do their outside festivals and concerts. They're already looking into that. But first, they want to figure out how and why it happened here, and frankly, who's to blame?
I understand that Travis Scott posted a video on Instagram Saturday night apologizing, and we have a clip of that. Let's play a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm honestly just devastated, and I could never imagine anything like this just happening.
Jay, what else is he saying? Have we heard anything else from him this week about what happened?
Yeah, he's just included, and I'm echoing this again, but I think it's important that he had no idea of the magnitude of what was unfolding during the show. And that was reinforced by some posts by his girlfriend who said, look, we didn't know this was going on, and we wouldn't have been posting. The show wouldn't have continued. And so you've got that side of it. He's also come out and asked his fans to please pray for the families of those lost. And he said this afternoon that he intends to pay not only for the funerals of the 8 people who died during his show, but for psychological counseling for their families as well.
All right, Jay Gray, a really rough story to cover. Thank you so much for your reporting for us today. Really appreciate it.
We have 2 people who were at that concert last night, and they can tell us what they witnessed. Timothy Perez and Joseph Gonzalez both joining us now. So, Timothy, I'll start with you. When did you realize something was wrong?
Honestly, I started realizing it when when SZA's concert was over with, everybody started heading towards our stage. And as soon as the music started jumping, that's when everybody just started pushing in, and everybody was just so squeezing into us, we couldn't even move. We were like this the whole time. You literally, when you would move, you couldn't move, like I mentioned, and you just really felt like a frozen. You were just frozen. You just stood there.
And Joe, what did you see? You know, what did you do? What did you see happening around you? And where exactly were y'all in the crowd as compared to the stage?
As far as the stage, we were at the very front. Not the very front, but we held the rail. And like you said, as soon as the concert started, the concert goers, they just pushed. And from what we seen, we actually experienced, we couldn't breathe. And we had security at the rail. And for whatever reason, they were not helping us at all. They were uncooperative. They didn't want to pull nobody out.
Did you say something to security? Did you say, I'm being squeezed, people are pushing, what's going on, I need help? Did you say something to security at that point, Joe?
We had a whole section screaming, help, help, and nobody was doing nothing. They, like I said, for whatever reason, they didn't want to help. And I don't know if it was because they were streaming live or whatever the case was, but there was passed out bodies just being held up because it was so compact, and like the deaths there were deaths right in front of us, and they weren't helping at all.
I'm sorry, did you say what was in front of you?
Like dead bodies in front of us.
Timothy, I mean, that is just so horrible. Timothy, did Travis Scott stop performing as soon as people started running and crushing the stage?
Yes, he did stop at a point. He made sure the car was okay and everything. But then after that, he just started going back at it. And then more unconscious bodies happened. And we were just trying to fight for our way out. That was honestly it. It was tragic. It was unexpected. It was scary. A frightening experience.
So how did you get out of there, Timothy? I mean, how did y'all get from that crush that's pushing you up towards the barricades right there by the stage?
At first, we were all together as a group. That was our plan. We were going to stay together. We ended up separating equally, individually, separate ways. I didn't know which way they headed. I pushed my way towards the back. I ended up in the back of the railing by the VIP section. As soon as I touched the railing, I told the people behind me, I said, please get me out. Please get me out. So they helped me lift my body over. And I just jumped over on the floor. And then I ended up seeing my other friends out there, and we all ended up safe at the last minute.
Joe, what time did y'all get to the concert? You know, like, and what was happening? Was everything calm when you got there? What'd you see?
So we ended up getting there pretty early, around 6, 7 a.m. And around 9 o'clock, that's when they had a COVID check and people rushed past that. When the gates opened around 10 o'clock, it was kind of hectic. People wanted, merchandise, and it was pretty calm throughout the day. And then as soon as 9 o'clock hit, that's when everybody just pushed forward, and like I said, it got real compact. That's when everything happened. And for us getting out, honestly, it was luck. It was by the grace of God that we got out, because there was no telling if we would get out or not.
Well, thank God you got out there. Timothy, one last question for you, and I'm not suggesting that either one of you took drugs. There are reports that there was drugs being passed around or taken, or it was definitely prevalent at the concert there. Do you know anything about that? Did you hear about it? Did you witness anyone taking drugs?
No, ma'am. I wasn't even worried about that at the moment. I was just trying to fight for my life to get out. That was just honestly it.
And Joe, final word from you. How do you feel today, right now?
It's shocking. I've been to the past two festivals. I've seen Travis Scott more times than I can count on my hand. This by far was the worst one I've been a part of. It's sad because I have friends of friends who know people who passed away, and just to know that this happened in our city, it's shocking. It's sad. So really no words to express myself.
Well, I am really sorry for the loss of your friends, and sorry for all the parents who lost children. And I'm glad that you two are safe. Be careful. Timothy Perez, Joseph Gonzalez, thank you for joining us. Under these circumstances. You guys be careful, okay?
A growing memorial marks the site of Friday's deadly music festival in Houston, while the memories haunt those who survived it.
10 feet away from me was two people without a pulse.
People were pushing me. I don't know how my knees were scraping on the ground.
Videos on social media show the chaos and confusion. A crowd surge, people passing out, others being crushed and trampled. In the end, 8 people between the ages of 14 and 27 died. Among them, college student Franco Patino, who was majoring in mechanical engineering, and 14-year-old John Hilgert, a former baseball coach of his, said he was an angel.
I just want to send out prayers to the ones that was lost.
Travis Scott, the founder of the festival, was on stage. At one point, Drake even joined the performance. Meanwhile, in the crowd, things took a tragic turn. Scott is now speaking out.
I'm honestly just devastated.
How this happened and specifically what caused the crowd to surge is something police are trying to figure out.
This is now a criminal investigation that's going to involve our homicide division as well as narcotics.
He said also part of that is looking into the alleged drugging of a security officer. Meanwhile, questions are swirling around why the performance continued to go on. This 18-year-old was seen shouting at a cameraman to stop the show.
He was trying to tell him that there was people underneath there dying.
Victor Cruz says that is his son. Prior to this, he says the teen was crushed by the crowd, falling under the pressure.
Just knowing that my son almost didn't make it home, and then the ones who didn't, I just really feel for them.
A sentiment shared by those who continue to show up where it all went so terribly wrong. Magda Gebrselassie, CBC News, Washington.
More details are coming to light regarding what happened at the Astroworld Festival on Friday, from the 8 victims who tragically lost their lives to Travis Scott being sued. Let's get into everything we know.
On Friday, November the 5th, Travis Scott's Houston, Texas-based Astroworld Festival became a mass casualty incident. Before we get into this story, we would like to issue a trigger warning that it contains details of a mass casualty incident and scenes of emotional distress. 50,000 individuals attended the festival, and according to officials, on Friday night at around 9 p.m, the concert goers began to compress towards the front of the stage, adding that people began to fall out, become unconscious, and it created additional panic. Tragically, at least 8 people have been confirmed dead, and several others have suffered injuries at the time of this report. Houston Fire Department's Public Information Officer Ascension Cortez told E! that during the festivities up until the end of the festival, approximately 300 people were treated on site for minor injuries. He added that 17 patients were transported to area hospitals. 12 of those patients were transported by HFD units. Of those patients, 11 were in cardiac arrest. On Saturday, Chief of Police Troy Finner spoke to the press addressing questions on how the crowd surge occurred and startling information on whether drugs were involved in the fatalities. He shared, "One of the narratives was some individual was injecting other people with drugs. We do have a report of a security officer, according to the medical staff that was out and treated him last night, that he was out and reaching over to restrain or grab a citizen and he felt a prick in his neck." He went on to say, "When he was examined, he went unconscious. They administered Narcan, he was revived, and the medical staff did notice a prick that was similar to a prick that you would get if someone was trying to inject you." The 2-day festival was cancelled after the tragic incident. The Astroworld Fest Instagram account released a statement writing, "Our hearts are with the Astroworld Festival family tonight, especially those we lost and their loved ones. We are focused on supporting local officials however we can." Travis, who according to Us Weekly and other news outlets reportedly paused the performance multiple times to ask what was happening, shared in a statement via social media, "I'm absolutely devastated by what took place last night. My prayers go out to the families and all those impacted by what happened at Astroworld Festival. Houston PD has my total support as they continue to look into the tragic loss of life." However, despite Travis's statement, many on social media shared their criticism of Travis and how he and organizers responded to people's pleas for help as the chaos was unfolding. In particular, many videos have been shared of the crowd chanting to stop the show during Travis's performance, like this one here. Another heartbreaking video of 2 attendees has gone viral, where we see a young girl who managed to get side of stage as the incident was unfolding and began pleading with a cameraman for help, repeatedly saying, "There's someone dead," while another young man also yells to stop the show as the cameraman ignores them and tells them to get off the stage while Travis performs. An additional video that has been shared multiple times shows that Travis sought help for a victim that appeared to be unconscious as he looked on as he was carried away. Many have been critical, like this person, over the fact that he looked on, then carried on the show. While the investigations continue and many remain critical of Travis's response to the chaos that unfolded, some sources have come forward sharing that Travis was trying to get help for victims. A source who attended the event told Us Weekly he asked for everybody in the area to go help them and bring them to the front. Another source told Page 6 he stopped the concert to make sure people were okay. There is a video of him carrying on when one person was carried off, but he didn't realize what was going on. When he did, he stopped the concert. Travis later issued a second statement via his Instagram stories.
You know, my fans really mean the world to me, and I always just really want to leave them with a positive experience. And anytime I can make out, anything that's going on, I stop the show and, help them get the help they need,
Kylie Jenner was also in attendance at Astroworld and posted a video of her daughter Stormi watching her dad Travis perform not long before the deadly crowd surge occurred. The Instagram clip showed Stormi wearing headphones and putting her hands up in the air. Kylie also shared a video to social media that has since caused a wave of backlash that showed an ambulance in the crowd, which we'll get to in just a bit. Kylie was in attendance with her sister Kendall Jenner and several members of Travis's family in an elevated VIP section overlooking the massive crowd. Following the event, Kylie took to social media to share her own statement on the events, writing in part, "Travis and I are broken and devastated. My thoughts and prayers are with all who lost their lives, were injured or affected in any way by yesterday's events, and also for Travis, who I know cares deeply for his fans and the Houston community." Sadly, the stories and names of the victims, who were ages 14 to 27, are being revealed. They include John Hilbert, who was just 14 years old, 16-year-old Brianna Rodriguez, 23-year-old Rudy Pena, and best friends Franco Patino and Jacob Juranek, who were both 21 years old. Brianna's family posted a tribute to her on a GoFundMe page. "Gone from our sights but never from our hearts. It is with profound sadness we lay to rest our beloved Brianna Rodriguez." They added, Brianna was one of the victims from the Astroworld event. She was a beautiful, vibrant 16-year-old high school junior at Heights HS in Houston, Texas. Dancing was her passion, and now she's dancing her way to heaven's pearly gates. Rudy's family also spoke to People magazine and explained, we learned in the worst way. We found out around 12:30 last night from a friend of Rudy that was with him that he had just passed out. It wasn't until this afternoon that we found out he had died. Another victim, Axel Acosta, was identified after Harris County Forensics released a photo. His brother took to Facebook to write, "Thank you to everyone who sent me information on my brother. He had been missing at Astroworld in Houston. He's in a better place, and I hope he knows we all loved him with all of our hearts." As the tributes for the lives lost continue to flood social media, following Kylie and Travis's statements, they both began to trend, with many social media users blasting them, accusing them of not doing enough as the tragedy unfolded. Travis was also being slammed for continuing the show following the first signs that something wasn't right. This user slammed Travis by sharing, "All of these deaths were avoidable," saying he should have stopped the show after one person screamed someone was hurt or dying, tweeting, "To literally scream who told me to stop and keep playing? Trash," as well as calling out Kylie, tweeting, "To film ambulances going through the crowds for an Instagram story? Trash, Kylie Jenner." Another person tweeted, "It is absolutely abhorrent that 1. Travis actively knew something was wrong and carried on. 2. Kylie filming Instagram stories with the ambulance lights in. 3. Cameraman ignoring a girl telling him people are dying." Another shared, "The fact security escorted the Kardashians out of the VIP area of the crowd because it was unsafe literally says it all. They knew exactly what was going on and did nothing to stop it." And now it's being reported that Travis is being sued, in which is seen as the first of many lawsuits likely lined up. Manuel Souza, who claims he was injured at the show, is accusing Travis and promoters Live Nation of putting profits before safety at the event. According to Billboard, papers filed by Souza's lawyers stated, defendants failed to properly plan and conduct the concert in a safe manner. Instead, they consciously ignored the extreme risks of harm to concertgoers and, in some cases, actively encouraged and fomented dangerous behaviours. The suit accuses Scott and the organisers of negligence and gross negligence and seeks at least $1 million in damages. As the investigations continue, it has been reported by many news outlets that part of the investigation will include the fact that Travis continued to play for at least 30 minutes after police declared the event a mass casualty event. Houston Fire Chief said early on Saturday that a mass casualty event had been declared at about 9:38 p.m. during Travis's performance, but he kept performing until about 10:15 p.m., a 37-minute gap, according to the New York Times and the Houston Chronicle. Variety reported that Travis will be providing full refunds for all attendees who purchased tickets to the Astroworld Festival. It was also revealed that he cancelled his set at the weekend's Day in Vegas festival. We here at Clever are devastated to hear about the tragedy at Astroworld and are sending our love and condolences to the families and friends of those who lost their lives this weekend and everyone else impacted by this awful tragedy. This is a developing story and we'll be sure to update you with more information as it becomes available. As more news is shared, we know a lot of thoughts, emotions and questions are coming up for everyone, so feel free to share your thoughts and condolences in the comments section below. I'm your host, Susan Morad. Stay safe out there, you guys. Bye.
It's just a cigarette and it cannot be that bad. Honey, don't you love me and you know it makes me sad.
Of course, it would be wrong to suggest that this sort of mayhem began with rock and roll. After all, there were riots at the premiere of Mozart's The Magic Flute. So, what's the answer? Ban all music? In this reporter's opinion, the answer, sadly, is yes.
Hi, Mom. Oh, thank God. Mom, I want to be a rock star. We'll discuss it later. Is Milhouse okay?
I'll be right back.
Help! Help!
I was one of the EMTs that worked at the Astroworld event. Quick disclaimer, I'm going to give absolutely no names, no company names, nothing like that, nothing to disclose or put anyone in jeopardy. Me and my partner, let's just say Medic 1, me and Medic 1 were stationed at the entrance of Astro World. About 30 minutes into Travis Scott's set, They called us saying, hey, we need backup by the stage. So me and Medic 1 arrive at the front of the crowd to Medic 2, Medic 3. They're like, hey, I have people, come with me. And so we walk through the VIP section down the middle of the crowd. As soon as we get past the VIP section, really shoulder to shoulder in the thick of the crowd, there was a couple people that kind of grabbed onto my shoulder and was like, hey, there's a girl passed out over here. So me and Medic 1 separate from Medic 2 and 3. They go on their call, we go on this new one. This girl's laying down, and me and Medic 1 are asked, what's going on? And one of the people says that, oh, she's been down for 10 minutes, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm thinking, damn it, how has no one done anything, just let her lie on the ground for 10 minutes? So I get down there, check her pulse and breathing, do my whole ABCs check, and she has no pulse, no breathing, which means she could have not been breathing with no pulse the whole 10 minutes. She's been sitting there for 10 minutes, probably no pulse, no breathing, no oxygen to her brain. I can't just throw her over my back and escort her out of the crowd because it was a 5-minute hike into this damn crowd. So I tell Medic 1, hey, I'm going to come back for you. I'm going to grab a crash bag. So I get out of the crowd and I grab my one crash bag, which was a huge mistake. I had no clue what I was getting into. So on my hike back into the crowd with my crash bag, at the halfway point, right here, I find another medic performing CPR. I get down, I'm like, hey dude, where's your partner? What's going on? And he's like, I don't know, man. I just saw this person who was no pulse, no breathing. I just started CPR. I don't know how I'm gonna get him out. In EMS, you have to complete your first call before you can assist on any other ones. And so I was like, okay, look, I'll come back for you too. I need to go to my original guy. So I head out. And then in the middle point between the midpoint and my end point right here, I find a third person performing one-man CPR on another man. And I get there, I'm like, hey, what's happening? Where's your partner? And they're like, they're taking care of another unconscious person. I need to do one-man CPR. I don't know how I'm getting this person out of here. So here I am presented with 3 different EMS personnel providing one-man CPR on 3 different patients, completely isolated from each other, no backboard, no way of getting out. And I'm just like, God damn it. Because of the heat of the moment, whatever, right? My thought process was, okay, I'm not getting these first 2 people out until I get my original person out, because that's the first person I ran into. So I gave person number 2, or CPR person number 2, right here, I gave him the crash bag. And I was thinking, you know what, person number 1 that I originally went to, probably already done a couple cycles of CPR, and I'm just gonna throw her on my back and get her the hell out of here. And to give y'all context, the radio wasn't working, the music was way too loud. I had called for backup and for help so many times, and it was just not going through. I tossed person number 2 the crash bag, and I get to person number 1 who was originally there, and thank goodness like 5 cops were there. And they had brought a backboard with them, which thank God. We loaded her up onto the backboard and we get her out of there. She's on her way with like 4 or 5 cops. My original partner, Medic 1's making sure she's okay. And so I'm like, okay, I gotta take care of these other 2. I get to CPR number 2, who I dropped the crash bag off with. And the medic's still there, but a cop arrived with another backboard. So after they finished their round of CPR, I'm like, okay, look, being in this crowd is literally a life threat. That was apparent. Life over limb, she needs to get the hell out of here, just like everyone else who's passed out here. And just to say, along the way, I had so many people reach out to me, tug on my jacket, grab my shoulder, and was like, please help me, I broke my foot. Please help me, I dislocated my shoulder. Please help me, I feel like I'm gonna pass out. And I had to tell all of them, I will try to come back for you, but people are literally dead right now that I need to go help. So we get CPR number 2 loaded up onto a backboard. The cops are like, I got it. And I'm like, okay, thank God, take him out. I can go to CPR number 3. I get to CPR number 3 and no one's touched this man. No one's helped this man. He needs a crash bag. So I sprint out of the crowd, grab another crash bag, bring it back. What do you know? Security with a backboard. I'm like, thank fuck, teamwork, right? And so as soon as I get 3rd CPR, kind of out the door, out of the way from the crowd, I tell them, look, 3 people dropped in the span of 10 minutes that only I could see. There's like over, what, 50,000 people here, and I witnessed 3, only me. There's gotta be more. I told those medical personnel, look, I'm gonna go in and find these people, do one-man CPR, do whatever needs to be done to make sure, provide the best amount of care possible and get them the hell out of here. This was just the higher acuity patients. Me and Medic 1, my partner, probably dealt with 5 or 6 other lower acuity. And when I mean lower acuity, I mean not instantly dying, right? I'm talking about broken feet, AMS, people who don't even know their name, they don't even know how to speak anymore. It was horrendous. Me and Medic 1 ran our asses off. In the thick of this, I'm like, so many people are going down, so many people are getting injured. And my observations were that there was zero crowd etiquette at all.
Tampons gave me yeast infections for 50.
They just wanted to get closer to the show, closer to Travis Scott, and do their thing. They didn't give a single damn about anyone around them. It was an absolute shit show, and I promise you, a lot of these rumors going around where, oh, EMS they weren't trained enough. They were understaffed. Every EMT in the field that I saw, they weren't new to the job, nor were they EMRs. Everyone in the med tent was the absolute A-team. In the medical tent, they had 2 doctors, a SWAT physician, a ton of SWAT medics, seasoned paramedics, and then basics. If you could draw an A-team from Houston that aren't doctors, they were there. It was just a situation where maybe just over 100 or 150 personnel was responsible for probably over 50,000 highly irresponsible people. Whose fault is it? My observations was the crowd. There were probably some, and you could probably see from the videos going around the internet, these people who are getting up on these towers, screaming at camera people, please stop the show. Those are the heroes. Those are the people who need to be applauded. Because those are the people who actually gave a damn, saw that people were dying, and were like, hey, look, this concert doesn't mean shit. 8 people are dying. At the end of the day, we had 8 confirmed deaths so far, 11 confirmed cardiac arrests. What does that mean? That means 8 people confirmed dead on scene, and the other 3 are still being worked on in the hospital. They might be vegetables by this point. Just highly frustrating. Me and every single one of the medical personnel did our very best, and we're being slandered. We were presented with an impossible situation, and everyone was escorted to the hospital. Everyone was taken care to the best of everyone's ability, and I know for damn sure, whoever my hands touched, I did my absolute damnedest to provide the best care I could. It's just sad to know that when you bring over 50,000 self-centered people who only care about themselves into one place, this is what happens.
Brandon, thank you. Viral video shows the frantic moments when 2 fans begged for the festival to be stopped.
They put their own lives at risk as they desperately tried to get help for the victims. Our Bill Spencer live near NRG Park, where a memorial continues to grow tonight. And Bill, you spoke to the father of one of those fans who tried to stop the event. How are they coping with this tragedy tonight?
Well, Sian, I can tell you his name is Aiden Cruz, and he is devastated tonight. His father telling me he is in no shape to talk to anyone right now. He is a varsity basketball player at Heights High School, and the worst part, one of his close friends, a teenage girl from his school, actually died in this horrific incident.
Just knowing that my son almost didn't make it home. And then the ones who didn't, just really feel for them.
Victor Cruz fights to hold back the tears as he talks about his 18-year-old son, Aiden, who he says was nearly crushed to death himself after the crowd surged forward right where he was standing with a group of his friends from Heights High School during last night's Astro World Festival.
As soon as Travis Scott came on, that everybody started pushing. They fell down to the ground, and he said he didn't think he was going to make it, and he thought he just instantly started praying. As people were on top of him, his legs are trapped.
Victor says Aiden described to him in detail the crush of people all around. Some trapped below him, others piled on top of him. But he managed to get one arm free at one moment and was pulled to safety by another teenager.
having seen the horror himself. Victor says that's when his son climbed onto a platform where a cameraman was shooting the show, and he began screaming to stop everything. We're in there, bro. But Aiden told his father neither that cameraman nor anyone else would do anything to stop what was happening below.
He was trying to tell him that there was people underneath there dying, and there was other people's kids down there on the trapped and dying.
In the end, Victor says his son is bruised and sore, but okay. He says he gets down on his knees and thanks God that his son somehow made it out alive.
I'm just grateful that he made it home.
And as you look at this growing memorial right now, right outside of NRG Stadium, I can tell you that Aiden has taken this very hard, of course. Again, his father saying he is just thankful that his son somehow made it. Reporting live at NRG, Bill Spencer, KPRC 2 News.
Stop the show! Stop the show! Stop the show! Stop the show! Stop the show!
Houston, just make some motherfucking noise real quick, y'all.
Stop the show! Stop the show! Stop the show! Stop the show! Nigga died like 5 songs. There's a guy.
Cell phone flashlights in the air, y'all.
To people saying the crowd didn't help anybody. What's this then?
Hey, you don't want to get stomped on out here, bro, for real shit. They're gonna help you, bro. You're real. Bro, you can't stand. You can't stand. Bro, you can't stand, bro. Hey, come on, homie. Come on, homie. You're real. Bro, you're gonna fall again. Your legs are wobbly. You're gonna fall again. There you go. Hey, walk. You're good, bro. Take him. Push him. Take him. There you go. Get him out of there, bro. Get him out of there. That's my fucking brother! That's my fucking... He was gonna push up. So I'm wondering if he was gonna push up. So I'm wondering if
So this is what we wake up to today, America. My daughter-in-law and son went to that festival, which was cut short, of course, due to the tragic incident that happened last night. All the news report and social media is reporting right now that there was a panic, a stampede, 300 people injured, 11 went into cardiac arrest, 8 people died. Those are the numbers as of right now. What they failed to mention or have not mentioned intentionally right now, maybe they don't know or the details are still coming in, is the fact that bills were being passed around during the concert, laced bills that were causing the overdose. And people were being injected with fentanyl. Fentanyl, please tell me, where did they get fentanyl? There were multiple people obviously involved, and they need to find who these people are. My kids, thankfully, they're 23 and 22, are okay, and they're coming back home. But someone's child or children are not coming back home. And my heart breaks as a mother and as a human being that this is the world we live in today.
And
People are gonna call me crazy. People are gonna, come for me, but I don't care. I just did not feel good when I was walking on those grounds. Especially when I got closer to, so there's this like big Travis Scott statue near like where the games are, and the closer I got, I just got a really weird feeling. Like I just took a picture of it and left. I was like, I don't like this energy. I don't like this vibe. I'm gonna put a picture of it so you guys know what I'm talking about. So as you can see, this is a pretty big statue. There's like the people walking by, but yeah, I got a really bad feeling. I just took the picture and left. Anyways, fast forward, we saw Don Toliver. He was really great, had great crowd control. Nothing crazy was going on. We did have mosh pits on our side, but everyone was being respectful and behaving themselves. So I'll add a video so you guys can kind of see. So, at this point, I was still thinking I could keep up. My arms were up, I was recording, and it wasn't too bad in my opinion. I thought I could handle it. It wasn't until suddenly there was a push, like a big, strong push from the front that pushed people backwards. There was a guy that fell on top of me, caught me totally, completely off guard, so I fell on my back. I was flat on my back. In that moment, Travis Scott came to our side, and I didn't realize how close to the barricade I was. But he came to our side, and people just started trampling over me. I could feel people's shoes on my face. I'm like shaking talking about it, but I could feel people's shoes on my face, on my throat. I think I blacked out for like 5 seconds. All I can think about was like my face, like I gotta protect my face, like I gotta protect I was literally like this on my back, like, I don't know how long I was on the ground. Like I said, I blanked out for like 5 seconds. Finally there were I remember seeing two guys. They were like standing over me, like yelling like, hey, there's a girl, move. I opened my eyes and there was like an opening on top. One of the guys carried me. They lifted me up, tried to get me to security. So they carried me, and so for like a second I was like crowd surfing. But like I was just trying not to like just spaz out. Like I never experienced anything like that. So the security guard pulls me out. A medical lady takes over. She guides me over to like by the stage, tells me to sit, asks me what happened. I told her what happened. I had a bump on my head, like an actual bump from how hard I hit my head. I showed it to her. She felt it. She said, okay, wait here. I asked her for water. She said, I don't have any. I don't know where to get any. I'm like, freaking out. She rushes over to help somebody else. So she just leaves me there and says, wait here. I'm just waiting, seeing grown men cry, being pulled out of the crowd. So I know you can't see in this lighting, but I do have like a mark, and I'm gonna put a picture of the shoe mark that was on my face. Somebody left a fucking shoe mark on my face from stepping on my face. So like you can literally see the fucking shoe print on my face, the streaks, everything. Like it was insane. Finally, the medical lady that was talking to me came back, and she told me, go over there next to the exit. They're going to take you over to the medical tent. I didn't know where she was pointing at. So I just started walking towards the exit. They had like a little golf cart. So I thought that's where she meant to, stand there and they're going to take me. So I went over there. There were 2 paramedics that were working on somebody, and it looked pretty serious. So I didn't want to interrupt, so I just stood there. 2 cops came over, like in a hurry. They were like, they started screaming at the paramedics. They said, "You need to get the fuck over there. Someone needs CPR right now." The paramedics were like, "We can't leave, like, we're helping this person." And the cops were like, "We don't give a fuck. You need to go fucking over there. Someone needs fucking CPR." And like, at that moment, I was like, something's not right. Like, this is not okay. Why don't they have other medical staff? Like, you know. So, you know, finally the paramedics, like, you know, you see it in their face, like, they feel like they have no choice. So they get out the lights, they put it on their little cart, you know, they start racing over to wherever it is. You know, it isn't until later that I saw the videos that I'm like, damn, like, they were rushing to whoever needed help, and, you know, they couldn't get through towards the crowd.
Took this video after Astro Fest 2021.
I see a lot of people that didn't go to the festival trying to blame Travis and trying to blame the security, and even people that were at the festival trying to do this, but I think no one's trying to look at the layout of the festival and see that Live Nation literally killed people. I had to turn my lights on so you guys can actually see this, but now I want to talk about why I think it was Live Nation's fault and the setup was just absolutely awful. Okay, so the stage is up here. This is like VIP sections, and then this whole thing is like, this is cameras, and where like the higher up VIP was, so like this is like where seating was, so Kylie Jenner was sitting there, probably more famous people were sitting in here, and then this row is just security and people taking videos, and there was also some cameras around here, and then this is all GA, like all around this circle. Okay, so at most festivals this part isn't here, it's just this long section because people need to get out here and get out in the front. So the reason this is flawed is because people don't want to stand here in this section down here. They want to get as close to Travis as possible. So they're going to pack in here as much as possible. And I know that's kind of the people's fault going to the concert because they know that some people are going to get smushed. But normally people have give, but the gate doesn't have give. So the more you push into here, the more people are just going to slowly start scooting back at a normal festival and slowly just get waved, pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. What happened here is people are pushing in this way. People are pushing into the front and pushing in this way. And it's just pushing everyone backwards like at a normal festival. But you can't keep going backwards. It just hits the fence. So as you're hitting the fence, you're just getting more and more people are filling up in the fence. More and more people are hitting the fence, and it's just creating smaller and smaller space. So after like a minute of the first song, everyone surges to the front, surges into the sides, and people are just trapped in this section. And I would say probably out of the 8 people, all 8 died in this section and in this section, because same thing happened on this side. It's just everyone tried, no one wants to be back here. I saw videos of a lot of space in these areas. It's people are just trying to push here, and it's just pushing people back, but they're hitting the fence, so they have nowhere to go other than jump the fence. But you can't jump the fence when there's 0 space. And people in here that are suffocating and dying, they can't get out because you can't go this way because people are coming in this way, and you can't go this way because there's a fence there. So Live Nation should be sued, and it's not Travis Scott's fault.
I was going to the moon regardless.
This video shows how crowded it was and difficult to get a man out.
They just pulled out like 50 people out of here, and the show has not even started.
So much. Before we go, I just want to see you with one more motherfucking message. Chase me.
There's no audio in this part.
Let's go!
She gave up, guys. Bro, it's so blurry. Clean it. I can't.
We can't climb on people. Oh my God. Get out the kitchen!
We out here in the
People that lost their lives yesterday at Astro World Fest. Because when I heard the news, I was really devastated because I thought about my fans, I thought about the people that come to just have a good time. You see what I'm saying? And something unfortunate like that happened. Listen, as we sit here today and we have fun and we do our little mosh pits and shit, please be mindful of the people around you. Listen, we in this place together as a family, we got each other's backs, right? Hey, turn to the person to your left. Say, I got your back. Turn to the person to your right. Say, I got your back. We good?
Coverage now of the tragedy at Astroworld Festival. Witnesses say it was like nothing they'd ever experienced before.
KPRC2's Mario Diaz spoke to concertgoers who were in the middle of that crowd surge.
A night of entertainment turning into tragedy. There has been countless examples in the past of a crowd surge overwhelming the entire crowd, a sea of humanity coming together all at once. However, for two concert goers that I spoke to inside of that crowd near the stage, they told me last night was different.
People started pushing.
AJ Warner and Jesse Ramos could feel the pressure building in front of the concert stage. Never, though, did they imagine it would lead to 8 dead.
People were in panic. It was just like some people trying to get in, people trying to get out.
Warner was in the very first row. He showed me exactly what his experience was like.
Imagine this with like 10 other people. So when this is going on, everyone's momentum is going this way or this way. And it's just like...
And you're carrying the weight of about 8 to 10 other people.
Yes, yes. So like if you fall, you have a split second to get up. If you don't get up, your chance of getting stumped on is very high.
Ramos attended the show with his family.
Everybody was just surging. People were pushing up on each other.
They acknowledged that Scott referenced paramedics in the crowd. However, they all thought it was part of the act.
For why he stopped me, I was like, there's an ambulance going right through the middle. And I turned to my girlfriend and I said, I think this is part of the show, like to make it seem like it's so like crazy. But now, lo and behold, it turns out the next morning you find out that was not part of the show. That was real.
Unfortunately, it was very real. Again, 8 people lost their lives at last night's show. The investigation continues exactly into what happened here and what steps could have maybe have been taken to prevent a tragedy like this. At NRG, Mario Diaz, KPRC2 investigates.
Story tonight. How could this possibly happen? Investigators watching videos and interviewing witnesses from a deadly music festival. The crowd suddenly surging towards the stage. 8 people were killed.
More than 24 others were rushed to the hospital. One man from Southern California was at the concert and survived. Tonight, he's sharing his horrifying experience with Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell. She joins us now live with the very latest. Amy.
That's right, Jory and Veronica. We're hearing firsthand from that Southern California man who attended the concert. He describes the terror and life-threatening chaos inside that concert venue. Around 50,000 excited fans attending the Astro World Music Festival in Houston. As a timer ticked down to rap star Travis Scott's performance, the crowd surged towards the stage, and a night of fun turned deadly. People caught up in the crush of bodies, many knocked to the ground.
The crowd started pushing, so people started falling. And in my head, I was just thinking, if you fall, you die. Like, just please don't fall.
Arcadia resident Lucas Nacarati was at the concert. He describes a chilling ordeal as he desperately tried to escape and help others.
There was a girl next to me that was just screaming, please help me, please, I can't breathe, I need to get out of here. And her boyfriend couldn't really help her. So I just really tried everything I could to get them out of there. I felt someone's chest, I felt someone's leg, I felt or a forearm, and unfortunately I had to just step on anything I could or I was gonna fall.
Other concert goers terrified.
I've always been towards the front, towards the concerts, and yes, it gets tight, but I've never, ever been feeling like I'm gonna pass out. I never saw people collapsing. I definitely never saw anybody die.
An Apple live stream shows Scott stopping his performance several times after spotting fans in distress.
We need somebody to help him. Somebody passed out right here.
Rescuers rushing to the venue trying to save lives. 8 people were killed and many more injured.
You're talking about people who were 14, 16, 21, 23, 27. That's painful on any front.
It was a crowd control at the point of the stage that was the issue.
Travis Scott, a Houston native, posting a message online.
I just want to send out prayers to the ones that was lost last night. I mean, I'm honestly just devastated, and I could never imagine anything like this just happening.
Lucas Nacarati does not blame Scott for the tragedy.
I think it has absolutely nothing to do with Travis. He did what he had to. He was a performer. I think the risk mitigation could have been a little better, but that's out of his control.
Many questions still to be answered. Houston's police chief says this is now a criminal investigation. Reporting live, Amy Powell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Amy, before you go, we saw some troubling reports tonight that chief of police there said someone may have been injecting people at the concert with drugs. What can you tell us about that?
Jory, the chief is being cautious about those reports. However, he did confirm that a security guard said he was pricked in the neck when he went to assist somebody, and that guard had to be treated with Narcan. And also, there were a number of arrests at the scene, including some for narcotics.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
To what was just that horrific mass casualty event that took place Friday night at Travis Scott's Astro World Festival in Houston. Described as the concert from hell, the sold-out show took a turn for the worse when the crowd surged and began to compress towards the front of the stage in what's being described as a stampede, leaving at least 8 people dead, dozens more injured. A lot of questions to be answered. A criminal investigation is underway, but I want to bring in now folks who were there, 2 eyewitnesses who attended that festival, Bria Bro and Timothy Lay. Thank you both for being here. Timothy, you said you all are actually Travis Scott fans. You've been to an Astro World concert, the festival, in years past. You walked into this one. Why did this one immediately feel different from the others to you?
Honestly, it felt like maybe rushed. And when going to the stage, you just had a feeling that something was going to happen. Whether it be the way the gates were set up, it was just very, very crowded, and I really think that it was oversold this year for sure.
Would you say that as well, Bria, that it just felt like there were too many people there?
Yes, definitely. As soon as the show started, it just felt very, very tight. There was bodies pressed against each other, and we can slowly feel ourselves losing our breath.
Okay, and Bria, how long here? Because look, we've been to crowds, we've been in concerts before, and sometimes things get a little uncomfortable. But how long before you went from uncomfortable and this is annoying and I don't have any space to this is dangerous?
I want to say there was a countdown before the concert started. I want to say around 15 seconds is when it started getting tighter and tighter. And as soon as Travis Scott came out, that's when everyone started jumping up and down, and that we're used to, that we were comfortable with. We knew that it was tighter than usual, but we still felt like we would be okay. It wasn't until about 20 seconds into the concert that it started to feel completely unsafe.
Well, still, you said 20 seconds into it. That's not very long. And Timothy, what were those moments like? You two got separated at one point, did you not? And how scary was that to get separated from the person you're there with? And how long before this reunion of you two took place?
We didn't get reunited until the end of the concert, actually. Wow. It felt just like a tight ocean of people, like quicksand, I would say. People literally face to face, shoulder to shoulder. You couldn't move. It's hard to explain unless you see the videos and if you're actually experiencing it.
Timothy, did you see people around you in medical distress?
I had a multitude of people unconscious close to me. I had people screaming for their lives, begging to be saved. And I'll quote what they said, "Save me, I am dying, I can't breathe." And that really struck me, because here we are supposed to we're supposed to have the time of our lives, you know? This is Astroworld, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it turned out to be a nightmare.
Bria, so much of what's been talked about is that the concert continued on. You said it wasn't long before you knew you were in trouble in the crowd. And Timothy there is describing people around obviously in distress. But as that scene is playing out, how much longer is there an actual concert going on while you all are, what it sounds like, almost fighting for your lives?
Yes, I remember at one point the concert stopped. It did get silent. I'm not sure what was going on, but everyone around me was chanting help. We were all screaming at the top of our lungs, help, help, help. And I describe it as kind of like we're stranded on an island and we see a plane coming by and we're all just screaming help, and we have hope that maybe this is the moment that we'll be saved. But then the concert continued. And the plane kept flying, and at that point, I feel like everything got more intense, and everyone continued just screaming and saying that they couldn't breathe, and it was just really, really scary.
Bria, give me some context there. You might have been shocked or confused in the moment that the concert was still going on, but now that you have some perspective after the fact, what do you think about the idea that the concert continued while what was happening in the crowd was happening?
I just feel like we were all so helpless, and I really feel like we were trapped because there was rails to the side of us, there was rails in the back of us, and I truly feel like that is why people lost their lives, because we were trapped inside of chest-high barricades and we couldn't escape. We saw security in the distance, but they couldn't see us. They were within 5 feet away, but for some reason they couldn't see us being sucked in by the crowd. And
Timothy, you have any idea of the fates
terrifying.
of the people you saw around you that were in distress, that were unconscious? You have any idea what happened to some of them?
We for sure know we saw one of the victims. We believe he was trampled and went into cardiac arrest. They were performing CPR onto him and he was just lifeless. There is, like I said, a multitude of people that I tried to help as well, and they were also unconscious, just being held up by the pressure of the crowd. The girl next to me, before screaming for her life, it went quiet, and I looked over and she just knocked out cold. And she was one of the people that I did help out of this crowd, but I wasn't sure if she was still alive. Her body was completely numb, and
Either of you two, at this point, it's still early, but hold someone responsible? Do you think this is just an overcrowding situation? Is just one of those things, unfortunately, that happened? Or do you all directing some of of your, I guess, maybe anger right now or ire towards anyone in particular for what happened?
I want to say the event organizers, I feel like should take the blame because we were trapped inside of barricades. We've been to other Astroworld festivals and we were able to escape. If we were in the crowd and we needed to get out, we were able to just walk to the back, run to the back, and able to leave. But this time, we were trapped inside of barricades, so when you walk to the back, you're still just so tight and compressed, and there's no way to get out unless someone picks you up and carries you over. And there's so many people screaming for help, so it's hard to save everyone.
And to add to that, the security, I remember telling me directly, we're not bringing you over the rails unless you were unconscious and you fainted. So I do hold the lack of security responsible and just the organization of the event. I think it was really oversold and understaffed.
Timothy, Bria, I know it's been a rough few days for you all, and I know there's still some shock of it all. I can imagine hearing those screams and seeing what was around you. So this is a story that we're going to be talking about for quite some time, but we appreciate your perspective and sharing your stories. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
May not know, I'm in Houston right now. If you guys really follow my Instagram and other social medias and stuff, you would know I'm in Houston right now for Astro Fest. A lot of you guys may have saw in the news Astro Festival, what happened at Astro Fest, seen the stuff that happened at Astro Fest. I want to say personally, rest in peace to anybody and prayers up to anybody's family that was affected by anything that happened at Astro Fest. If you guys know, I'm just gonna say you could look up Astro World Festival Houston and just see exactly what happened. I want to let you know that some things that you see when you look it up might be disturbing, so it's up to you if you want to look it up. But I want to just share my personal experience and what happened to me at Astro World Festival. It might be a lot of background. I don't know if it's a lot of background noise out here. I don't know. I want to make this a quick video for you guys, you know what I'm saying? I just want to update you guys, and it might be some newcomers that listen to this story that are just interested in Astro World Festival, or it might be just some recurring subscribers and y'all are really loyal. So let's kick this off. I was in Houston for everything that Travis Scott was doing. Some of you guys may not know, some of you guys may know Travis Scott is my favorite artist. I'm here for everything he's doing this week, Astro World Festival. This is my second time going to the Astro World Festival, so I'm pretty experienced. Day one, we went to the stadium and we watched them playing the softball charity game. Everything went smoothly. That's not really important to this story. Everything went smoothly. We're just having a good time in Houston. Next day, we're going to the Astro World Festival. So, as you guys may not know, if you haven't been to the Astro World Fest, it gets really hectic, and it's a reoccurring thing for people to do crazy stuff. Like, it's expected that people are gonna break the fence down. It's expected that people are gonna be going crazy, and it's expected for a few injuries to happen. In the morning time, we decided to camp out at 3 a.m. to get merch, to receive merch. So we're out there at 3 a.m. Everything's chill. Everyone's having a good time, meeting each other, you know, having a great time. Let's fast forward to about 10 in the morning. I think 10 in the morning, the line got really busy. People started pushing already. People started going crazy, starting to get hyped just for the festival. That's expected though. I've been here before, I've seen it, and I've done it. Next, the first thing that went wrong. So I'm in the front of the line. I waited outside since 3 a.m. People started to push down the gate. This is a thing that happened in the first and second year. People started to push down the gate. You know, like, it's expected. People don't usually get hurt off of it. It's just something that is a reoccurring thing. Like I said, that's the first thing that kind of went wrong, that really sparked conversation in the news articles and everything. People saw the footage of it, but that's not really the main part of this story and what really went wrong at Astro Fest. So let's fast forward to the set times. Let's fast forward to the set times. We went through all the set times. Don Toliver, Lil Baby, I'm just naming some of my favorites. Everything was a smooth, good night. And then it came down to the last set of the night, which was Travis Scott. As you guys may know, if you saw the set time paper, or if you guys are a fan of Travis Scott. At Travis Scott set time, it is 50,000 people at this festival at the moment. It's 50,000 people waiting to see Travis Scott perform. It's his festival, so of course it's going to be the most jam-packed. Everybody that's in there is going to be at this one spot. I'll put a picture on the screen of what the park looked like. It wasn't really too big, and I think it was a different spot than it was last year. Off the rip, we're very uncomfortable. We're waiting there for 2 hours because, of course, he's the main headliner. He has to prepare. We're waiting there for 2 hours beforehand to see Travis Scott perform. So we're standing there, feet hurting. Everybody's tired, everybody's backs hurt, you know what I'm saying? That's expected. It starts to get really, really packed. But it wasn't as packed as you think it would be in the beginning, because people were still watching SZA perform. If you don't know who that is, an R&B artist. She was performing before Travis Scott. About an hour before Travis Scott came in, everyone is over there by Travis Scott. You can't put your feet down without stepping on someone else's foot. That's how packed we were. Just imagine that. You can't put your feet down without stepping on someone else's foot. So we're packed in, we're ready to go, we're loaded. We don't think anything's gonna go wrong. I'm talking to people around me. They're telling me when the music drops, whenever Travis comes out, when the music drops, open up a mosh pit. If you don't know what a mosh pit is, it's when everyone just opens up a big wide circle and it comes together and just like jumps around. But it gives everybody space to breathe. So he was like, open up a big wide mosh pit immediately when he starts. Then we just go on and on. 30-minute countdown comes on the screen. People are starting to go crazy, pushing each other. You just feel pushing, swaying. You have no space. The only space you have is to put your arm in the air and kind of put your arms down. You're really packed in tight. This is when it gets crazy. After the 30-minute timer, Travis Scott comes out to his new song, his new tape, Dystopia. He has Escape Plan playing. I'm gonna put some video footage on the screen of what it looked like when he came out.
There's no audio in this part.
Alright, so you guys seen the video footage. He came out. You see how tight we are. I wasn't exaggerating. It was crazy. Everybody was hyped to hear this new release song, and I was hyped. So when we first started, I'm jumping around, everyone's recording, having a good time, we're listening to the music. But what I failed to realize is that we didn't do the plan. We didn't open the mosh pit when we first started. We had no space to even open the mosh pit. So we're jumping around, and about 2 minutes into it, we're starting to realize we can't breathe. We cannot breathe that great. So I'm talking to my friend. I'm talking to him. I'm telling him to breathe calmly, stay calm, be patient, relax, don't panic, because if you start to panic, that's when things go wrong. And what do you think happened? Everyone in there, they don't have the same people in their ear telling them what I'm telling him. Of course, people started to panic. It was really tight in there. Maybe it may have been people's first time coming, may have been people's first concert. People started to panic. I hear people around me saying, let me out, I want to get out, I'm getting out. That was the only thing on people's heads. I'm getting out of here. I mean, that's obvious. If you were in a situation you didn't want to be in, you want to get out. Right when people said that, all you feel is people coming this way to the exit and people from this way at the exit trying to get to the front to Travis Scott. So it's just a bunch of this and this and this and this, like a reoccurring motion. At that point, I didn't know what to do. I was just letting my body get controlled by the crowd, and then all you feel is just somebody, boom, fall to the ground, jumping over each other. Then next thing you know, boom, somebody else falls to the ground. I'm gonna put some video footage in this clip if I find it on YouTube, but people start falling and jumping over each other, jumping over each other. If you don't know what like a stampede is or like getting trampled is, just look up some videos of that. That's exactly what was happening in this. It wasn't even like a concert anymore. It was just that. Just everyone trying to get out. So then once one person fell, it was like a domino effect. Everybody starts falling. So everybody's trying to stay up. People are trying to help each other up, but people are being kind of selfish at the moment. I'm not gonna lie, people are being kind of selfish. And the thing that made it even crazier is the music was still going. But it was, look, my personal opinion, I don't feel like it was Travis Scott's fault 100%. I feel like things could have been done differently, but of course he's an artist. I see it from both perspectives. It may have been hard for him to see what was going on. Some people actually enjoyed it. I had my brother, he was at the concert. He had a whole different experience than what I had. People have different 50-50 opinions on what Travis Scott could have done in that moment. And I say it was partially his fault, but it partially wasn't. And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He probably may feel he could have done things differently, maybe stopped the show. Things I think he could have done, stop the show. He could have possibly took a break from the music just to let people relax and stuff. But I mean, who knows how that works? I'm not an artist, so I don't know if that's even possible to happen. Then on the other side of things, we're in the stampede, the music's going, people are wondering why the show's not stopping. We're begging Travis Scott to stop the music. We're starting chants, stop the music, stop the music. I'm literally in the middle of this. I'm gonna put video footage on the screen.
Stop the show! 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 Stop the show!
And And at this point, it just becomes crazy, and it feels like a movie. It feels like a concert in hell. I'm not gonna lie. That's what it feels like. It feels crazy. After a few people fell, I'm trying to stay as sturdy as possible. As sturdy as possible. Guys, I played basketball. You know what I'm saying? I used to box out. Like, I'm trying to make light of this. I used to box out, but I was trying to box out. Literally, I was trying to use what I know to stay sturdy. I tried to create a strong base, and next thing you know, I get hit. I get hit in my legs and my side, and I fall to the ground. At this point, I don't know what's going on in my head, except I gotta make sure everybody that came with me is leaving with me. So I'm talking to Marco, he falls. Like immediately after I fall, he falls. I'm laying next to people that were already on the ground for a long time. I know this may be disturbing for some people, so if you feel like you're gonna be disturbed by this, what I speak on, I'm not gonna go into too much detail. I would say either just close out of the video or you can skip past this part. Some stuff may just be touchy for some people, but I was laying next to some people that have been on the ground for a while. They were trying to get up. Some people were just unconscious. And at this point, my legs are trapped under another person. They fell on top of me after I fell. And I'm thinking in my head, this feels like a movie. Like, this feels like what I see in the news. It's just like felt fake. It felt like a nightmare. Like, it didn't feel real. I'm looking in the sky, I hear the music going, and I'm just thinking in my head, like, this is not fake. Like, you have to lock in right now. I swear I was thinking about my YouTube. I'm thinking about you guys. Like, I didn't accomplish what I want to do yet in life. Like, you know, I'm just thinking about everything at this point. I'm thinking about what's happening, what do I do to get out of this, and I don't know. So I'm sitting there for at least a minute. I'm begging people, please help me up. Please help me up. Please. People are jumping over me, running, trying to get out of the crowd. People are jumping over me and everything. I'm begging them, please help me up. I'm putting my hand out. I understand some other people's perspective. Some people aren't ready to try to help other people because they don't want the same thing. They don't want to end up in the same situation I'm in. I understand that 100%. Some people were telling me they can't because they were scared they were going to fall. They had no balance. Then some people, a person right behind me, he was like on my back, leaning in on me. He was like, I'm not leaving you, bro. Like, he was trying to pull me out, but my legs were stuck. They were stuck under somebody. So at this point, I'm telling everybody around me to calm down. I'm telling everyone to calm down, and let's just get these people off in a certain order so we can all get up. I'm telling them to pick the person that's on my legs up, pick the girl up, and then it's a girl on top of the guy that was on my legs. If you guys can imagine this, try to create this image in your head. She was sitting on top of him. So I'm telling him, get her up, get him up, I'll get up. Then there's people next to me. I'll help them up. We'll get everybody out of this if you relax. It was really a thing of panic. If people weren't panicking as much, it would have been a little different, but I understand the panic. Some people, like, I was kind of panicking, but at that point, I had to lock in. Like, I had to really think to myself, if we want to get out of this, panicking is just going to make it worse. So at a certain point, I start pulling my legs. I start pulling my legs really bad. I'm thinking, I hope I don't, like, break my legs. If I break my legs, then it's a possibility I could not be able to walk out of this. So I'm pulling my legs. My shoes come off. I start feeling my shoe wiggle off. And I know if my shoe wiggles off, I can get my foot out. So I move my first foot out. That's when I start feeling, like, confident. I start feeling good. I got my first foot out. Then somebody that was a bit behind us, he said, on the count of 3, I'll lift and you can pull your foot out. He lifted, got my other foot out. Then the person that was behind me that said they won't leave me, they picked me up. So I'm on my feet now. I feel rejuvenated, but like I'm exhausted. Like that took a lot out of me to even get my foot out and to stand up. Like I'm exhausted, but in my head I'm like, I'm up though. Like there's people still down and they're not up. So I'm like in a blessed moment right now. I'm standing up. That's how much panic we were in, where we had to be grateful that we were able to stand up. So I don't want to make this story too long, but look, my friend Marco, he starts to get up. People are starting to help each other up. I'm helping people up next to me up. All right, man. So look, I was thinking, I had to rethink about what Marco had told me. So what Marco is my friend that I was with. So basically he went through a point where he had to help somebody as well. He after he got up, it was a small girl. The girls are really small in there. He had to help somebody. He grabbed her. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wanted to help. No, everybody. Certain people wanted to help. I'll say certain people wanted to help. I saw a lot of people that wanted to help, and I saw a lot of people that, of course, like as anyone should or would, like in all reality, go help themselves. So he's a good person. He helped her over the fence. He got over the fence. It was a lot of people that were unconscious. One person he helped over the fence. It was a fence you had to get over to leave. And once he got out, I didn't know he got out, but he told me he got out later. So it was good, and on his part, he was able to find a way to get out of it, but I was still in it, just helping people. Something came in my head that, bro, you can't leave right now. Like, there's like not enough people that are thinking the same as me. Like, I'm not even trying to say that as in like I'm a superhero. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just in my human nature, I felt I needed to help people. Like, even though I felt exhausted, even though I felt I felt times where I was about to trip again. Like, but it wasn't even about that. I wanted to make sure they were helped just like I got help. Like, you know, I didn't want to just take the help and then run with it. Like, some people, that happened. They got up and they left, but that's expected. Like, go get to safety. Maybe you could go talk to somebody outside of the crowd and they can help us even more. So I'm in there, I'm picking people up with all the strength left in me. I'm pulling them up. I'm trying to bring people over the fence. We're helping people up that are unconscious. And, you know, it was crazy. It was really a like an eye-opening experience. It was really like an experience that, like, stuff can just turn left like this. It can just go the other way like this. And you never know. You just got to be prepared for it. Like, I went there expecting to make some content for you guys, some vlogs. I had a vlog in the making, and then I had 2 video ideas I was gonna do today, which is the day that it got canceled. A lot of people lost their lives in this. A lot of people were injured in this, and all prayers up to their families and to them and to everyone that was involved in even hearing about this, if you feel connected to the story. But luckily, everybody that was with me made it out safe. One of my friends, he was hospitalized because of getting trampled, but I don't want to go into too much detail. That would be his short story to share it. I don't know what platform he would share it on, but there's a lot of people that have stories from this. Like, so there's a lot of other people out there. I read a lot of people's stories, and I was really interested, so I was like, I want to update you guys, and I want to share my story. It was like times where I was walking around, and I'm just thinking, like, I hope everybody's good that I helped up. But yeah, man, I wanted to update you guys on what happened, why I haven't been posting. I actually ran into somebody I watch on YouTube, Jadion or Jadion. I heard people say it 2 ways. I don't know if I'm saying it right, you know, but like, he's mad funny. Ran into him. Overall, it was good in the beginning. After that, it just became really devastating and, like, kind of weird. Like, there was a lot of stories coming out about what really happened, but I was really there. So, like, I seen stuff that wasn't really matching up with what people are saying, but, like, I wasn't everywhere. So, like, I don't know. But I don't say anybody is to blame 100%. It was a lot of people. It's what humans look like when there's not really too many rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really how it was. We were there to listen to music and get lit. That's basically what it was. Listen to music, get lit. Some people had jobs to, in case anything went wrong, help, but maybe they weren't. I don't know. I don't know if the experience was there. I don't know. I don't want to bash anyone. Everybody probably tried their best. I don't know what was going on in their head, you know? So personally, I don't think it's anyone's fault. Stuff could have been done better. And I really just, like, feel for the people that didn't make it that night, because it could have been me, it could have been any of my friends, it could have been anyone in that whole entire park last night. And luckily, I was blessed to make it out and share to you guys what happened. But look, I leave Houston tomorrow. I'm gonna be back in Maryland, where I'm from, trying to make some content for you guys. I'm gonna lock back in, you know what I'm saying? I was not locked in. I was kind of locked in mentally on what I wanted to do, but physically I didn't get the content done. So I'm gonna try to lock in for you guys, man. This is really just my story on what happened at Astrofest. If I missed anything, or if you guys have any questions, you could let me know in the comments, or you can feel free to DM me at Official Corey, you know what I'm saying? If you guys see this and you were at the festival and you wanna talk, you could DM me on Instagram as well. I met a lot of people that went through the same thing as me. That's really all I gotta say. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, man. My message is to keep going, you know what I'm saying? Just keep going and be the person that's different. Be the person that'll help people, be the person that's different, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I love all you guys, man, and I'm out.
There was a lot of people in my section that were kind of like screaming and having panic attacks, just because it felt almost as if you were under an elevator and the elevator was coming down on you, and there was nothing you could do about it. No one in my section at the time was moving, because I think everyone was just in shock of how crazy and how panicked that everyone was. There was a lot of fear in people's eyes, you can see.
So my panic started to set in on top of the crushing feeling, because I'm smaller, so I'm at the level where people are pushing like this into my chest, so that I can feel the air like leaving my body. I could not like take a deep enough breath in. I still like fully can't catch a full breath, because I have so, like, my chest is in so much pain from people pushing and like crushing, literally crushing my chest in and my lungs.
Most people, you couldn't tell if you were stepping on bodies or if you were stepping on the ground. Like, there was almost no way to tell, to be honest with you.
And our barricade even started to break, and the security had to come over to us.
and like start strapping the rails, and they were even like holding it like the whole concert because the metal had literally started to break, and there just wasn't enough security telling people to like, you know, push move back because we were literally just like up against the rails and could like barely breathe.
As soon as he jumped out, and I myself, I couldn't even see him because people were jumping around so much in front of me, but my friend happened to get it recorded. As soon as he jumped out and onto the stage, it was like an energy took over and everything went haywire. All of a sudden, your ribs are being crushed. You have someone's arm in your neck. You're trying to breathe, but you can't. Like, I literally almost passed out. I lost all my friends. There's a group of like 5 of us. We all got split up, and you just hear people around you screaming. That's it. It's just a lot. There were a lot of women in my area. I'm 5'4". They had to be like 5'2", next to huge men screaming for help, like literally screaming.
You actually see like the paramedics, like the car trying to drive through the crowd, and so he stopped the songs like shortly after. Like he's like, "Oh, what's going on over there?" He noticed like some people were like passed out. He grabs everyone's attention by saying like, "Oh, put one middle finger up in the sky." Da da da. Like it gets quiet, but then like right after that, he just continues to play, and then literally you see like the car just can't move because everyone just starts jumping. You see people climbing on top of the car, and meanwhile you have someone holding like it's like an American Red Cross, like the flag, like, "Hey, we need help here," and like they can't get nowhere because he just kept performing.
It wasn't till 9 o'clock where everything just took a turn for the left. Once Travis came out, that's really where everything just went downhill. You know, once the show starts, everybody pushes up or mosh pits open up, you know, all the pushing, it gets very heated, very hot. You can't breathe, you know, and if you have no water and you're dehydrated, you're very quick to pass out. So there were a couple people who did, and, you know, we're trying to get help for them. You know, a couple times we were getting ignored, you know, there wasn't much being done by security to help a lot of people out. Whether they're passed out or not, you know, whether, you know, they're fully conscious and, you know, they're trying to make their way out, or whether they're passed out, we're trying to do anything that we can to get them any space to try and make their way out of the crowd or to the front of if they're passed out, we're trying to get them to the front so the security knows that they need medical. But people passing out at festivals is very common, especially in the crowd, being in mosh pits. So it's something I'm used to, trying to help people out. But this has by far been the worst I've ever seen.
Welcome back to this week's episode of The Emily Show. We are nearing the 2-year anniversary of the podcast, and I absolutely can't believe it. We're at almost 500,000 downloads on the podcast, and I am recording this, I should say. It is Sunday, November 7th. So I am sure between this recording and the airing of this episode that more will come out regarding the tragedy at Astroworld. But we're going to go over what we know today and the 2 lawsuits that have already been filed. Yes, you're like, didn't this just happen Friday? Accurate. This just happened on Friday, but there are already 2 lawsuits. 8 people dead from the event at Astroworld. Autopsies are still pending. Over 300 people were injured throughout the day. 17 were transported to the hospital. 11 of those were reported to be in cardiac arrest. And there is really a lot to cover. So we're not even starting with a quote. We're just going to get into it. We have a lot to do. Hey there. Unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. I will say that before we hop right into this, we do have a sponsor of today's show. Most of my episodes are sponsored, so it's on their website. And thank you again to today's sponsor, Casetify. Let's get into the facts of what happened at Astroworld. Astroworld is a 2-day music festival in Houston, Texas, hosted by rapper Travis Scott, or produced by, put on by, headlined by rapper Travis Scott. This event sold out in April, May, with like 100,000 tickets sold. What will come up later is there was actually a tweet when that was sold about Travis Scott saying, "Don't worry, we're still trying to figure out how to get some more of the wild ones in, even if we have to sneak them in." And that will come up later on in the episode. But it sold out in under an hour. Law enforcement estimates state that there were over 50,000 people at the venue on Friday, November 5th, when this happened. This was hosted at NRG Park in Houston. That is a county property, which will factor into lawsuits down the road. When you listen to the intro and you're like, oh my God, I can't wrap my head around 8 people being dead at a concert, 300 people injured, 17 taken in the hospital. Like, I can't wrap my head around this due to concert related injuries. And yes, we've seen concerts that have gone horribly wrong. Things like the Route 91 festival in Las Vegas come to mind immediately, but that was the act of a malicious shooter who was positioned in a hotel and killing people. We've seen nightclub fires where people have been trapped. This is different in that this is by all reports right now, was an outdoor festival. It was not filled over capacity. Most of the reports now are that people were going into cardiac arrest due to a crowd surge. And yes, as the autopsies come out, we will know more about that. But this largely seems like a crowd related crisis, which is where some of these lawsuits and the position these lawsuits are taking. There have been some conspiracy theories online, and we will address those too as we get in. But I thought that the timeline was really helpful. And as I was researching this episode, I put that together too because I wanted to know. There's been a lot of criticism online that this show was not stopped. It seems from reports that Travis Scott did finish his entire intended set list, including having special guest Drake join him on stage. It does seem that pretty early on in the set that there were issues, but it also seems that some of those issues started even before Travis Scott took the stage, with people early in the day swarming security, knocking over the metal detectors, pushing down the fencing, and rushing into the venue. So it's unclear if there were more than the 50,000 people in the crowd that were estimated, or if that 50,000 person estimate includes those that may have rushed in without ticketing and clearly without being searched, which is always a safety concern for a concert venue or any mass gathering. So Travis Scott, it's reported, took the stage at about 9 p.m. Reports say that panic in the crowd and the crowd swelling really began at about 9:15, but those reports have varied across social media. Authorities declared this a mass casualty event at 9:38 p.m. and were told by Live Nation, according to their reports, that the concert would be stopped. But other reports indicate that there was concern with a 50,000 person crowd and barely over 100 security and law enforcement officers, that stopping the concert early could create further issues in the form of unrest or rioting because the concert was stopping. So there was absolutely a concern and a conversation about stopping the concert or not. There are reports and videos of crowds and the crowds close to the stage chanting "Stop the show." And we will get into the other things that have been shared on social media in a few. Attendees have speculated that there wasn't enough security. We'll get into what the city of Houston had to say about that. And the event did end at 10:10 p.m. per the mayor of Houston at the press conference held on Saturday. There were also reports from the head of the fire department, or the fire chief of Houston, saying that after the event ended, it only took about an hour to clear out the venue, that ingress and egress weren't an issue at this venue, meaning getting in and out of the aisles and getting in and out of the entrances and exits weren't a problem. But it's not incongruent with the reports that the crowd was packed in so tight that people couldn't get out. It's not that the exit was blocked, it's that the crowds were so packed together and so tightly packed together that people could not breathe, they could not move, and they were getting trampled. The victims who were killed ranged in age from 14 to 27, which is absolutely a heartbreaking. This whole thing is heartbreaking, but just I mean, the fear that's been shared on social media from the people who were able to get out of the pit and either get to the hospital or get out and get home and retell their experiences are just chilling and heartbreaking. And one of the women who shared her story on Instagram, and those will all be linked down below, talked about people were drowning in a sea of people. Like people were crushed together so tightly that they actually physically couldn't breathe, which when you look at the numbers reported from law enforcement that 17 people were transported to the hospital and 11 were in cardiac arrest, you can understand that not being able to breathe can trigger people to go into cardiac arrest. So not being able to actually expand your chest and breathe is scary. People being knocked to the floor and trampled and having others knocked to the ground on top of them. People reporting that they had multiple people on top of them. People reporting that when they fell onto people who were already laying on the floor. It's just harrowing looking at these reports on social media. And while I'm not going to get into all the details of them, I will link the first-hand reports down below and talk about them kind of as we go through this. On Saturday, there was a press conference regarding the tragedy at Astroworld. The mayor of Houston, a judge in the district, Judge Hidalgo, the fire chief, and the police chief all spoke at that. And I'm going to just share some of the takeaways from me. It was interesting because I read a lot of the media reports and then I went and listened to the entire press conference. And I'm like, some of those quotes attributed to the press conference are not exactly what they said, which when you are getting reports out quickly, I understand that, but I'm like, no, sometimes you have to stop something and listen to it 2 or 3 times to really hear what has been said. So I'm glad I went and listened to the press conference instead of just relying on all of the media reports in this. But the mayor of Houston confirmed the 8 casualties and said that as of Saturday, no one was reported missing, meaning everyone had been reunified with family or with friends that were looking for them. There was a hotel set up as the location for reunification after this event because there was so much chaos and confusion, it seems. That the law enforcement on hand was 528 Houston PD officers and 755 private security officers that were hired through Live Nation. And the mayor also offered condolences to the families and to really the people of Houston, saying that we've safely hosted the World Series. This is an unusual event. The judge who spoke talked again, offered condolences, talked about the fact that this incident was unprecedented, that they were asking for a independent and objective investigation into what happened and how it could have been prevented. The judge said that Live Nation and Astroworld had a security plan and a site plan, but the judge said, but those plans weren't followed, which is going to factor in to the civil liability that we will be talking about later. It was very interesting to me that the judge, it seemed to have reviewed those plans. This is just my impression when she spoke, but there were security plans and site plans with all of the local agencies. And the judge said, not it seems that those plans weren't followed. The judge said those plans weren't followed and wanting to figure out what happened here. She said that the families of those who died and everyone affected deserves answers as to what took place. I agree. Called for that investigation and then talked about the fact that there had been an incident with the 2019 Astro World as well, and saying that in that case, they had people knocking down fences, jumping security, the same type of barrage of people forcing their way into the event that you had here. And the judge said that the fencing was reinforced and it was stronger and there were more personnel, and reiterated multiple times that there was more law enforcement and more security than at the 2019 Astro World. And of course, we're referencing back to 2019 because in 2020 it was canceled. When the Houston police chief spoke, he reiterated that the amount of officers and the amount of Live Nation security, sent his respects and well wishes to the families, asked people not to get into social media speculation, that this would be an ongoing investigation. But he did confirm and discuss the reports of somebody going around the venue and injecting people or needle sticking people I didn't realize that this was becoming a thing, and law nerds reached out on Twitter and was saying this is becoming a problem in clubs and bars in Europe as well, where people are forcibly injected with either fentanyl or other opioids through a syringe, which is just horrifying to me that this is the thing. I mean, I grew up in the age where everybody covered their cup because they didn't want roofies put in their drinks. That you never let somebody else make your drink. You always kept an eye on your drink, or you drank out of a can. So it was harder for somebody to put something in your drink. But this is a whole nother level of scary to me that I didn't realize was a growing problem until, again, the law nerds pointed it out, which is why I appreciate you all so much, because I am just one person with a research team of me, and y'all are really also part of my research team, and I appreciate that. But those reports had been going around social media. I had questions about them initially because people were saying, oh, someone was running around injecting people. I'm like, that doesn't make sense with the reports of how tightly packed people were. Like, people who put their hands up to record on their cell phone couldn't put their arms back down because they didn't have enough room to do so. People being picked up off their feet and carried along with the sea of people that were crushing towards the stage at this concert. So somebody just running around didn't make a lot of sense to me. But the chief of police for Houston PD said that a security officer at the event was trying to detain someone, felt a prick on their neck, went unconscious, was revived with Narcan, which is an anti-opioid that you would give to someone if they were ODing or something like that to reverse the effects. So gave them Narcan, revived that security officer, and then medical staff observed physical markings on the neck indicating that there was some kind of puncture or prick to the neck. So there is at least one verified report out there of this happening to an individual. I'm sure the autopsies will come back with more. I would hate to think that someone was willfully seeking to harm and or kill people at this concert, and that perhaps, and this is just my thought process, that perhaps the storming of the security gates allowed for something like that to happen, because obviously when people are storming through security, they're not going through metal detectors, bags are not being searched, and people can bring things in that they shouldn't otherwise have. It just really it's just a really chilling thought. The police chiefs indicated that this is a criminal investigation from their perspective right now, and they are going to be working with both homicide and the narcotics divisions. So I think they are giving, by bringing narcotics in, I think that one verified needle stick is giving them some pause, and they are bringing those two divisions together to investigate what happened. The police chief indicated that people started going down around 9:30, but other reports are showing 9:15 is when people really started getting scared and having issues. He also indicated that there were 25 arrests that night. 23 arrests were for trespassing, and again, that doesn't surprise me with the reports of the you know barrage on the entrance. One was arrested for possession of marijuana and one for public intoxication. I'm sure those all happened earlier in the day before Travis Scott went on, because it seemed that it was all hands on deck once this concert started and the crowd surges became a problem. The fire chief spoke next and indicated that the primary medical support on site was through a third-party company. This is relevant and important to me because of the potential for liability. So now you have a third-party provider there on site to help with medical, and there are quite a lot of reports on social media that the medical personnel were freaking out and didn't quite know what to do. Houston Fire Department indicated that they had 20 pre-positioned units on standby, and then additional units were requested at 9:30. So again, we're getting this time frame very much pinned on a half an hour into the show, and then the show ending 40 minutes later. But they had 20 pre-positioned units and called in additional units for fire, so additional ambulances at 9:30. So at 9:30, that indicates to me that fire knew that 20 ambulances was not going to be enough. It's surprising to me that someone did not stop the show, or at least have Travis Scott stop performing and say, everybody, we need to turn the lights on for a minute. People are having medical emergencies. We need to make way for medical personnel. Take a moment, take a breath, and then we'll resume. I've seen shows stopped for weather that stop very smoothly. And it's like, hey, we've got to stop for weather. We'll resume in 30 minutes. It's not unheard of or even uncommon that that happens at concerts. So just Emily thoughts. The fire chief did say that he would like to point out that from the time that a mass casualty was declared to the time that they had units on scene was 2 minutes, saying that the fire response was very, very fast. He also said that permits were legally obtained, permits for the ingress and egress, permits for the pyrotechnic displays, permits for the tenting and things like that, and that there were inspectors on scene making sure that all of those things were taking place properly. And it seems at this point that all of those things were done properly. The chief also said that there was no occupancy permit because this was an outdoor event. But the fire chief did state that based on the size of the footprint and their parameters for how many people you can have within that footprint, that the venue that they cleared would have held, per the fire department, up to 200,000 people based on their guidelines. So I don't think, based on those numbers, that overcrowding of the venue was the issue. It was the crowd surging and the behavior of the crowd that caused that issue, not that there was just not enough space for the amount of people. Because even if there were 100,000 people, and again, that's the total ticket sales for the weekend, even if there were 100,000 people, that's half of what the venue could accommodate. And when you look at the overhead videos of this, you see a very tightly packed crowd near the stage, but you see grid patterns where there are aisleways kept open, but I think those were kept open with barricades for ingress and egress after the show. So if you were stuck in the middle of one of those squares, there was nowhere to go because the crowd was so thick. But then as you got to the edges, you could definitely see lots of space towards the back of the crowd, just from the overhead shots that I have seen shared on news media and social media. The fire chief said that one of his main focuses was figuring out what caused the crowd surging and looking into it that way. So they are also part of this investigation. Now, on Saturday, Travis Scott and his girlfriend and, baby mama Kylie Jenner both posted on social media about this incident. Tragedy, disaster. I mean, mass casualty event. Travis Scott posted an Instagram video to his stories saying that he was trying to connect with the families of the deceased fans, that his fans mean the world to him, that when he can make out things going on, he would stop the show. He couldn't imagine the severity of the situation. I'm going to want to know what he was told and when, and who made the decision not to tell him, or not to tell him to stop performing when a mass casualty was declared. Because even when we get to 9:38, I feel like we're ticking down the last moments of like the Titanic. It's like the band played on, but at 9:38, why wasn't he told then, hey, we need to at least put the house lights on? Or why didn't someone decide we're putting the house lights on to aid EMS, to let people see what's going on? Because it seems that some in the crowd weren't aware. There's some videos where it looks like Travis Scott sees what's going on. At one point, he stopped and said, hey, can we get that guy help over there? But just went back to performing, and it doesn't seem, I don't know how aware he was. I don't know what he knew and when. Those are questions I hope that we see answered. And those are questions that are going to be the focus of these civil lawsuits. Because if he could have helped, and you would imagine the artist from stage saying, hey, there are people in the crowd that need help. We're turning on the lights. Just stay calm. We'll resume. You would think that the artist from stage could kind of keep control of their fan base if they knew what was going on and the severity of it, and who decided not to tell him. Or did they? Or did they? Because he has an ear where people can speak to him. So I don't know. And there were from the different clips I've seen, there were times that he was on the main stage and there were times that he was out on these like ancillary things. So in the traveling between the two, nobody said anything. It's very, I have a lot of questions. Like everyone has a lot of questions, but I have a lot of questions. He also said that he was devastated and can't imagine what happened. Kylie posted on her Instagram stories, and we'll just go over that real quick. Travis and I are broken and devastated. Worded the way that it is because she was sharing Instagram stories of the crowd that included ambulances coming in and out. And people were like, how did you not know? But I've been at shows where ambulances have picked somebody up who's twisted an ankle or broken a leg or had a medical emergency in some other way. And it wasn't anything more than that. So I am hesitant to excoriate people because I don't know what I don't know yet. I am waiting for more facts to come out. I don't know if they appreciated the gravity of the event, but once the crowd starts chanting, "Stop the show," I don't know why someone didn't listen. Clearly, there's not a concern that the crowd is going to be against stopping the show when the crowd is screaming, "Stop the show, stop the show, stop the show." And someone should have made that call. Who that person is, I don't know. But through the 2 lawsuits that have already been filed in the 2 days since this has happened, we might discover that as these things wind through court process. This is just the beginning. There are 8 individuals who went to a concert to enjoy live music after a year and a half really of us being unable to go and enjoy live music. I am a huge concert fan and I love live music. So, to get out and be with people who like the same music you do and then to have it take such a deadly turn is heartbreaking. And there will be wrongful death suits for each of those individuals who lost their life. I am speculating, but I am sure that there will be. I can't imagine that they would be ready to do that yet because they are still processing the shock of what has happened and then having to deal with all of the horrible practical, tactical things that you have to deal with in planning funerals and notifying families and all of what comes next, and just trying to process the information alone is going to take people time. There is a Twitter account called J that's at loyal_J that shared their account of what happened, including photos of them in the hospital, saying Astroworld decided to share with everyone what happened as last night was a complete nightmare. Last night I almost died. Seriously, I was in the crowd near the front. Travis just came on stage and the crowd got crazy. I was immediately pushed to the ground. I was flat on the ground and about 5 other people were on top of me. I was at the bottom. I couldn't breathe. I was screaming for help. Some have said, but if you can't breathe, but I take this to mean it was difficult to breathe and then was trying to yell for help. She said, I was screaming for help, quote, please help me. Y'all are killing me, is what I screamed in fear that tonight could have possibly been my last. I was being crushed, stepped on continuously for 2 minutes straight. Eventually, a random guy saw me struggling. His eyes open wide. He grabbed me, pulling me up, saying, you need to get out of here. And that's what I did. So she goes on to send prayers for the 8 souls who passed and shows her in the hospital, and then went on to share in a Twitter thread that she's a regular concert goer, that she had been to Astroworld in both 2018 and 2019, and this event was different. The crowd felt different and things got very, very out of hand. I think how things got so out of hand is going to be the question everyone is asking.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another episode of CLR Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, and I am a board-certified criminal defense lawyer where I actually go over there and try cases. And today we are reacting to Astroworld. Travis Scott, as you know, is a mainstream kind of hip-hop artist that is super popular. And since for the last few years, he's had this outdoor music festival called Astroworld. And Astroworld this year had over 50,000 attendees. Now, what makes this Astroworld different than other concerts is how crazy this got. And we're going to analyze a little bit of what the Texas Penal Code is on riots and how this may impact him. talk about the death of 8 people that occurred at this thing, talk about the security guard who had a prick in his neck and was revived, and we're also going to talk about what kind of liability both the promoters and the performers had in this event. So let's get down to it right away. First of all, one of the histories of Travis Scott with some of these concerts is the incitement of other people to do stuff. I know in 2017 he was accused of inciting this guy to jump off a ledge, jump off a balcony, and he said things, we need to see injuries in the mosh pit, that kind of stuff. That is, when you tell other people to commit acts of violence, that is inciting, and you can't do that. And so, one of the things that happened here that you got to look at what the red flags are to establish some kind of liability, whether it's civil or criminal. You have to be able to see what's in the mindset of the person that you're trying to ascribe that liability to, right? And in this case, let's just look at what happened early on. This is at the beginning. This is at the very beginning of the concert. People are storming the ticket gate and getting in without paying, and it's just mayhem. And this is before the concert even starts. And right off the bat, you can see that the authorities have zero control over what's going on here. And one of the dangers that you have in something like this is you get a mob mentality. You get a mob, and it's not too unlike January 6th, where you had people storm the Capitol, and all of a sudden, the things that you normally wouldn't do, all of a sudden you feel empowered to do because, shit, everybody else is doing it, and I'm not going to get caught. Well, the danger with being in charge of a situation like this is that you run the risk of bad things happening. Now, and in this case, you've got a situation where 8 people were killed. 8 people. Now, if you're inciting these people to do whatever, and those people die on your watch, are you responsible? Well, it depends. There's a thing called causation. You have to link up your actions with the death, or at least it has to be reasonably foreseeable. And I think this was just a disaster.
Shipping, streaming.
A disaster. It was an absolute disaster, and it was probably foreseeable, especially because in 2015 and 2015, he was telling, or 2015, 2017, he was telling people to storm the stage and encourage people to rush the stage. When you're doing that, when you're getting people all amped up, and people are getting injured, you are inciting violence. You're inciting a riot. Now, and it's really, they don't really have to prove much. And the Texas statute says, for the purpose of this section, riot means the assemblage of 7 or more persons resulting in conduct which creates an immediate danger of damage to property or injury to persons, substantially obstructs law enforcement or other governmental functions or services, or by force or threats of force or physical action deprives any person of a legal right or disturbs any person in the enjoyment of a legal right. Now, what does that mean? Basically, what it means is that if you're, first of all, there's more than 7 people there, so that's a given. But if what you're doing is causing other people to create an immediate danger, that's a riot. But here's the problem. Riot by itself is a fairly low-level crime. However, there's a part in the statute that a person commits this offense if he knowingly participates in a riot. And then let's go down to subdivision F, because an offense under this section is an offense of the same classification as any offense of a higher grade committed by anyone engaged in the riot if the offense was in furtherance of the purpose of the assembly, or an offense which should have been anticipated as a result of the assembly. So if somebody kills somebody in that crowd, and you are inciting the riot, you are responsible for the death just as if you did it yourself. And so that's what that part of the statute says. So let's continue on and see what else happens here. So there you got Travis Scott above everybody else, right? And he's doing his thing, and that is not inciting a riot. However, we have an unconscious person there. An unconscious person. Now, I don't know if he can see that. I would think he could. And if you could prove that he saw that and wasn't doing anything about it, there certainly is civil liability, because he as a concert promoter, you have a duty to ensure the safety of the people that are there. You absolutely have that duty. And a little bit later on, people go very much so, they are chanting, stop the show, and they do stop the show a couple times, but then they go right back to it. And then it wasn't until well over a half hour later that all of a sudden, that they continue, or that they stop the show. Now, one of the things in the statute, as we talked about, was interfering with the governmental operations. When you have all these concert goers and they're having fun and all this other stuff, and they're amped up because of what you tell them. And I wasn't there, so I can't 100% say exactly what his role is in terms of the amping up the crowd, right? I assume there was some of that. There has to be some of that, because you want to get your people on the feet, and judging from what his past was. You're gonna have some of that, but the medical personnel and the law enforcement personnel were having a hell of a fucking time getting through the crowd, getting through to the people to get medical help. There was a guard, either a security guard or a law enforcement officer, who was pricked with a needle, and he went down. He went to the hospital, but I don't know who did this, but somebody was thinking pretty fucking fast on his behalf, because they administered Narcan. And when the Narcan is a drug that you give to alleviate the overdose effects of opioids. Now, amazing that somebody thought that quickly, and that person, whoever that is a fucking hero. Really, really awesome. Quick thinking, saved a life. But here's the thing. There are many people that dropped dead, and I don't know why they dropped dead. Some of them.
I was hangry, and that's why I started.
People were saying it was hard to breathe, because they're getting all squished in the crowd and that kind of thing. Let's see what happens when the toxicology comes back on these 8 people, because I find it hard to believe that whoever stuck that security guard with a needle, that was the only person. And if we have that person sticking other people, what we have is a kind of a mass murder situation on our hands. We for sure sticking that needle in the neck of the officer or the security guard would be considered probably attempted murder. And they'll probably be going through footage after footage after footage if they can, to try to find out who that was. But that's going to be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's really going to be awfully difficult. Once we look at the toxicology results of the 8 individuals that died, if there's a common theme among those, then we've got a much more sinister thing going on, and that would be a superseding intervening cause, because that would not be because of the riot. And what I mean by superseding intervening cause is something that's really not related to what's going on. And somebody sticking somebody with needles is not foreseeable. So Travis Scott wouldn't have any liability on that. But if these people died because they were crushed and they couldn't breathe, and he's inciting this crowd, inciting this riot, then he's really got some liability here. For sure, the concert promoters have liability. If all he is just the performer, I don't see a whole lot of liability. Maybe some. But if he's the performer, the producer, the financier, if this is my show, then he does have both civil and possibly some criminal liability. Like I said, he was charged in 2015 and 2017 for this same type of stuff. And here's the thing, the foreseeability element that we're talking about here, his history bears on that completely. Because if you look at, if you have a history of doing something, it goes to your state of mind. It goes to your knowledge of what would be foreseeable. Now, in this case, he's offered to pay for the funeral expenses for all the people that have passed away. And he's also offered psychological services and he's teamed up, I can't remember the name of the organization was, but he teamed up with an organization to provide psychological services for the survivors of those that have passed. And that is fantastic. And it's fantastic. But when we watch this, let's look at one more here. See, they're trying to get his attention, saying there's somebody that's down. And the problem that you have is there's so many people, right? And it's very difficult to discern whether this is just a concert goer who wants some limelight and get on the stage, or if it's somebody that's actually in need of some help. See, they're yelling and screaming for help, and he's continuing to play. That's a problem for him. He certainly can see this person over here, I would think. Not only that, the person that's operating that camera there certainly has got headphones and probably a microphone. So he's probably got somebody's ear where he could notify somebody. And that guy doesn't know what to do. He's just sitting, he's kind of throwing up his arms. And having that lack of infrastructure, the lack of, and I guess there were probably about 500 officers, off-duty officers that were there. And I guarantee you, most of them were taken up fighting skirmishes and attending to the ones that were, and trying to wade themselves through the crowd. How do you when you got 30,000 people between you and the dead person, how do you fucking get there? That's the problem with this kind of general admission, kind of all-encompassing open yard type of concert. So, and then he reacts to it later on. Let's just take a reaction. Let's just take a look at what he says.
I just want to send out prayers to the ones that was lost last night. We're actually working right now.
This holiday season,
so we can help assist them through this tough time. My fans really mean the world to me, and I always just really want to leave them with a positive experience. And anytime I can make out, anything that's going on, I stop the show and, help them get the help they need, I could just never imagine the severity of the situation.
Well, that is a positive thing that he's saying there. I mean, he really does care, it appears. But he already said it, I could not even have imagined the severity of the situation, which is probably true.
We're working closely we've been working closely with everyone to just try to get to the bottom of this. The City of Houston, HPD, Fire Department, everyone to, help us figure this out. So if you have any information.
See, this is the exact right tone, and you can tell he's in a lot of anguish over this. And I don't think for 1 minute he wanted anybody to die, or even thought anybody was going to die.
Please just contact your local authorities. Everybody continue to just keep your prayers. I mean, I'm honestly just devastated. I could never imagine anything like this just happening. I'm gonna do everything I can to keep you guys updated and just keep you guys informed on what's going on.
See, what you do is, if I'm his handler, you have a press person. I'm sure he's got a press person. You have a press person that does all of that, that gives out a statement. You don't have him. This is striking the exact right tone. And then, I was an EMT all through college. I drove an ambulance, and I've never seen anything like what we see there. You see, there's a video here of them trying to take this woman away on a stretcher, and then they drop the stretcher. It's just mayhem. It's just absolute mayhem. And to try to explain, why these people died is going to be a very tall order for the Houston Police Department. He stopped the show 3 times. I mean, how many times do you need to stop before you really need to just stop? And the fans were screaming, "Stop the show, stop the show." All the warning signs were there, So my heart goes out to the families. And someone has already filed a civil suit. And the civil suit names Live Nation, which is the management company, Travis Scott, and the promoters, and pretty much everybody in the chain. And they're alleging that they failed to properly plan for the safe execution of this concert. They ignored the risks, and they're responsible for gross negligence. And the person said they were trampled down by the crowd, and that they failed to provide a safe environment. And those are legitimate concerns. But they're more so for these 8 individuals who have passed away. And like I said before, let's see what those toxicology results say. Because if that person who stuck the security guard was sticking other people, we have a much more sinister things on our hands. Thoughts and prayers go out to each and every family that lost somebody, and go out to the people that were lost. Let's hope that they are in a better place. That's all I can say. So this,
as y'all know by now, I like to start with a lawyer joke. Do you know what's the difference between a lawyer and a jellyfish? Well, one is a spineless, gutless, heartless, venomous, slimy, nasty creature whose mouth and anus are the same orifice. The other one lives in the ocean. Now, let's talk about our first area, which is a recap of what lawsuits have been filed. Last time we talked, we were somewhere north of 40. There's been a flurry of lawsuits. We are now over 200. As we've talked about before, generally in these cases, I would say the number of lawsuits is a much more reliable indicator than the amounts of damages claimed in the lawsuits, because the amount of damages claimed can just be like any arbitrary number. They can just be more or less made up, provided there's some sort of justification for it. Now, in addition, there are 2 other notable things. First of all, we have this guy who's saying that he thinks that the damages for his lawsuits could be into the billions of dollars. Now, like I said before, I don't put a whole lot of stock into the particular numbers that are in the pleadings, but $1 billion is a really, really big number. Also, we have this guy who's filed over 90 lawsuits on behalf of various plaintiffs for this Astroworld tragedy. He's represented George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, etc., etc. There are, as I said, many other high-profile plaintiff firms, but here at a minimum, you have 2 very, very high-profile lawyers who have made the news, who are throwing chips on this case big time. The other thing that tells you that stuff's about to get real for Travis Scott here is that the paparazzi have been camped out outside of his mansion in Houston since the tragedy happened. He's been holed up inside with his girlfriend and nobody's coming out, etc., etc. However, they caught pictures of several high-profile Houston defense attorneys visiting the house. This defense team is not going to be cheap. He's got several attorneys, some of whose billing rates are reported to be north of $2,000 an hour. You run the clock at $2,000 an hour for a little while, not to mention if you have several other attorneys billing at similar rates, you're writing some big checks, even if you're Travis Scott. And if your revenue stream stops in the meantime, stuff's gonna start to get real expensive real fast. All right, for part 2, we're gonna game plan out a few possible outcomes. I had a number of comments asking me to predict exactly what's going to happen. Now, of course, I do not have a crystal ball. I do not have any way to predict the future. If I did, I'd be playing the stock market, not being a lawyer. We're gonna talk about 3 general areas. We're gonna talk about potential criminal outcomes, we're gonna talk about potential civil outcomes, and we're gonna talk about potential non-judicial outcomes. So first, what about criminal outcomes? Of the 3, this is the one that will be the least likely and the most difficult to pin on Travis Scott or any of the other performers or parties who were involved. Let's talk about the reasons for that. First of all, the standard to convict someone in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, a lot of people have this phrase beyond a shadow of a doubt put into their heads because Johnny Cochran is that good, phrase that was used 20-something years ago in the OJ trial, and people still remember it. The relevant standard for a criminal trial is in fact beyond a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? Now, it's hard to quantify and put an exact number on it, probably somewhere around 90% or north of that. You're 90-95% sure that the guy did it. Now, each one of the elements of the crime has to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, whatever the elements of the particular crime being charged are, if you're the defense team, all you have to do is get a reasonable doubt as to one of those elements, and then the defendant must be acquitted of the charge. Meaning, a criminal charge is the hardest one to prove, is the hardest one to get a conviction on, is significantly harder to get a conviction on than it is to find someone liable in civil court. This is a generalized feature of the criminal system versus the civil system. Additionally, Travis Scott's legal team would in all likelihood prioritize the defense of any potential criminal charges over the defense of any civil claims. Why is this? Quite simply, it's a lot better to be broke than in jail. Moreover, the individual victims do not have control over the charging decision. The charging decision is at the discretion of the prosecutor, which is made according to a complex set of factors, including not only things like political concerns, but also their assessment of the evidence, manpower, what other things are on their plate, so on and so forth. So it is not at all guaranteed that the prosecutors are going to put this at the top of the list and push as hard as they possibly can. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. There is a complex mix of factors that will determine exactly what the prosecutors do here. Those are the potential criminal outcomes. Now we're going to talk about potential civil outcomes. Now the bad case here is that it's check writing time for all kinds of people and entities involved with this. Live Nation, Drake, Travis Scott, the organizer, the grounds owner, etc., etc., etc. The list goes on and on. These are the civil lawsuits that we were talking about at the beginning of the video and that continue to take off like a rocket. The most obvious target in any plaintiff attorney lawsuit, the most obvious target is always the insurance companies. Now, this is where things get interesting. The insurance coverage in this case was reported to be $1 million for bodily injury plus a $25 million umbrella policy. That means that the total insurance proceeds in the pot here are $26 million. Now, if $1 billion is a realistic estimate of the amount on the line here, and I don't know if it is, but suppose that it is, that is a massive shortfall. Even if the potential liability is only $50 or $100 million, that's still a big, big shortfall that someone is going to have to be on the hook for. If the criminal case is the most difficult of the 3 to prove, the civil case is relatively easier. This is because the burden of proof in a civil case is not beyond a reasonable doubt, or that 90-95% number that we were talking about for the criminal. In a civil case, the burden of proof is a preponderance of the evidence. Now, that's a lawyer word if I've ever heard one. What does preponderance mean? Well, it means 51%. It quite simply means it is more likely than not that the defendant did the thing. All you have to do is prove each element of the tort with a preponderance of the evidence, meaning it's more likely than not, it's 51%, and you're good. It's a much lower standard for the plaintiff to meet in a civil case than for the prosecutor to meet in a criminal case. Why is that? Because we've made the judgment as a society that taking away someone's freedom, locking them up in jail, is a much more significant thing than taking their money and taking their stuff. I can understand that, but regardless, the point is, In the criminal case, you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. In the civil case, you have to prove it to a preponderance of the evidence. That's a much lower bar, and certainly the plaintiff attorneys are indicating by their number of filings that they believe that they can get over that bar. Let's talk about some stuff that might happen outside of the courts as a result of what's going on here. Now, if you look at some of the press releases that have been put out by some of these plaintiff attorneys, a lot of them don't have their crosshairs mainly on Travis Scott. A lot of these guys are looking at Live Nation because Live Nation is what we call the deep pocket in the situation. Live Nation is, among all of the defendants who've been named here, Live Nation has the most money, the most liquid assets. They are the richest person in the room. They're going to exhaust the insurance proceeds. That's the low-hanging fruit. Then they're going to go after Travis Scott, Drake, Live Nation, whoever else. Let's suppose that the insurance company has to pay out the full $26 million or maybe more. Sometimes you can get an above policy limits judgment against an insurer to do bad things. But let's suppose that the insurer pays out the full $26 million. Let's suppose that Live Nation has to cough up a big check, and whatever happens to Travis Scott happens to Travis Scott. But let's suppose at a minimum that those two things happen to the insurer and to Live Nation. What is the result of that for Travis Scott's future career? I would submit that potentially his live career is over. He may be able to continue making studio albums where he can't be in front of a crowd. But if I'm an insurer, if I own a venue, if I'm a concert promoter, and you come to me and say, hey, would you like Travis Scott to perform at your amphitheater, at your stadium? Would you like Travis Scott to sing for all of these people? You can make some money, but there might be a crowd crush resulting in dozens of deaths and injuries, and you might be liable for millions of dollars. Sound like a fair deal? If I'm the insurer, I say, I'm not writing that insurance policy. If I'm the owner of the venue, I say, no, thank you. Schedule another artist that'll be just as good and make me just as much money. So it is entirely possible, and of course, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future with complete certainty, but it is entirely possible here that Travis Scott is done playing concerts and festivals, and he's a studio artist from here on out. And it gets more possible the larger of a payout the insurers and Live Nation end up having to fork out to these plaintiff attorneys. The more money they have to pay, the less likely it becomes that they're going to want Travis Scott to perform at a venue that they organize for, insure, control, etc. in the future. All right, part 3 of the video, we've got a little correction to the last video. I showed in the previous video a clip of a fan at a Travis Scott show being incited to jump off of a balcony by Travis Scott. And I stated that that guy was paralyzed and was tied up in litigation because Travis Scott didn't want to pay, and that had been happening for several years. A few of the commenters pointed out to me that that was in fact not the case, that it was a different fan who had been pushed off of a balcony at the same venue who was in fact paralyzed and was in litigation with Travis Scott. I don't know that that's better, but there's your correction. Thank you guys for telling me. Again, if you think I'm getting something wrong or if you think I'm getting something out of context, I want to hear from you because I don't know what I'm doing. Part 4, we've got some new evidence to discuss about this whole Astroworld tragedy. First up is some footage from a strip club in Houston showing dollars all over the floor when apparently Drake and Travis Scott went out the day after the Astroworld tragedy and dropped over $1 million in cash at the Houston strip club. Let's confirmed Reddit post. And if anybody has any evidence of this, please reach out to me or reach out to someone. Let's read the post. It says that Travis Scott tweeted earlier in the day encouraging gate crashing. Side note, we're going to talk about that later, and the gate crashing incident is going to be one of the central pieces of any of the plaintiff attorneys' cases here. There's just a mountain of evidence, and so much of it I haven't gotten a chance to go through or post about. He has a documented history of encouraging this type of behavior and not giving a shit about his fans' safety. Has been charged with inciting a riot at 1 or 2 of his previous concerts. As we talked about, it's actually 2, Arkansas, Lollapalooza. Stage operator, coming up to him during his performance and telling him what was going on and asked him to address the crowd so that they would let emergency vehicles and personnel get to those in need. And he says, nah, fuck all that, and goes right into the next song. This, if it's true, is an absolute bombshell. As of right now, this is just some dude posting on Reddit. I have no idea. He could just be completely making it up. I don't know. But if there's any evidence of this, this is a really, really, really big deal and shows the kind of intent that gets you not only a win in the case, but some kind of punitive damages. Next up, we've got 7 different social media posts of Travis Scott praising violence and encouraging his fans. Apparently, the way that you get Instagram famous by making it a Travis Scott Instagram is you get rowdy and get injured at one of his shows. So here we are where Travis Scott says only some make it, presumably encouraging fans to rush the stage. Here we are, we have Travis Scott says she broke her hand and she doesn't give a f***. Here we have it's not a show until someone passes out. Here we have a guy lying on the ground unconscious and Travis Scott says WTF. Here we have to the kid that didn't survive the rodeo, you're a hero in my book. Now, I think by survive, he means the guy passed out. I don't believe that this guy actually died. Next, we have last day of tour was tonight very wild. To that kid who blacked out, you are a hero. Next, we have I love you to the fan who is bleeding out of the side of his eye. Again, I'd be pretty certain that these photos, they're going to find their way in front of the jury somehow or another. And this again presents you with a horrible 1-2 dilemma if you're one of the defendants, Travis Scott, Live Nation, Drake, whoever. Either you knew that this was possible and indeed even likely, in which case, game over, you're on the hook. Or, number two, you didn't know that this was possible and likely, in which case, either you're lying or you had your head in the sand like an ostrich because the evidence was right there for anyone to see. All right, next up, we've got some footage from a Travis Scott concert where fans are crowd surfing, rushing the stage, etc. And Travis Scott seems to tell security that if they keep holding the fans back from rushing the stage, that he's going to WWE suplex them. Let's play the clip.
Watch how y'all handling these motherfuckers, man. All they want to do is have fun. He made it to the stage, you ain't got to force him out. Just grab him a little bit and put him to the side, bro. Put him back in the crowd. If I see y'all touching another motherfucker like this again, I'm going to hit a motherfucking WWE suplex around it.
So that's it for today. Like I said, we've got a lot more material. Don't forget to subscribe, like the video. Take care. We'll see you next time. So as y'all know, I like to start off my videos with a lawyer joke. Did you hear about the lawyer who stole the can of peaches? Well, he went to court, confessed in front of the judge. Your Honor, I'm sorry for stealing the peaches. I learned my lesson. The judge says, you know, you've been a member of the bar for many, many years. You've been in good standing. This is the first time you've ever done anything like this. So I'm going to sentence you to 1 day in jail for each peach that was in the can that you stole. So there were 4 peaches in the can, so that's 4 days that you'll have to spend in jail. The lawyer's wife stands up, says, Your Honor, he also stole a can of peas. Here's your sharks, and there's blood in the water, and Travis Scott is the bait. All right, so part 2 of this video, we're going to recap some of the video evidence, both from the Astroworld show and other evidence that is already existing out there, that you can bet your bottom dollar any one of these plaintiff attorneys is going to get into the civil trial, and the jury's going to see it. So first up is an interview that Travis Scott did some time ago where he talks about he wants to see blood at his shows.
I'm aware, that's why I was just like, man, but when I do my shows, I be so turned, man. Like,
it's another level with Travis Scott's on stage.
Like, I'm not like the guy that got like, I had the backup dancers, I ain't got the drummers and that.
No.
I'm all about the blood. We got to turn up.
The
blood.
It's
all about rage
blood.
and just like
Who's bleeding on stage?
I mean, I'm not bleeding, but the fans are like
I feel you.
giving their bodies.
So if I'm Travis Scott and I'm on trial for this Astroworld thing, I don't particularly relish the idea of the jury seeing that video. That's not a good look. Now, next up, we've got a video of Travis Scott from a concert, and I believe it's Germany, where he's crowd surfing and there's a fan who maybe tried to take his shoe. It's not really clear the dude tried to take his shoe. Maybe it just fell off. I don't know. Who knows? But Travis Scott starts wailing on the dude, starts inciting the crowd to beat him up, and then throws him out of the show. It's, again, not a good look. Let's take a look.
Yeah! Straight from Mexico, call her Fontana. Yeah! She smoked that. Swear to God, we go ramble. Let's go! Let's go! Into disrespect! Straight from Mexico, call her Fontana. Come here, bitch. Get that motherfucker, get him! You tried to take my shoe? You wanna be a thief? Fuck him up! 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 Get him out of here! Get him out of here! Boo! Boo! Boo!
Fuck his ass up.
Again, not really a good look, not a video that I want played in front of a jury if I'm Travis Scott. Let's go to the next clip where he talks about the ragers, and he wants ragers at his concert and not scared people standing by, he doesn't use that word, not scared people standing over by the side.
Everybody from the front to the back, hands up. That means all you sorry motherfuckers on the side bleacher, put your fucking hands up, man. These motherfuckers right here, they are called ragers. Y'all over there, y'all are called scared motherfuckers. You see how these motherfuckers get down right here? They get down crazy.
So now we've got two videos, and these are both from the Astroworld concert. This is your trigger warning. The first video is footage of fans telling Travis Scott's staff that, quote, someone is dead, and them just flat ignoring it. And the second video is someone who appears to be dead or seriously injured being carried out of the crowd while Travis Scott floats over them on a platform of some sort and sings. Both of these, again, I would not particularly want played in front of a jury if I were Travis Scott. These are pretty damning evidence.
If that's okay with you real quick. Says me, let's do it.
So that's your recap of the video that's available at this time. Like I said, hit the subscribe and stay tuned because we're probably going to see a lot more video coming out as people get to updating their smartphones, that kind of thing. I predict that Travis Scott is going to be absolutely skewered if he ends up in court. This dude, like I said at the beginning, this dude is f***ed. There is no other way to put it. And also, by the way, if you have seen him interviewed, a jury is probably not particularly going to like this guy. Additionally, there will be all kinds of other stuff that will be admissible at trial that the plaintiff attorneys will find a way to get in. So for example, there's a post on Reddit of Travis Scott allegedly fired his agent after the dude had an epileptic seizure because he couldn't bring an epileptic agent around or something like that. So all kinds of character evidence that probably is going to make him look really, really bad in front of the jury, and I would be worried if I were him. I would be worried. Now for our third area, we're going to talk about the criminal charges that potentially could be pending here. Now, in my first video, we briefly took a detour. Now let me clarify some things. You can be, for the same conduct, both criminally and civilly liable. Now they're held under different standards. The standards of conduct are different, the standards of proof are different, et cetera, et cetera. And think back to something like O.J. Simpson, where he was acquitted of the criminal charge, but found liable for millions and millions of dollars to the Goldman family in civil court. Now, how can that both be true? Well, number one, it's a different jury. Number two, the standards of proof are very, very different. You can be in jeopardy of both civil and criminal liability for the same conduct. Now, how is that relevant here? Well, we now have confirmation that the FBI is opening an investigation into whether any of the conduct surrounding the Astroworld Festival was criminal. Now, why is this relevant? Two reasons. Number one, if I were the family of one of these individuals who passed, if my son or daughter had been trampled in an Astroworld show because someone encouraged the crowd to rush the stage, I would be pretty angry and I would want to see some sort of criminal punishment for the person responsible, first of all. Second of all, criminal investigating authorities have certain magic powers of investigation that civil lawsuits don't necessarily have. So the simultaneous civil and criminal suits signal that maybe the criminal authorities will unearth some stuff that will then become relevant in the civil suit and they'll grab it and take it to the bank. So again, Travis Scott's pretty here. So before we finish, there's one more thing. I'd like to take a moment for reflection or prayer or sending thoughts or whatever it is that you want to do for this list of victims who were tragically killed in these events. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.
How's everyone doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I'm Larry Taylor, managing partner for the Cochran firm here in Texas. Here with my clients, Bushes. As you guys all know, we filed a lawsuit last Friday, Annie, the HM security company, as one of the defendants. And so I know you guys have quite a few questions, and I'll let you guys begin with questions.
When were you hired?
We were hired roughly, I think, 48 hours after the incident.
No, I mean, when were your clients hired to work as security? That's what I mean. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The morning of.
The morning of? And how did you come across them?
Social media.
Okay.
Social media, it was kind of like a social media post asking for anybody to show up.
So describe that to me. Is it on Instagram or what?
It was like an Instagram post asking for anybody to show up for security. I got my security license, so I had interest in it, thinking I can, get in pretty easily. But I didn't even need the credential of a security license.
Okay, so
because they didn't ask
just a little bit.
I didn't need it because they didn't ask for it, but it was pretty much anybody show up and anybody can work.
as far as you know, people did not have some type of prerequisite background or anything like that?
No, you didn't even need citizenship, basically.
So what did they tell you your duties were?
For the most part, they told us where to stand, not to let people run in, which we tried not to, and be safe. Don't put our hands on anybody. That was some more than
Sufficiently trained?
I guess with a little more instructions, it could have been easily executed, but as far as the training, there was no training offered, for the particular concert of Astroworld.
And when you saw what was happening, when you saw those horrific events unfold, what did you think?
It started off, as as the fans trying to, in a rush to get in, and finished with the fans being the exhaustion showing, of how much it took, to get to that point. It wasn't pretty at all. It wasn't pretty at all.
Can you talk about what you witnessed, specifically what you witnessed? I'm sure it was people needing help, people in pain, injured.
It was a lot of distress. A lot of people, a lot of people were so into the concert they didn't want to be helped for the most part. I was trying, even before the concert started, I helped a lot of people. It was already bad before the concert started. So for the most part, yeah, I can say the people, it showed, the fans, they was already out of whack before the concert started.
Where were you placed throughout the venue, throughout the day?
Well, for the beginning, we were at the entrance of the ticketing, where they was allowing the fans to come in. Towards maybe 7:30ish, before Travis Scott himself started performing, they moved us to the concert area where we were escorting artists back and forth, celebrities back and forth. And it wasn't so much of crowd control then, it was just making sure that they don't get touched, But during that, you had no other choice but to help people. They were begging for help.
Who were you escorting in and out?
Most of the artists that performed that day, that night.
Sizzle? Was it Sizzle?
It was a few people, through the crowd, through the Travis Scott.
So when they gave you the offer for employment, did they contract you for the whole weekend, or was it just for the day?
Well, the agreement was the whole weekend, so I took off from my day-to-day job to be there. My boss granted me the days off to be there. The second day, we wasn't even notified that it was canceled until we got here and seen the big sign saying Astroworld's canceled. We were still ready to work, even though, we went through. See, by the night it was over with, I had my shoes off. My shoes were gone too, so it was a lot of.
My doc told me I was pre-hypertension and I needed to really pay a lot of attention to what I was doing and ensure that.
For the whole weekend, or they pay you hourly, and how much did you
Well,
get
they
paid?
paid us. Well, we don't really know what they paid us, honestly, because
What did they offer you? What did they tell you?
they didn't tell us anything. We heard from the other people working with us that what they were supposed to pay us. That's the only way, that's the only thing we.
That's one of the things that is still in dispute right now.
Okay.
So they were initially told that they were going to be paid $30 an hour, and then it went from $30 an hour to not being paid at all, to eventually just mysteriously being paid a little of something on their Cash App. And so as we go forward, as we go forward with this litigation, that's one of the things that we'll also be looking into as well. How were these subcontractors paying these individuals who were risking their lives to help out during this event?
So they didn't have to fill out W-2s or any of that stuff?
That's one of the things that is disturbing, right? These gentlemen show up, they were told to wear all black, they did exactly what they were told to do. They signed in. No ID, nothing required. They signed in on a form and went to work. And as you can see, ended up getting injured. As we were walking in, they were recognizing some of the people that they were actually trying to help during this event. And so it's been traumatic for them, and as well as other workers at this particular point.
And what's the name of the company again?
AJ Molina.
How many hours did you work total?
We worked over 16 hours that I can count them, kind of remember exactly, because I remember we showed up. We showed up like 5:30 that morning. We didn't really get in touch with anyone until about 7:30, because we were here for about 2 hours trying to locate the company and who was in charge. So I could say from like 5:30 that morning to like 1 a.m. the next day, that night.
What did you think about the whole process? Did you think this is red flag or red flag after red flag?
I couldn't think about the red flags because it was so overwhelming of, the volume of things that was going on. I was just trying to be as professional as I can. I only have my level 2. I have interest in having my level 4, which is like bodyguard security, which in particular, you need extra training for that, and I say you got to have a certain type of, mentality, and I was trying to keep that mentality of not getting starstruck around the celebrities and not, trying to enjoy the concert so much and try to actually pay attention to the fans and do the job of helping them. And it was so many people. It got to a point where so the fans couldn't, really, I didn't know who to, pay attention to for help, it was too.
How many people do you think this company hired here to work security? Did you find any colleagues?
It was I did not. Nobody I noticed from Houston, but it was a big team of us. It was a big team on the other companies. Like I said, the plan was it wasn't executed the right way.
Do you have any idea how many total number?
We don't at this point. From what we understand, there were a group of individuals who were actually brought in, and then there were those who were hired locally. But it seemed to be no communication between the different entities or the different individuals. Both Samuel and Jackson at one point were separated, and Samuel didn't even know, Jackson didn't know that Samuel ended up breaking his hand until later on that night when they finally got back together. And at the same time trying to protect others, listening to some of the stories that they've told about how they tried to attempt to help people and those they were able to help, and at the same time trying to protect each other. Samuel was trampled twice, where people just stepped on his hand and broke his hand. And so, between these two individuals who worked and other individuals that worked, there's a lot of questions to be answered.
Samuel, why don't you tell us your experience?
My nephew had got the text message or whatnot, and he told me about it. I was excited, and I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to be a part of the, actually see the celebrities and work the event. So he sent me the text message. I responded. They told us to show up in all black, and that's what we did. We showed up in all black, ready to work. We're not knowing that the event was going to turn out like it did.
If you suffer from wrinkles, crow's feet, saggy skin, age spots, or dark circles under your eyes, you must see this.
You have a security background?
I have a security background. I worked clubs and security concerts and stuff like that before back at home.
So when things got bad, tell me what happened.
Well, when things got bad, that's when the crowds and stuff started to stampede and barricade and tear stuff and just do whatever they had to do to get in. And it was just overwhelming. I was trying to help out as much as I could, and I wound up getting hurt. And they were speaking about shutting it down, but they continued on. And when I hurt my hand, they summoned to medical, and I was going to continue work as long as everybody else was working. And I wound up hurting my hand and getting trampled for the second time. And that's when they moved us around a little bit more, and things just started to get more and more out of hand, out of control.
Did they give you any advice on what maybe you should do if things got bad?
No, they didn't. They just only instructions I remember them saying was just stay safe and don't put your hands on no one. At the time of the event when they actually brought us to the stage, the performance.
Sir, can you describe when you tried to help people pull them out? You said that you couldn't.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There was a little lady. She was a petite lady, maybe not even 5 foot, 120, maybe 30 pounds. And she was screaming and begging and crying for help, saying that she couldn't breathe and that her friend was may have been down on the ground or something. And my hand was hurting already at the time, and I just reached my shoulder to her and asked her to grab around me so I could try to lift her up and slide her out. But as much as I tried, I could not even get her, so I had to call for more help to get the young lady out of there. And I felt bad because I couldn't. They had some people come, but it just wasn't enough.
How did that make you feel?
It made me feel real bad. It made me feel less than a man that I couldn't help someone that was in need of help. And then later on, knowing that a lot of people had died.
We had helped out probably like 60, just in my section alone before I found my uncle. I put out probably like 40 to 60 people out the section I was in before Travis Scott even hit the stage. It was even before the concert started. After I pulled those 60 people out, my body was sore. I was literally sore because I had helped out guys that was bigger than me. I found my uncle and I told him, I was like, bro, I gotta get away from him over there. I can't keep him that. It was because I was hurting so much, but it was like, dang, I keep begging the fans, I'm like, can I please help you out? Can I please help you out? And they didn't want to be helped. They wanted to see Travis.
Larry, you talked about how this is obviously emotional and traumatizing for the people that had to witness this, because that is also a huge part of the lawsuit and the damages that they now have to live with.
And it is, and anyone who has ever talked to anyone who has suffered through some kind of traumatic incident, this has probably been one of the worst ones I've actually heard people who were there.
Whether it's the familiarity of trading the same market,
people who are just everyday individuals like many of us, to see dead faces, to see people in distraught trying to help others, and then, like they said, trying to help and not being able to help it was hurtful. And just listening to their stories time and time again for every client that has called in, it's troublesome because no one should have to see something like that.
And also, Travis Scott, not the first time that, his concerts have had issues with. So that is something that you will also be looking into.
That is something that we're all looking into. I'm pretty sure many of you guys have seen the Netflix movie or documentary. And as early as 2018, 17, there were fans breaking through barricades and coming through. And so you have to ask yourself and ask the security companies, why weren't you prepared? You had basically 3 years to be prepared, and you knew the type of fans that would be coming. Things like zigzag. Why weren't the fans told to go into a zigzag function so that they couldn't just all bum rush and force down gates and overpower security? And so, at the same time, cause senseless deaths of these individuals behind us. So those are all things that we'll be taking a look at.
How were you communicating with other security and your superiors?
At the time, we couldn't even find them. So it was whoever was close to you, communicate with them. We were actually backing up another security team out of Dallas. I think it was Dallas, Texas. And they was like some of the elderly and college students, so they really wasn't some of the strongest people to help, you know, the fans out of the from behind the barricades. So for the most part, I had to be right there where I was, you know, and I couldn't. Besides my uncle, once I located him, I didn't know where nobody else was.
So they didn't give you all walkie-talkies or anything?
No walkie-talkies. No walkie-talkies.
Didn't that seem weird to you?
It all seemed weird. I was just trying to keep my professionalism intact, you know, and do the job.
Do you feel like the security teams were set up for failure ultimately? Do you feel as though you guys were just thrown?
In my conclusion, yes, I do. I feel like we was just thrown out there for, like, you know, for whatever to happen. I feel like it was planned to go that way, you know, for us not to be paid and handled, you know, professional as we worked. Yeah, I do feel like that.
Do you have a screenshot of the listing that got you this job?
We at this point, we do. You contact our office, and anything that we can provide to you at this time, we'll provide.
Okay. You think we can get that for this evening?
Contact Ryan, and we'll go from there. But I don't want to do too much prior to the early part of this litigation.
Supu is our all-natural colon cleanse and gut support supplement.
You said that there was some amount that was given to you over the Cash App. When did that come in, and how much was it compared to what you probably were owed?
I can't even remember when I didn't even want to, you know, touch it. So I can't even remember when. It was a few days ago.
Yeah, it was most likely. I think it was last Friday, and it was probably 1/4 of what they should have received.
Last Friday, as in just a couple days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Last Friday, and right around 1/4 of what they should have received.
What is typical protocol when hiring, like, I guess, freelance security like that? Is that normal? Is that a normal process?
First security job I ever had to work just at a bank. I went about fingerprint. I had to go and take the fingerprint process, the whole background check. I even had to take like the level 2 security test, and I had to pass, because if you did not pass, you did not work. And it was a little more intense than this was, way more intense.
And I'll answer that question with a simple, you would think it would take more than just signing your name. At least an ID, at least the day before, coming through, walking through, seeing what you needed to do, so everyone knew their assignment, everyone knew each other. None of those things were done. It was as simple as you and I meeting up right now and walking on the other side of this gate, and we're supposed to secure the park. Secure what? Secure where? Secure who? None of these things were provided to these gentlemen, and it seems as if they just wanted bodies more so than to actually be able to secure.
And as far as you know, they didn't do any background checks on anybody who was working security?
As my clients have told us, they just showed up and signed their name. Now, I don't know for every security company, but as far as we know right now, people just showed up in the uniforms or dressed the way that they were asked to, and were put to work.
Can I get the spelling of both your names and ages?
Jackson Bush, JCKSON, both spelled traditionally. I'm 25 years old.
My name is Samuel Bush, Samuel Bush. I'm 46 years of age.
Thank you very much.
I'm Larry Taylor, I'm 48. L-A-R-R-Y. Junior. Thank you guys. Give Ryan a buzz, and any of you guys who've ever worked with me before, you understand we'll get you what you need, but I want to make sure that we keep the integrity of this case and making sure that we protect our client. So
headlines. In today's video, we are going to be talking about what actually happened at the Travis Scott concert over the weekend. As I'm sure most of you have heard, there was a tragedy that took place where 8 people have been reported to have lost their lives and hundreds of more have been injured. So there is a lot of things that are not adding up here. I got a lot of requests to cover this, so I started looking into it, and there is a lot to unpack, so we're going to get right into it. Now, just taking a look at some of the imagery found at this festival that Travis Scott puts on every year, I mean, it's just straight up demonic, weird. I mean, it looks like a dystopian nightmare. So that right there should get people's alarm bells going off to maybe think that this is not something they should be attending. But if we look at the stage that was set up at this concert where the tragedy took place, it literally looks like a gateway into hell. You have the flames coming up, the spiral portal thing going in, and after everything I have learned about what happened and the videos I've watched, you know, it does appear to be that this was some type of pre-planned ritual event where they meant for these people to lose their lives. Unfortunately, that's just my opinion. But I'm going to show you some of the videos from inside the concert and what some people who attended have to say about it. I think that will give us some answers as to what really happened here. But of course, Travis Scott is claiming that he had no idea what was happening. He didn't know that people were in distress. But I think these videos will say otherwise. It's quite clear that he could see and hear people calling for help, people needing help. And Travis Scott, who had a bird-eyes view of everything that was happening, just pretended like everything was fine and the concert went on as normal. Take a look at this video where Travis Scott is kind of standing on a big platform right above the crowd, and pretty much directly below him, someone is being carried out of the crowd who is completely unconscious or maybe even worse. Just take a look. Okay, so it's kind of hard for me to believe that Travis Scott could not see what was going on right below him as someone is being carried out of the crowd unconscious. You would think he would stop the show and check out what was going on. And I mean, not to make light of the situation, but can you imagine having your last moments on Earth, if that is indeed what happened to that kid? Your last moments on Earth, all you can hear is the terrible auto-tune singing by Travis Scott. I mean, that's a terrible way to go. But then there's this video, which further supports my theory that he knew exactly what was going on, and this was a pre-planned event. You can hear the crowd screaming for help. They're saying, help us, and Travis Scott is on stage laughing demonically. That's the only way I can describe it. Just take a look. It's a short clip, but just take a look. Okay, so they actually want us to believe that Travis Scott could not hear those desperate cries for help and people screaming for their lives, which you could clearly hear from that audio, and he was just laughing and having a great time on stage. So just one more piece of evidence that suggests that this was indeed a pre-planned event, and Travis Scott was quite happy about it. Now, this is a first-hand account of someone who went to the concert, and he describes it as feeling very demonic, very evil. It felt like he was in hell. He saw people dying and passing out all around him. And it sounds like it was a quite terrifying experience. Just take a listen.
It just felt like we was like literally like in fucking hell, bro. Like it felt like we was in a concert in hell. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't see. Like, just imagine all the people they're going to find tonight who was in that crowd, who nobody could see, who nobody could hear, who passed out, and everybody was just trampling on top of them the whole fucking concert. Like, I'm thinking it's probably gonna be like at least 100 people who dead tonight. Like, I kid you not. Like, in the VIP section, it was so many bodies laid out. People was getting pulled out who was fainted, and the medics were trying to give them CPR, and they was flipping them over, and like they was literally turning black and blue. Like, I never seen death in my fucking life, bro. Just by me alone, it was probably like 10 fucking people laid out dead. And like once the medics tried to help them, they wasn't responding. They moved to the next person. It was nothing they could have do. Like this shit really fucked me up and like really spooked me tonight. Like that was like some demonic shit. Like, and what was so crazy, like people were screaming help, trying to tell Travis Scott. They was like help. The whole crowd was just going like help, help, help. And he just kept going, bro. It was like, that shit was scary, bro. It was so demonic, bro. And mind you, y'all see the type of music I make. Y'all see everything, like, you know, like I've been so heavily influenced by Travis, but like after tonight, bro, like God really showed me, like, you know, like stay away from that shit, bro. Like that shit not for you, cause like he sacrificed so many people's lives tonight, like for real. Like so many people's lives are gone tonight because they want to go to a fucking Travis Scott concert and have fun. You know, he influenced people to be raging and all this shit. So many people broke in and it was just chaos, bro. It was a living fucking hell, bro. Imagine seeing all those dead bodies, and that was just by me.
Okay, so hopefully that video gets out to a lot of Travis Scott fans and other people who are entertained by these so-called celebrities, puppets on strings, propagandists, because that is exactly what they are. These entertainers, so-called, are not your friend. This is what they're all about. It's not just Travis Scott. This is a problem within the industry. These people are put up on pedestals, literally in this case, for a reason. It's not because that they're just so talented. It's because they're willing to do whatever it takes, including sacrificing people to get further in their career. So anyway, there's a lot of other just strange stuff that points to this was indeed a pre-planned event. Now, this was released just days before this went down. I believe the concert was on the 5th, and this, the audio on Travis Scott's YouTube page for Escape Plan was released the day before. So the song is titled Escape Plan, pretty much mocking the people who would soon be trapped inside this hellish concert. And this is the visual they used for the audio on YouTube. It has this alien demon creature with its mouth open, and it says the true dystopia is here. And that's exactly what this concert looks like. That's what it's fashioned to look like, a dystopian nightmare. And it says, when the end arrives, it's really the beginning. When the end arrives, it's really the beginning. So make out of that what you will. And then at the top it says, who knows what lies beneath the surface? Clearly demonic, clearly wicked, clearly evil, and people will still try to say that this was just a horrible accident and horrible tragedy, and Travis Scott had no idea what was actually going on, which is ridiculous. As we could see from the videos, he very clearly knew what was going on, and he was happy about it. And now this is the shirt that Travis Scott was wearing at this concert. Just another puzzle piece here. It has these blue men walking through a portal, okay, and they come out red. So we have the red and blue color symbolism, which I've talked about in great detail in the past. They have the red and blue Mason lodges, red and blue flags all over the world. You have Pepsi and Coke and, you know, the lights on a cop car, red and blue. So these red and blue colors are very important to them. And these little guys on his shirt are literally walking through a portal. So what exactly that symbolizes, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a coincidence, to say the least. And now this was tweeted by Apple Music. It has since been deleted, but this is what they tweeted after this happened, after the news broke that all these people had lost their lives and hundreds of others were injured. Apple Music actually tweeted this on their Twitter saying, "See ya on the other side. See ya on the other side." Travis went big for H-Town. Listen now to Escape Plan and #Mafia. So I guess all of these things are just a giant coincidence to people who are not seeing through what this really was, which was a planned ritual event to, in my opinion, sacrifice people to further the career of Travis Scott. But of course, people will say, oh, this was just a pre-planned tweet. They had no idea. They've deleted it. No big deal. No, they knew exactly what they were saying. See ya on the other side and listen to Escape Plan now. And another weird circumstance in this whole thing, which this is pretty much speculation on my part, but it's very strange. So they're saying that a lot of these people, they're speculating that it could have been cardiac arrest that eventually took their lives. And now there's been a lot of reports from people who have received the secret sauce, if you know what I mean, them suffering from cardiac arrest, a lot of young people even. And this has been a problem that has been swept under the rug. They're not talking about it on mainstream media, but there are many, many reliable reports that suggest this is a main side effect that is happening from the secret sauce. So could that have played into it? I mean, there have been these type of concerts since I can remember, and this is an incredibly rare event where a number of young people, I believe they were from the ages of 14 to 27 or 28, and they're saying that they could have suffered from cardiac arrest. I mean, that seems a little strange. Now they have come out already and started blaming this on someone who was going around injecting people with a secret drug of some kind that was sending them into cardiac arrest. Even a security guard had come out and said that he was pricked by a needle and then he lost consciousness shortly thereafter. They gave him Narcan and revived him. But they're trying to say that these injections are what caused the cardiac arrest in people, possibly. So kind of weird, take it for what you will, that they're saying these injections causing cardiac arrest. I mean, what else could they be talking about? So leave your thoughts in the comment section down below. Thank you so much for watching this video. Remember, this channel is supported by viewers like you. So if you would like to support this channel, those links will be in the description. Let me
First and last name, please.
Madeline Eskins.
Can you spell it for me just to make sure we have the correct spelling?
Madeline Eskins.
So tell me about your experience at the concert tonight, you know, starting just before this happened.
We got there a little bit later, probably around like 4:30 or 5 o'clock. And we got one drink each. He got a beer. My boyfriend got a beer. I got some mixed drink they were selling. And we weren't really interested in anybody that was performing at the smaller stage. So I said, let's go get a good spot for Travis Scott. This is the third time I've been at Astroworld Festival. I was there for the first year in 2018. I went in 2019. Did not have one in 2020. So I went. So we went and tried to find a good spot at the stage, like I do every year. It was fine at first. People were sitting down trying to hold their spots in line. It was still daylight, but that was like 6:15, 6:30. As it got closer to 8:30, 8 o'clock, people started, you know, crowding, got kind of tight, got kind of packed. 8:15, more crowded, more tight, more packed. We couldn't really move around a lot. We were a little bit towards the front. We were about 4 feet away from the fence to the right. There was an alleyway in between the left and right side of general admission for the photographers and for people to walk that were, I guess, celebrities and stuff, and for security. We were about 4 feet away from that fence. So at 8:30, he started a countdown on the main screen, like a timer, till he performed what it was for. And when he started the timer, people started pushing. They'd push forward, and then other people would push back and forward and back. As the timer got closer to 0, it got really, really bad. I couldn't even turn my head to tell my boyfriend anything. I mean, we were packed in there, so I had people shoving me from behind, shoving me from the front on both sides. It's getting really hard to breathe. I was trying to like jump up and lift my head up so I could get air. And whenever he started performing, I looked at my boyfriend. I tried to look at my boyfriend. I only got about this far. And I told him, I said, we have to get out. We have to get out. And he said, we can't. Because we couldn't move. We could not. You couldn't go forward, backwards, to the side. You couldn't do anything. The only way to go was up. I remember I was about to tell my boyfriend to tell my son that I loved him, because as it went on, it got to the point where I was like, I'm going to die. Like, I really, truly thought that I was going to get crushed to the point where my trachea was going to get crushed, my chest. I thought I was going to die. So I fainted. I think it was, I don't even remember what song was playing. I don't remember anything. I just know that he had just started, and I fainted. And per my boyfriend and a gentleman that reached out to me on Instagram and said he helped my boyfriend, they basically crowd surfed my unconscious body 4 feet to the right to a security guard, because after trying to get from my boyfriend, he said that he tried to get your attention and you just couldn't because they were carrying so many people over, that finally him and a just good Samaritan that happened to be there lifted me up, and they just crowd surfed my unconscious body over to the security guard. I came to for a little bit and I was sitting and the fence was behind me, the crowd, and I was in that little walkway area, and I looked up and I passed out again. And then when I woke up again, I was in a different part. I was in like the VIP area, and I woke up with a bottle of water in my lap. Essentially what had happened was the security guard dropped me off and sat down and then went and ran back to get more people in and out. So once I sat there for a minute, I drank my water, looked around, there were people being carried back and forth.
So, you got your first cubicle crate? Green box!
Welcome. About to go, look for my boyfriend. I had no phone service. I tried to call him, I couldn't call him. I look and they're carrying this guy out, and they're about to set him down, and I noticed he looked really bad. His eyes were rolled in the back of his head. He was completely limp. He did not look good. I asked the security guard, I said, have you checked the pulse on this man? He said, I don't know how to do that. He's like, please help. So I checked the pulse. I did not feel a pulse. His eyes were rolled in the back of his head. His pupils weren't reacting. I shined my flashlight in there. I said, do not drop him off here to go get someone else. You need to go take this man to the medical tent. Take him somewhere. Go. I cleared the way. Another security guard overheard me say, because at first, before I told him that, let me rewind. I told him, I was like, I'm an ICU nurse. I've worked in the ED before. I have experience with this. Like, let me help. Instead of just trying to shove through me. The other security guard had overheard me tell the man that. Tell the security guard that. So he came to me, he said, hey, we need your help up here. So he took me to the front of I think I was in the VIP area. There were 2 towers beside me that people were standing on, and also where the light crew was on either side. And I walk up, and I mean, nothing could have prepared me for what I saw. Nothing. I mean, I work in the ICU. I see people die every week. When I was working in the ER, we get people coming to us that are, have CPRs in progress all the time. I saw 3 people laid out on the ground and maybe 4 medics doing CPR on 3 people. One of them was Blue, the guy that looked the worst. I ran over to the medic and I said, do you have an AED? Do you have an ambu bag? What do we have? How long have you been doing concussions? I just started asking her questions. She said, I don't know. I said, has anybody relieved you from concussions? She's like, no. There were other civilians trying to help do CPR that didn't know how. I mean, teenagers, 19 years old. I asked him how old he was. 19 years old trying to do CPR at 18. I mean, I'm only 23 myself, but still. So I take over compressions. As I'm doing compressions, I'm asking the medics around me. I said, where do we have an AED? Do we have an ambu bag, which is to give them breaths? I said, what do we have? Do we have an IV kit? So I can put an IV. Do we have meds, like epinephrine to give them? They were like, we have 1 AED machine. We have nothing. We have 1 AED and it's over there. And I look, there's a woman, as I'm doing compressions, she's got pads on her, the shock pads is the best way to explain it. They found the ambu bag, they brought it to us, and so someone started giving him breaths as I was doing compressions. I told them, the medic, I don't know what they were. I don't know if they were paramedics. I'm not sure what they were. Some of them seemed to have some experience. Some of them seemed to have little to none experience with this situation. I looked at him. I said, I need you to find a femoral pulse, because the man was very heavy. It was hard to get a carotid pulse. There's a lot of adipose tissue, fat tissue. I said, I need you to get a femoral pulse up by the groin. He said, I can get a radial pulse. I don't know where that is. I said, no, you need a femoral pulse or a carotid. And he's like, I don't know how to do that. So since he knew how to give compressions, I had him take over compressions, felt for a pulse. Whenever we did pulse checks, there was no pulse checks going on. It was madness. It was madness. They pulled someone over the rails. After I found some other nurses or medical staff that were in the crowd, they identified themselves as such, started jumping in to help with compressions so we could, relieve the medics that had been doing it for, I don't even know how long. I have no idea how long these people have been pulseless. They started bringing more bodies over. They started trying to do CPR on someone. I said, you have got to check a pulse before you do CPR. If they have a pulse, you don't do CPR. You'll break ribs and just make the situation worse. Checked a pulse on a guy that they started doing CPR. I said, no, he has a pulse, get him out of here. There was only one stretcher. These were big people. We weren't able to get people out. All we could do is just try and keep them awake. And I just keep them alive to the best of our abilities. We had someone else come over. I checked him, no pulse, started CPR on him. I mean, it was madness. And you still have people recording the concert, recording us doing CPR, recording the concert, dancing. And then meanwhile, you have others that are climbing up the tower to the staff that's in charge of the lighting and saying, stop this, shut it down. They're trying to like shut the concert down. Nothing was being done. It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I am disturbed. Honestly, it should have been stopped. It should have been stopped.
How long did that whole process go on with you helping
Maybe
CPR?
45 minutes total with like everything going on, maybe an hour. I'm not entirely sure.
How are you feeling this morning, thinking back on everything? I mean, you mentioned you didn't think you were going to survive.
I'm just glad that if my boyfriend would not have gotten me out of there, I don't know what would have happened to me. I'm really thankful that he got me out of there so I could go help others. I tried to find him at first before I got dragged into the CPR madness, but luckily I saw that he had called me, so I knew that he was at least alive and conscious, but I couldn't call him back. I didn't have any cell service, so I figured my resources would be more useful trying to help.
Now, you said you were unconscious at some point, but your boyfriend, I'm assuming, saw what happened. Does he know how this all started? Was there a fight that broke out? I mean,
no, it was just everyone rushing the stage to see Travis perform. I've been to all 3 Astroworlds, and something like that usually happens whenever the performer goes on. People kind of go forward. But this was completely different. It was way too many people. It was packed before it even started. It was insane.
Did you feel like there was enough security there for that crowd?
Not at all. There wasn't enough medical staff. There wasn't enough security. Even, security was trying to get to people. They couldn't get to anyone because the crowd was entirely too big. I mean, I couldn't move my arm. So there was no way another body was getting in there. They were trying, but they couldn't.
And, there's reports of one of the victims being as young as 10 years old.
No. That was no place for a child.
How are you feeling about, the victims who have lost their lives at a concert?
I feel very angry. Travis acknowledged that something was happening in the crowd. He acknowledged that there was an ambulance. He acknowledged that someone was passed out, and then just continued the concert. I'm angry about that. I'm disappointed in how everything was handled. I'm disappointed that the medical staff that was there was not truly medical staff. They had little to no experience in this. Some of them had little to no experience in this type of situation. It's very unfair for them to be the ones that are, responsible for doing this. I mean, everyone looked to them to provide medical care when they had, not a lot of experience in this field. I'm upset that people are saying that this was all drug related. There's rumors that someone was running around with a needle injecting people with drugs. I never saw that. I'm not an expert in, toxicology. I have no idea how to tell if these people were truly overdosing in that given situation. But I will say that me, as someone who did not do any type of drugs, does not do any type of drugs, that I could have very easily been one of those people because I was getting suffocated. Suffocation can lead to cardiac arrest. And they were saying that these individuals were trampled. Because once you fell in that pit, that crowd, it was almost a death sentence. So, I mean, if you fell, you weren't getting up. So if these people got trampled at 100, could they have had drugs in their system? Probably. There's 50,000 people there to party. But do I think that this was primarily drug related? No. They're saying, oh, it's fentanyl. It's fentanyl-laced drugs. It just doesn't make sense to me if that was the case. Everyone started to die and pass out whenever Travis came on the stage. Did the drugs just kick in for everybody when Travis came on the stage?
And you mentioned that you've gone to his concerts before, and I've heard people talk about this wave where people are moving left to right. Has that ever happened at his previous concerts before he gets on stage?
Yeah, sometimes people are moving, left going up and backwards, but it wasn't as compacted as it was yesterday. I mean, I had room to breathe at the other concerts. Yesterday, none. If my boyfriend let me hit the ground, he said he kept me from falling whenever I fainted. If he would let me hit the ground, I think that I would have been one of the people in the hospital or worse.
Wow. And before you go, you mentioned you're an RN. What hospital do you work at?
I work at HCA Kingwood.
Okay.
It's in North Houston.
Okay. Have you heard of any of the victims? Do you know any of their names?
No, I would like to know who they are. Someone messaged me and said it was one of the victims was his best friend's older sister. I had someone reach out to me and say their daughter was one of the people that passed away. Someone reached out to me asking me if I knew the people I was doing CPR on because she hasn't heard from her daughter in 6-7 hours. And that was, in the middle of the night. I don't know how long it was truly, probably more than that now. I don't know any of those people. I really, hope that at least one person that I was hoping made it, just at least one. But it was one of the gentlemen he was blue. He had been pulseless for at least 15 minutes while I was there doing CPR on him. So I don't know how long he was pulseless before that.
That is so sad. To have that image in your head still this morning, I'm sure.
Oh, 100%. I mean, like I said, I work in the hospital. I work, with people that go into cardiac arrest. I mean, this was more terrifying than anything I've ever seen. And
already happening before we even made it into the festival. Thousands of people with not enough security. Tragic.
Oh shit! Hey, we ain't
So getting in was honestly not hard whatsoever. I will say the big red first flag I saw was that there was 3 main checkpoints. The first one was the health check when you showed your either vaccine or your negative test. Then was security, and then was the wristband. I personally thought that was really dumb because if you think about it, even people who didn't have a wristband were getting through. They were getting a health check and they were getting security checked. So I don't know if you guys are understanding what I'm trying to get at, but it's they were allowing people who didn't even have a wristband get through. So imagine if you were to stop that at the very beginning by just allowing people who had a wristband, maybe not that many gates would have been broke down because there was people desperate trying to get in without a wristband. Also, when they checked wristbands, I kid you guys not, the way that they checked them, you were walking through these little pathways with the gates around you. All you did was lift your hand up and show that you had a wristband. Like I said, I've never been to anything like this, but I thought that was completely I was what the fuck? Are they not gonna scan this? Whatever. There was people hiding in between groups getting in that didn't have a fucking wristband. With that in mind, you could imagine that there was way more people that they had officially counted. So like I said, that was my first red flag, and I was right, I'm gonna have to make a part 2.
Talk about Astroworld. Let's talk about Astroworld. I am certified. I was there, okay? So I've been to ACL before. I've been to South by Southwest before. So music festivals aren't something new to me. I normally go to music festivals. I've seen Travis Scott in 2018 before, and that rage, it was fine. It was cool. It was comfortable. I was able to stay till the last song in the mosh pits. This time was not it. So it was me and a total of 7 of us. So we all went together. We all started going towards the front, and we made it to the middle of the front. So we were pretty close to the stage, and we were waiting there until the show started. Already at this time, pre the show starting, we were all already sardines. Mind you that at this stage, only Travis Scott was performing and nobody else was performing at the other stage. So all 50,000 people who went to Astro World Fest was at that stage at the time he was performing. So as you can imagine, people got hyped over him coming out. So everyone started swarming up and started crowding people. And it was just me and my 3 friends. We like separated from the other ones. We're like, okay, we got this together. We can do this. I don't know what happened. I got lost within the shuffle and I lost my friends. And that's whenever I was like, okay, I can get up there by myself, but I don't know about it. I started like maybe like a little bit panicking at this point. So I started making my way up front and I was getting pretty close until I came to like a dead stop. Like I was in a traffic jam. I could not go anywhere because I was surrounded by men who were literally like 6 feet and up above me. I could not see the stage. I could see nothing around me. So these men were surrounding me and one was in front of me and one was directly behind me, and slowly they started squishing me, and my ribs and my sides are all bruised up and like it hurts to take a deep breath because that's how hard they were literally squishing me. I moved to the side, and once I moved to the side, another dude like ends up putting his elbow on my like windpipes right here. He starts cutting off circulation and I'm like trying real hard to breathe and I could not breathe, and I realized because there's a fucking elbow in my neck. I had to grab this man's hand with my nails, dug into his hand with my nails in order for him to move his elbow. I started like seeing dots and a girl saw me. She's like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No." She grabbed me by the hand and pulled me out to the barricade, and she said she needs help, she needs to go. And they like tossed me over to the barricade, and where I was, it was just a screen area. Like I couldn't go nowhere after that. I was throwing up. They pulled me out. I was sitting there like waiting, like shaking, like I was not okay at all. On my way out, I saw multiple groups of people laying on the ground because they were either passed out, they had fallen and no one was helping them up, and they were getting trampled on, and it was fucking ridiculous.
This girl, get up before getting trampled.
Someone show. Hey, body on the floor. Help, help, help. Hey. Help, help.
We help this girl get up.
See You on the Other Side was the theme of Travis Scott's concert that killed 11 people yesterday. 11 people. And I am so sorry if I got the number wrong. I have read everything I possibly can and I've seen so many things so far. And from what I know, the official count is 11, and my condolences to the families of the lives that were lost, because that was such a senseless tragedy that should have never happened. But if you guys still don't believe that this is some kind of freaking ritual or sacrifice, I don't know what to tell you, because the messages are no longer subliminal. They used to hide the messages in the cartoons or in the movies, for example, The Simpsons, and we used to be like, oh, you know, that's just a coincidence. But now it's literally in our face, you guys. See you on the other side. Well, guess what? His fans are on the other fucking side, and he didn't stop the concert. Fans were literally running on stage, telling the cameraman, yo, we're traumatized, people are dead, and you're telling me the cameramen, their headsets didn't reach the directors or whoever the fuck was in charge of those concerts? You think that Travis didn't get word of mouth that 11 fucking people died at his concert? See you on the other...
Stop the show. He was one of the fans.
Hey everybody, my name is Nyala. Welcome back to my channel. Since you clicked on this video, you most likely already know about the Travis Scott Astroworld Festival situation that happened over the weekend. Terrible situation, of course. Devastating that there was even one loss of life would have been too many. Hey, this is me from the future jumping in real quick. I just wanted to say that I feel like this kind of turned into a little bit of a deep dive with a bunch of video clips that kind of sum up what we know so far about the festival. So I just tried to make as many clear points and observations as I could without making this video turn into a whole hour long. So I do encourage you to stick it out through the whole video just so you don't miss anything interesting. A lot of the stuff that I've saved to my phone within the last 24 hours, I kind of just want to rewatch and review with you guys. I guess one thing that I want to just kind of start out by saying is that I'm not an avid festival goer, especially not in recent years, around 17 to say 23 years old. During those years, I did go to a bunch of different music festivals here in New York mainly. Electric Zoo or E-Zoo on Randall's Island, Mad Decent Block Party in Brooklyn. Basically my favorite DJs or producers, whatever you want to call them, are Yellow Claw from Amsterdam. I love their music, so I pushed my way. I was one of those people who would not be a pain in the ass, but I would wedge my way through people to get to the front whenever Yellow Claw came on at a festival. Or when I went to see specifically just Yellow Claw with Fetty Wap at Pier 96, I wedged my way all the way up to the front because I was by myself anyway. So here's me screaming my head off right at the front edge of the Yellow Claw concert. I was, you know, pretty packed in. Being packed together at a festival or a concert like sardines is pretty much commonplace. But at Astroworld, the level that it was happening is the most suffocating, stifling, heartbreaking. No one is worth paying to see at that level of being so stifled on top of each other. It looks and feels like a living hell, and that is exactly what so many people are describing it as.
Obviously, nobody's trying to take away from the deaths by bringing up conspiracy theories, but it was an atmosphere that was unlike anything I've ever felt before in my life. It felt like fear, it felt like hell, it felt like demons were around me. It just felt unsafe, it felt scary. It turned literally bloody as soon as Travis came out. People were smushed, like smushed. If your hands were up, they were gonna stay up. They could not come back down. We had to literally wait out the song to breathe, bro. I was towards the middle back. Thankfully, it was not that crowded, but I still felt that way. I can't imagine what the people at the front felt like. It was hell on earth. That's the only way I can explain it.
The whole design and setup of this festival just seemed to be set up for failure from the start. This is the third Astroworld. This isn't their first run. Drake came out on stage with him. Whoever else was in the lineup, SZA and Lil Baby or whoever else. This is a multi-million-dollar event. Everyone knows that Travis Scott takes the moshing and the rage to a whole nother level. With the amount of money and experience and time and all the planning and the designing and everything that they have going on, if there's anyone who should be well prepared for moshing, having crazy kids packed on each other and pushing each other, if there's anyone who should be the most prepared for a situation like that, it is Travis Scott and his people and whoever's producing this event. So you're not going to be prepared with 50 defibrillators, 100 of them. I don't want to sound ridiculous, like, oh, they should have an entire hospital pretty much set up on site. That's not the case, but you know what you're in for. My camera was low on battery yesterday, so I figured I'd just start fresh today because there are so many important videos left to go over. Before we keep looking at how chaotic it was to be in the audience, I wanted to look at something very bizarre and strange: Travis Scott's behavior. You might have already seen this main clip of him temporarily pausing the show just for a minute to have someone who passed out get taken out of the audience. It is genuinely one of the weirdest things I've ever seen come out of a concert.
Somebody jump in, come on, security, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it,
Under what circumstances is it okay for an artist to be standing on stage singing something into the microphone while literally staring down at someone having a medical emergency? It looked like Travis was on something. Or, you know when people say someone looked possessed? That's what it looked like. Travis started things out weird right off the bat. Instead of doing the normal, usual thing of saying, stop the music, we need some help over here, he says to his sound people, hold, 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 just play it slowly. We need somebody's help over here.
Just play it slowly. We need somebody to help him. Somebody passed out right here.
Then, while waiting for security to actually get over to the person, the background music stopped for maybe 2 seconds. And this fucker had the audacity to turn to the stage and tell his sound people again, keep it going, just... I don't know what that second thing is that he mumbled, but I could not believe that he really felt the need in this moment, during these circumstances, to turn and say, keep it going.
Back up. Security, somebody help jump in real quick. Keep going. Just keep it just going.
You have to remember, what Travis says goes. So that creepy synth organ music starts up again in the background, and he stands and stares down at this lifeless looking body and sings those yeah notes, getting lower and lower and sounding more minor and deep and dark and weird. When you're a musician or an artist, you know what you're doing with the mood, and you know whether you're making things feel lighthearted or if you're making things sound creepy and dark and grim. The whole thing is just the most creepy, unnatural thing that I've ever seen a performer do during a distressing situation like that. I wanted to break down this next clip step by step real quick before actually playing it. The other major ridiculous thing that Travis Scott did was incite more craziness in the crowd, and he had two guys launch their asses off the stage to jump into the crowd to do crowd surfing, I guess. He did this right after standing and staring and pointing for 20 whole seconds at what is clearly an ambulance or an emergency vehicle trying to make its way through the crowd. And he looks around and he says, "What the fuck is that?" Then he totally disregards the emergency vehicle and says, "Where are my guys, man?" And he says, "Come on," like he's calling over his dog. And when his two guys do finally come over to him on stage, we'll probably never know exactly what they really said to him. But we do get to see Travis's response to them, and he immediately tells them, all that. In translation, he's basically brushing off whatever the guys just told him, and he's saying something along the lines of, we're not going to do all that, or I don't want to hear all that. Now, this is just speculation, but I would assume that at this point in the concert, if everything was going normal, that's the time for the two guys to come out on stage. They'll meet with Travis, they'll all rage, and they'll jump in the crowd and do everything as normal. But the two guys probably didn't walk out there on cue because, most likely, of the chaos that was going on in the crowd. So when Travis says, "Where are my guys, man? Come on," they finally do walk out. They might have said something to him like, "Bro, we can't jump in the crowd right now. Look what's going on. We gotta wait for the ambulance stuff to finish, and then we can keep going." We obviously don't know what they said, but all we do know is that Travis brushed them off with the all that. And remember, what Travis says goes. So he continues the show, just acting like business as usual, as if there isn't literally an emergency vehicle in his crowd. Here's the video.
What the fuck is that? If everybody good, put a middle finger up in the sky. Okay, where my guy, man? Come on. Yeah, all that. 2 hands to the sky. 2 hands to the sky. 2 hands up, y'all, 2 hands up. Y'all know what y'all came to do. Chase me, let's go. Whoa. I want to make this motherfucking ground shake, goddammit. Whoa. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 5, 7, 4.
Now this is another mainstream major video that most people have seen already of a boy and a girl who tried to desperately get a cameraman's help, and the guy just waves them off. So I'll play a short version of the video now.
That's okay with you real quick. Chase me, let's do it.
This is a prime example of how this entire thing was a massive failure in so many different areas. It makes me think, from a business perspective, what is the usual protocol for a guy in that cameraman position? For a situation where a concert goer might climb up to him with some concerning news? Is the protocol for him to just brush off and ignore anyone who bothers him under all circumstances? Or maybe there isn't even any set protocol for someone in his position because he usually isn't a person who would ever really come in contact with one of the audience members. So then that leaves you to wonder, wonder, did this guy hear this concerning news from these two distressed kids trying to plead with him, and he took it upon himself to just shoo them away? Or was there some rule given out by the higher-ups to all of the staff that this show has to go on tonight no matter what happens, under any and all circumstances? No matter which option it is out of the two, it's not good. And that's a running theme during every single thing that went wrong during this concert. There are always 2 or 3 explanations for why a certain thing might have happened, and no matter which option you choose, none of the explanations are good enough and none of them are excusable. Something that's very important to look at, especially after something like this happens, is the energy and the persona that an artist puts out there. Symbolism and vibes in general are important and they have meaning, whether it's a famous artist or your coworkers or someone random that you just meet on the street. The way people present themselves and the kind of energy and symbols and words that they use all has some sort of meaning. So even if it's just art or creative expression, when it comes to a performer, a good majority of details in their work are completely intentional and usually have a deeper meaning. And there can only be so many coincidences. I'd love to hear some sort of explanation and just know exactly what Travis means by this "see you on the other side" imagery. If you look at the event flyer, you immediately see all the typical, usual conspiracy theorist type of symbolism. The eyes in the hands could be a reference to the all-seeing eye, and then there's the triangle shapes and like a portal in the middle of this cave thing, and there's people getting led into it like they're getting led into the void. But let's just disregard all of that typical conspiracy stuff. The main thing that I noticed today is that every single piece of text on the flyer is written horizontally, it's written normal. And the one and only thing that's written vertically on the right side is "see you on the other side." I think there's pretty much a consensus on what "see you on the other side" usually means, but just to play devil's advocate, on a flyer to promote an upcoming event, maybe you can take the term to be "I'll see you later on the other side, I'll see you at the event once we're there." But then once you're physically at the festival, what is the purpose or the meaning of having "see ya on the other side" in the middle of that portal looking thing on the stage? The only thing that makes sense for that from a creative standpoint is that it means during my show you're going to be transported to another realm. I'll see you on the other side at this new place, this new dimension. Like how on the flyer it says "open your eyes to a whole new universe." So that whole narrative only would have made sense if the set design and the stage actually had something to do with looking like you're in a different planet or in a different world or a galaxy with stars or something. But no, what do they end up doing with the stage? It looks like a big blob of a mountain with a cave in it. Sometimes with the redness and the flames all around it, it kind of looks like a volcano erupting. And at the very start, just to build things up right before he comes out on stage to have this whole crescendo, there's the eagle or whatever bird it is flying in flames. What kind of whole new universe looks like that? And since this multi-million-dollar stage setup wasn't even decorated to look like a whole new dimension, galaxy, universe, then what does "see you on the other side" even mean anymore? The music that plays before the main set on the main stage at any festival or concert is usually 99% of the time the exact same genre, at least, of who you're about to see later on. But this was apparently the music that was played for hours and hours before Travis's set.
So I moved to my computer, like fix it. Yeah, this guy just and then basically
Tons of people said that all they were trying to do, like usual, is get to the stage a few hours early, get up close before it gets crowded. So this weird frequency, repetitive, techno rave type of annoying beat is what they're gonna play for the audience for hours and hours leading up to a hip-hop set? We're not in an underground drug rave in Amsterdam or Germany right now. This is an annual festival open to families and young kids and everyone who wants to see hip-hop Fortnite Travis Scott. Everyone said that being forced to sit through that music for hours was giving them anxiety, causing headaches, just causing general agitation and making people argue with each other and fight with each other, making their heart rate go up. By 9:38 p.m., the local emergency officials labeled the concert as a mass casualty incident, but Travis kept performing until 10:10 or 10:15 p.m. How does the plug not just immediately get pulled on any event once it gets labeled as a mass casualty incident? I've been to so many concerts and shows over the years. I'm talking about even small things like with only 1,000 people in in attendance, 500, 5,000. And just within my own specific experiences, I have seen artists and sometimes a crew member or a production person use their microphone and their platform to say, put the lights up, the party's over for a second, if you guys don't all calm down and take 10 steps back, we are going to stop the show. But yet at this big festival, every single person in the chain of command all completely failed to take some sort of action, and best believe they all knew exactly what was going on from the moment that it started, from the first heart attack, from the first person passing out. Word spreads faster than wildfire between all the staff and production people at events like this, especially at something of this scale. Just to compare and contrast how Travis acted, here are some clips that people have been circulating, showing a few other major artists having a normal, professional, human reaction to an incident happening in the crowd.
Yo, paramedics! Somebody's having a seizure, we need paramedics! Yo, call paramedics, come on! I just went back there for a cool minute. He's gonna be good. I stayed with him until he's gonna be good. They say he's good. Do me a favor. If anybody's doing any type of drugs or anything, drink water. Please drink water, bro. You don't want no crazy thing happening to you. I'm gonna pass out water bottles after the next song. Drink some fucking water, bro, please. Let's go.
Hey, everybody over here, calm down. Back up. Everybody back up. Look. Watch out. That fucking Indians run out of bars. Pick those girls up, bro. Pick the girls up. Put the fucking girls up. What's wrong with you? Back up. Back up. Back the fuck up. Put your phone away, you fucking asshole. Back the fuck up. Back up. Like a fucking idiot. Get up. The show must go on. Back the fuck up.
Stop. Someone's fainting again. Excuse me, medic, right in the middle. This happened last night as well. Are you alright? Can you see? Can someone look like they care, please? Is anyone coming to you? Has it been sorted? I can't come. They're not listening to me. Can you go? Someone's on the way. Can you move out the way for the medics, please? Can you see them coming through? There they are in white. Thank you, guys. Make way. They're coming up behind you here. Are they alright? Thank you. Guys, this is rolling in the deep.
Hold up. Yo, we got a little problem up here.
Pick them up right
Everybody
now.
up. Sorry, you guys. We gotta look out for safety first, for real. Nobody gets hurt. That's
Hey, yo,
number one.
yo.
We'll play this shit, the whole shit again if you guys get up, if you guys are all right. Okay, watch yourselves.
Hey, yo, man. We know we've been stressing all night about being cool, and this is the reason why. Let's go over it one more time. When someone falls, what do you do? When someone falls, what do you do? That's right, people.
You need to keep your crowd in check. And Travis did the exact opposite of that by telling the crowd to go nuts and go crazy while a medic is trying to get into the crowd. It just makes no sense. Do you see how asinine that is? And I almost forgot, there were these imbeciles dancing and jumping around and getting crunk on top of the vehicles, the emergency vehicles in the crowd. And this is during Drake and Travis being on stage at the same time. Neither Travis nor Drake yelled into their microphone, "Hey, get off the car! Stop dancing on the car, they're trying to get through." What are people gonna say next? That Travis and Drake both didn't even notice that there were 3 guys on top of a car standing about 6 feet higher than everyone else? They definitely saw that shit clear as day from the stage, and they were gonna turn a blind eye to it, because you know what? It goes along with all the rage, and look how hyped the crowd gets at a Travis Scott concert. When being that ratchet and raging all the time is your only personality trait, then you really need to get your priorities straight. Here are 2 TikTok videos that I screen recorded back to back from the same user. The videos honestly just speak for themselves. Plus, you gotta love how TikTok even noticed how distressing it was, and they put that little content warning on the beginning of the video. I had to click, yes, I still want to watch the video. Just, you'll see.
My Astroworld experience.
Here's another TikTok of someone showing their sneakers before versus after being at Astroworld. With all the shows that I've ever been to in my entire life, I've still never had my shoes be even 25% of the way to the dirtiness that those shoes were at. You can see that those sneakers were stepped on 1,000 times by the bottom of other people's shoes. And now, just to end it off, a couple other weird coincidences. Here's some more lovely promotional material from Mr. Scott himself, posted on his Instagram. Who knows what lies beneath the surface? The true dystopia is here. When the end arrives, it's really the beginning. What the fuck is that? I don't really have anything else to say about that. As if it couldn't get any worse or any weirder on November 5th. On that day, Travis dropped a new music video on his channel, and the song is called none other than Escape Plan. Go check out the music video for yourself if you want, and especially read through the comments, because everyone's mentioning, wow, you should have gave your audience members an escape plan. With all this talk about bad energy coming from Travis Scott and the show in general, when I was looking at the flyer, I noticed that at the bottom it says the name of the venue is NRG Park. And I was like, NRG, oh, it's 3 letters, but it sounds like energy when you say it fast. And you know how stadiums and places like that are always in a deal with a company to be named after that company. So yeah, NRG Park is named for NRG Energy. And Travis's statement video that he came out with, I'm not even going to do you the disservice of being forced to look at his lackluster, disingenuous little talk, but I'll put the link to it in the description below. You can go see it if you haven't already. So all I want to say is prayers and love to the ones who passed, to any of the families involved, to any of the injured people. One of the last main things that is breaking my heart right now is that a 9-year-old boy named Ezra Blount is in the hospital in a medically induced coma on a ventilator right now. He was up on his dad's shoulders, and eventually his dad passed out from being crushed by the crowd. When his dad finally woke up and came around again, his 9-year-old kid was nowhere to be found. Can you imagine the panic? Then they were finally able to track down the kid at the hospital, and right now he's fighting for his life. This is just one prime example of how Travis Scott's partnership with Fortnite last year must have drawn so many new young little kids, new fans to Travis and his shows. And that right there shows how irresponsible Travis and his team were. To first of all even allow kids that young into the festival, and then second of all to not have Travis tone down his rage persona now that his demographics of his audience have completely changed. I'll be praying for all the families involved, and I hope the lawsuits come in fast and hot and hit them in their pockets where it'll hurt them the most.
And I'm going to show you a little portion of this also, speaking of how a band entourage treats their fans. And there's got to be, this is one of my favorite bands, in excess, and there's got to be at least 50,000 people at this show. They're in their hometown, you know, home country anyway, of Australia, from down under. So I'm just going to play a little bit of this so I don't get a copyright thing.
Sweet, sweet, taste it. The dead of night, I was facing, come back to me. I'll be back in, just let me see. Yeah, man, I put the star, full of lies, for all your glory. I need to grant the thirst of man there to justify every grave. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Taste it. Never, 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 never. See, Jason.
Hello, hello, hello. I am back, albeit briefly. I felt like I really needed to talk about this concert. I heard about it on yesterday, and it is the Travis Scott concert. I saw it on Instagram, and it's been popping up all over my news feed on just pretty much all over social media. And I happened to go on TikTok, which is what served as a reminder to me because I see all of these videos coming up talking about the incident with Travis Scott. So I wanted to help you to understand why he did not stop that concert and why he could not stop that concert. And as you know, I am in the ministry of deliverance. And because I'm in the ministry of deliverance, I've come in contact with a lot of unclean spirits. I know how they work. I'm not going to say I know everything. There's a lot that I'm still learning. Nevertheless, I'm going to teach from what I have learned thus far. So do me a favor as you come in here, make sure that you like and share this. And again, I'm not going to be on here very long. Don't worry. I'm not going to hold you on here. Hey, gorgeous, how are you? Jump straight into it because I don't want this video to be very long. I want to talk about the Travis Scott concert and why he did not stop the concert and why he could not stop the concert. Now, I'm going to first preface this with, for those of you who don't know what happened. We back. All right. Where was I? Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, speaking at a news conference Saturday, described a tragedy on many different levels and vowed that this incident is being thoroughly investigated. Turner, who said the 7 people identified among the dead ranged in age from 14 to 27, said that there were a lot of unanswered questions that could take weeks to investigate. An 8th person, who she said was male, is still unidentified. I'm going to stop right there. So I happened to see this on Instagram on yesterday. And when I saw it, the guy was talking about, there was a guy giving his testimony who was at the concert, and he described it as being like in hell, being very demonic. And this was obviously a worldly guy. He was cursing up a storm, but he described it as completely demonic. And I've seen several articles where people are talking about it, and you got a lot of people who are not necessarily in the. I won't say they're not saved because you can never really say that. I will say that they're carnal, if anything. But they are describing it as demonic, being like hell, and all of that stuff. And the thing that was surprising to a lot of people was that people were literally trying to get up on the stage to tell Travis Scott, stop the concert, stop the concert. There are people out here dying. There are people passing out. He would not stop the concert. He just kept going. And that doesn't surprise me. While that may surprise a lot of people, that doesn't surprise me because you have to understand the demonic kingdom in order to understand why he kept going. I talked about in some of my videos about demonic contracts. And a lot of people don't understand how a demonic contract works. I remember watching, and don't at me with this because I do understand a lot of people don't necessarily believe that a lot of TV Joshua stuff was real, but I can honestly say
All of Prime, half the price.
he had knowledge. I'm not going to discredit, I'm not going to say what was real and what was not real. What I will say was that the people that he interviewed, they had knowledge of the demonic kingdom. And that only came from somebody who practiced some stuff. And I remember watching this one particular woman he had interviewed. She was a former witch or what have you, and former prostitute, and she slept with a lot of men a day. And she said the reason that she did that was because she had told somebody that she wanted to be rich. Now, you'll see this very commonly in places like Africa and Haiti or what have you. You see it in the United States as well. But, you see witchcraft is practiced more openly in a lot of countries. And, of course, Africa obviously is a continent, so don't nobody come at me. I'm talking about, certain places in Africa. Obviously not the entirety of Africa, but there are some places, some villages some countries and some regions in Africa where witchcraft is practiced very heavily, and they have a very deep understanding of the demonic, an understanding that a lot of Americans don't necessarily have, which is why, you know, a lot of African ministers are very powerful when it comes to the ministry of deliverance. And that's the reason why they can explain in details some of the things that happen. So in this particular thing with on TV Joshua, this lady, she came and she was testifying about how she was a prostitute, how she used to sleep with so many men a day. And she was talking about how, you know, she had told somebody, you know, like her dream was to be rich and she would do anything. And this lady told her about a siren spirit, you know, what have you, told her, hey, I could take you to the water. They call it mommy water. But I could take you to the water and you can talk to this, you know, this spirit or what have you. And then, yeah, you'll get rich or what have you. So she goes and she does everything the lady told her, this conjuring, what have you. And she says something comes out of the water and she basically enters a contract. She talks to this spirit, this thing that comes out of the water. And I know for Americans, we like to, you know, call a lot of things make believe, and we like to talk about things, but the demonic kingdom is real. It is absolutely real. The demonic kingdom will not mask itself where it doesn't need to be masked. It will not hide itself. And this matter of fact, right now in America, it's taking off its mask, and because people are getting more and more blind. So she said this spirit told her that she entered into a contractual agreement with this particular demon. And the demon told her she had to sleep with so many men a day and she would become rich and all this other stuff, but she had to sleep with so many men a day. So that's important for you to understand. So I want you to understand this thing called demonic contracts. And many of you, when you're dealing with generational curses, you may be in a demonic contract. And when I say a demonic contract, I'm talking about something that your grandparents may have done, your great grandparents may have done, somebody in your ancestral lineage may have gotten themselves involved in a demonic contract. And one thing about demonic contracts is they are very similar to human contracts. I like to use loans to help you to get a better understanding of how these contracts work. So if you go and get a loan, I know back in the day when I was really horrible with money, I got loans. And if you go and get a loan, they will have you to sign these contracts. Obviously, you got to pay back more than what you are borrowing, and you have to pay that back over time. But if you get a loan, there is small print on the contract that the majority of us don't read. We don't read that small print because here's the thing. If you're in a place where you need a loan, 9 times out of 10, you're in a place of desperation. You're in a place of frustration and desperation. You don't care what that say. You don't care if that thing says, I'm going to take your first 3 firstborn. You don't care about any of that. All you care about in that moment is getting that loan. That's the only thing that's on your mind in that moment. I need this loan to pay this bill. The bill, you know, about to lose this. I'm about to lose that. They're putting pressure on me. I need this and I need that. That's the only thing that's on your mind in that moment. So when you sign that contract, you're signing that contract, and, you know, they're going to show you, you know, every time they're going to flip through the page, they're going to say, okay, this is what this, and it's a page full of text, but they're not going to sit there and read that text in its entirety to you. They're going to give you a brief synopsis of what they're saying. They're going to say, basically, this is what they're saying. Sign here, initial here, date here. Sign here, initial here, put your initials here, put your initials here, date here. Sign here. So you will have a contract that's probably about this thick that you're going to probably go through in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes. You didn't read anything. So I want you to understand when it comes to demonic contracts, it's very similar. People who practice witchcraft, people who engage in witchcraft, people who go to demons, because you got to understand a lot of your favorite celebrities, unbeknownst to you, and a lot of people know it and they just don't care because they just like the music. A lot of your favorite celebrities are in demonic contracts. I'm not going to say every demonic celebrities in a contract. You know, not every unsaved celebrity has gone and talked to a witch or what have you, but many of them have. You got to understand that industry is very, very, very dark. So whenever a witch gets and starts involving herself with demons, she is, or he, because it could be a male, but they're involving themselves with familiar spirits. A familiar spirit is going to make itself, it's referred to as a familiar spirit. For one, it's going to stick in a bloodline. That spirit is going to travel in that bloodline, generation after generation after generation. That's the reason why when somebody comes up and they says, hey, if you go to a witch, she says your grandfather's here, your great grandfather, he said this, they called you Kiko when you were a little kid. If you go look under the dresser, that's not your great grandfather. The Bible says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. That's a familiar spirit that was there with your great grandfather. He was around, or it was around at that time. So that's how that demonic spirit has that knowledge. So that's not grandpa. That is a demonic spirit. So going back to demonic contracts, the way a demonic contract works is
right now, get 20% off custom crafted.
If you go to a witch, and basically, because remember I told you guys that people would go to witches, back a lot of our grandparents and our great grandparents, our great grandmas and great great grandmas, they went to witches because one, they lacked understanding. Two, they were so desperate to make it work with great grandpa or grandpa, because at that particular time, they didn't have the internet like we did. Most of them were locked up in these little small towns, little small mindsets, or what have you. They dealt heavily, especially in the African American community, with racism all around them, or what have you. And so you had people who felt trapped, or what have you. And you had women who had like 10 kids. The world around them did not allow women to work for the most part. The only jobs a woman could have was she could be an administrator or a secretary. She could be a teacher, or she could be a nurse, or she could be, a daycare babysitter, or what have you. They paid women 4 times less than men. The money that a woman made was not enough for her to take care of herself. So with her having 10 children, or 7 children, when granddad was out there, because granddad was the breadwinner, or great granddad was the breadwinner, when he was out there in those streets, she had to stick with him because she didn't know what else to do. He would beat her, not all cases, but I'm talking about many cases where you start seeing these demonic contracts. Granddaddy was drinking that moonshine. He got on that moonshine. He started messing with some woman, and he was promiscuous, but he came in contact with a seductress that really put a grip on his mind. Now, that particular seductress released what's called in the ministry of deliverance a mind-binding spirit. A mind-binding spirit. So when you're dealing with mind-binding spirits, what it does is like a spirit of mind control. So grandma said, hey, I don't recognize this man anymore. When he comes home, he's weird. Like his eyes are dark, they're glossed over. He doesn't pay any attention to me. He doesn't pay any attention to his children. He keeps trying to get out the house. And grandma went to freaking out. And whenever she tried to go back to her family, they said, hey, it's your fault. You need to go fix yourself up. I've told this before, but it's important to note. You need to go fix yourself up. You need to go do this. It's your fault. Go make your man happy, or what have you. They sent her back, and they pretty much let her know, and so in no uncertain terms, that if you lose this man, you're gonna be out on the street. You ain't gonna have nothing, or what have you. You better work this out, if for nobody else, for your children. So great grandma had to go back to great granddad. She had to sit in that house, and she endured that abuse. Her job, if she had a job, most of them didn't. Her job did not pay her enough to take her. So granddad was so smitten by this woman, so overcome, so bewitched by this woman, so entranced or enchanted by this woman, that he began to just check all the way out. And grandma has, great grandma has seen him through many affairs, but this one was different. And I'm telling you how they got into a demonic contract. This one was different. He got to the point where he wasn't coming home. He'd go away for several days. She started panicking. And the next thing you know, she ended up talking to somebody. Sometimes it was somebody from her church. Sometimes it was, a friend of hers, somebody in the family, or what have you. And they tell her, oh, that woman got roots on him. She got roots on him. So what you need to do is you got to go over here and you got to see Madam such and such to break the curse. You can't use a witch. You can't use a curse to break a curse. But they didn't know it back then because they lacked education. So what she did was she went over there and she tried to break the curse by going in, paying a witch. And she gave her the money or what have you. And what she didn't realize was she was entering into a demonic contract. She was entering into a demonic contract. Now, here's the thing. Every contract has small print, But when you're in a state of desperation, you never check the small print. Now, in this particular case, obviously there's no paper. These are words. Contracts are nothing but words. So she's talking. If she would inquire, because you can command a demon, but obviously you're not going to command a demon when you're going up there trying to partner with a demon to make granddaddy act right. They didn't understand that they were partnering with demons. Grandmother or great grandmother thought that this woman had witchcraft on great granddaddy, and that there was a good form of witchcraft that would help to free him. You know, because she went to the church and she told the pastor or what have you, and she felt like they couldn't do nothing. So finally, she went to that witch and she entered into a demonic contract. That witch said, "Hey, give me $5." And grandma said, "I got to go earn it," or what have you. She said, "Give me $5 and I'll take care of this." Yeah, and that what that witch would say, she do her little thing and she say, "She got strong witchcraft on your husband. She has strong powers over him. Yes, we need to do this and we need to do this immediately because I'm sensing death. I'm sensing this. I'm sensing that." So what she did was she utilized the spirit of fear. And grandma, $5 was a lot of money at that time. So what she had to do was she had to wait till great granddad was passed out on that moonshine. Passed out. She had to wait till he was paid, go in his pants pocket and steal that $5 and take that $5 and pay. But what she doesn't know is every contract has small print. In the small print of every contract, including a demonic contract, basically what demons are saying in that is, we get to take a son from every generation. We get to pervert your daughters. We get to cause divorce, a generational curse of divorce. The women won't be able to get married, or what have you. So every person in that bloodline ends up dealing with that spirit. So one of the things I'm going to say before I go into this is, whenever you're dealing with a demonic contract, divorce, promiscuity, premature death, especially for males, is going to run in your family. The men going to prison, premature death, like I said, promiscuity, inability to remain married, a lot of women having children out of wedlock, guys having children out of wedlock. That becomes something that's a trend in your family. That becomes something that is moving throughout that family. It's a demonic contract. So in the ministry of deliverance, whenever a person comes for deliverance, we have to, a lot of times, God will bring it up and we have to, help a person to get free from those demonic contracts. Yes, you do have to repent, even if you didn't commit it, because it's in your blood. So you repent on behalf of your mother, your grandparents, and your ancestors. So with that being said, the reason Travis Scott, just like many celebrities, did not stop his concert and could not stop his concert is this is a demonic celebrity. This is a demonic celebrity. This is a person. And what has happened is, many times people like him are required to have a certain, how we talk about police have to have a quota. They have to have a quota. It's the same world. It's the same way in the demonic world. They have a quota. I want to read an article to you that may surprise you, because this is not the first time that this has happened. As a matter of fact, if you Google many major celebrities, you will find that this is not the first time. This happened on a large scale. And the reason that this one is going viral is because now we have a lot of cameras. And then you got people literally going up there. So this stuff is on camera, is recorded for the world to see. But I want to read something for you. I hope I didn't close that article. Yeah, I did, but I got it. It's on Lu Jubar. And this is I think, Chinese website, but it is okay. It's entitled 500,000 people concert, 5,000 fainted, 23 deaths, Michael Jackson's unsurpassed classic. According to records, in the concert that Michael Jackson had in Bucharest in and if I said it wrong, please forgive me, y'all. In 1992, I feel like I said that wrong. Okay, in 1992, the concert that could only accommodate 70,000 people squeezed into 72,000 audiences. I gotta scroll. According to records in Michael Jackson's 1992 concert in Bucharest, it looked like Budapest. It's not Budapest, but it's Bucharest. The concert site that could only accommodate 70,000 people squeezed into 72,000 audiences. The venue was surrounded by a crowd of people. Many fans could not enter and could only watch outside the venue. The audience reached 500,000. The Roman government sent troops to maintain order, and the organizer also arranged a medical team of 2,000 people on standby. According to rough estimate, during the concert, about 5,000 people fainted on the spot. On average, 10 fans fainted due to excitement in less than a minute. Among them, 23 people were too excited and lost control of their emotions, leading to myocardial infarction or stomped and died directly. Again, I don't know if I said it wrong, forgive me. The concert lasted 3 days and was very large scale. Is known as the most classic, most successful, and also the most dangerous concert. This is the idol of people all over the world and a great influence of the classic superstar Michael Jackson in the hearts of a generation. So I want you to understand, back in the biblical days, they had idols. They had these, idols or what have you. And oftentimes it wasn't necessarily a golden calf. The people of Egypt, they had their idols. They also idolized Pharaoh. To this day, you still see countries and places where you see idolatry. And in this particular case, let me see where I was. All right, here I am again. A particular case, what you were witnessing is something that has happened before, will likely happen again. Because anytime a person is knowingly or unknowingly in a demonic contract, what then happens is, right, they were prepared. But when people are knowingly or unknowingly in a demonic contract, especially knowingly, they have a quota. It may sound weird, it may sound crazy, but that's how it is in demonic contracts. Now, let me help you to understand. Remember, we talked about small print in a demonic contract. If a person enters a demonic contract, and this is why witches and warlocks don't understand the dangers that they're in. A lot of times when a witch gets saved or a warlock gets saved is whenever they're unable to fulfill, because they're not aware of the fact that they're in a contract. When they're unable to fulfill that pretty much gives demons permission to attack them. So it's very similar to a human contract. If you make a contract with a loan company, in that contract, you may be giving up your home. You may be buying your home. They have the right to take your home. You may be giving up so much of your money. You may be giving up this or that or what have you. That's all in the small print of that contract. And it is a legal contract because you signed it. It's the same thing with a demonic contract. Whenever you go into agreement with a witch, whenever you go into agreement with the demonic kingdom, basically it becomes legal. And the Bible says whatever you bind on earth is bound, whatever you bind on earth is bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth is loosed in heaven. You can give the demonic permission, which is what people who practice witchcraft do. They are giving the demonic permission to operate through them. So a lot of celebrities, some of them have literally, and a lot of times we don't like to conceptualize this because we have our own little worlds, our own little bubbles, what have you. Some of them have literally gone and went to places and literally consulted with demons. Some of them have gone to witches. They have literally sat there and consulted with demons. Some of them may not know the fine print on the contract, and some of them are completely aware. I would dare to say he was probably aware. So in this particular case, he's not going to stop the concert. He can't stop the concert because just like police officers in the demonic kingdom, they have a quota. In the demonic kingdom, they have a quota. They have to have the death of so many people. There has to be the death of so many people. If you understood the spirit realm, I can tell you there will be less people who went to these type of concerts and actually even gave their money, because it's a form of tithe, it's a form of offering, which is the reason why some of your money goes under attack, because wherever you attach your money to, it becomes a stream. You legalize that thing to respond. So this is why he could not stop the concert, because he has a quota to meet. And like I said, he could be unknowing. It doesn't necessarily mean that, because I'm not one of those conspiracy people that say, oh, he knew, and yeah, girl, he went on a mountain, and I'm telling you, he was up there, and the demon came out the water. There is a possibility that happened. A very large possibility that happened. Then again, there is a possibility that he may be under a generational contract. He may be under a generational curse. And the thing is, when he is performing, just like some of your favorite celebrities, what happens is they are arrested in a spirit, meaning they can go into full-blown possession on stage, and you are not aware of it. We hear Beyonce talking about that's what happened to her. Sasha Fierce comes over. Many of them have contracts. They have agreements with the enemy. They have agreements with the enemy. And I know the deception that a lot of people get caught up in is when they come on stage and they say, I want to give a shout out to my Lord Jesus Christ. Without him, none of this is possible. First and foremost, you have to understand it's just language. It's just language. And there are people, thank you, Sister Fatima, God bless you. It's just language. There are people who genuinely believe that they are serving God, but they're not. You cannot lead people to hell and then you go to heaven. That's not the way that works. You cannot lead people to hell and then you go to heaven. So it's a demonic contract. They have a certain quota that they have to meet. When and if they cannot meet their quota, you see this right here? Bought this from a girl in my church. Lotion in a bottle. Smells really good. All right. This bottle means nothing to me. I'm only interested in what's on the inside of this bottle. That's my only interest. What's on the inside of this bottle. Once this bottle is emptied out, once I have used this bottle up, I'm going to toss it into the trash can. I'm not going to keep the bottle. And, you know, for those of you who are recyclists, I may recycle, okay? But that's the thing. I want you to understand this is an object. So I objectify it. It's the same thing that Satan does. It's the same thing that a narcissist does. It's the same thing that a person who is into witchcraft does. Humans or people's souls become nothing but objects. So to a person like Travis Scott, you are nothing but an object. A person is nothing but an object. You are a number. You are helping him to reach a certain quota. You are making him rich, or the world is making him rich. They're making him famous. That's it. You're an object. So a person like that, even though people are coming up and they're saying people are fainting, and he could have stopped and said, okay, let's get some order up in here. Y'all listen, stand still, don't nobody run, because people are worshiping him. It's a mass worship session. People don't realize it's a mass it's worship. So all these people, he had the ability to move that crowd, but they're not going to move the crowd. They're not going to stop the crowd in a situation like that, because at the end of the day, there is a demonic quota. There is a demonic quota that has to be met. And then again, many times, guys like that or people like that, whenever they get to so many numbers, a lot of times they have contracts with the devil, and sometimes they go into full-blown possession while on stage. They go into a full-blown possession while on stage. The people are objects to them. It's just part of, thank you, Sister Danielle, God bless you, sis. It's just part of what they do. As a matter of fact, when you're dealing with the demonic, people like that, they are narcissists. And most of the times when you're dealing with a narcissist that is a performer, meaning that person has a reprobate mind. When you're dealing with somebody like that, in most cases, that person, they don't feel anything toward the people that are dying. As a matter of fact, it becomes a bragging right of sort. Now, they'll come out and they'll give an apology. They'll say what you want to hear because they need the numbers to continue to increase. And believe you me, the numbers will increase around him behind it. It's just the way that it works. People will complain. People will do all of that, but they will still go and check. They will still show up at his concerts. They will still support him. They will still throw money at him or what have you, because it's all in the realm of the demonic. Because God gave us gifts. God is the creator. Therefore, we are creative. And this is why we like to create. We are formed in his image. And when you're dealing with creativity, Satan goes after the creative because creative is prophetic ability. Satan goes after the creative because the creative has a gift that he wants to take and he wants to use. Because I need you to hear me when it comes to gifts. The way a gift is designed, whenever a person begins to move in it, especially when they begin to move in the spirit of excellence, a gift is designed to draw. That's what a gift does. A gift is designed to draw. It's magnetic. It's a magnetic effect. A gift is designed to draw. So if I play the violin in the beginning, I'll be whack. If I play the violin, it's just not going to sound very good. But if I master that, at some point, I'm going to draw what's called a target audience, which means there are going to be certain people who are going to hear it, and then they're going to turn and they're going to come in my direction. This is why people stand on the side of the street and they play music. This is why when you go to certain places, you're drawn, because whatever is in you, it creates a magnetic effect. So there are certain things. There are some of you, for example, you may be a visual person. And if you are prophetic in any way, you may not realize it, but you may be prophetic in any way. And you see somebody at a fair and they're painting. A lot of people are going to walk by, but you go straight over there and it's a small crowd. It's just like 12 of y'all and y'all standing there watching that girl paint. And that's because that's magnetic. That's something on the inside of you that draws you to that. So what the enemy does is he likes to take creativity. He likes to take your prophetic ability and pervert it. He likes to take your prophetic ability and pervert it. And if he can pervert your prophetic ability, then he can use you to pervert people. Because remember, the Bible says whoever gives to a prophet receives a prophet's reward. Now, to be prophetic doesn't mean that you're a prophet, but it's still very similar. That means that you have a prophetic ability, even though it has not been cultivated. Maybe you're not saved. That prophetic ability has not been cultivated. But at the same time, the gifts and the callings are without repentance. Whenever you have a prophetic ability, what the enemy wants to do is he wants to pervert it, because he understands once he puts that out there, it's going to draw people. And when people begin to give to you, when they're paying money for your concerts, they're paying money for your CDs, they're paying money for this, then there's an impartation that's made. I wish y'all understand the spirit world. An impartation is made in that moment. When you give to that artist, there's an impartation that's made. You're receiving from that person. When you give, you receive from where you're giving to. You receive from where you're giving to. And so that's what the enemy wants. This is why he's so attracted to prophetic people, creative people. This is the reason why narcissists go out in droves. The enemy sends narcissists after people who are prophetic, people who don't necessarily know that they're prophetic. The devil sends narcissists after them because most of the time they, maybe in the world, they just know they're sensitive. They just know that they love hard. That's all they know, but they don't genuinely know that they are called to be prophets, or they are prophetic people that God wants to use for his kingdom. And because they don't know this, they're out there referring to themselves as empaths. They're out there referring to themselves as empaths because they don't know. And when you don't know who you are, Satan knows who you are. And when Satan knows who you are, he will send certain types of people out there. And when you are prophetic in any capacity, you are drawn to creativity. Prophetic people are drawn to the prophetic. Prophetic people are drawn to the prophetic. So he was not going to stop that concert, because in the world or in the spirit world, a quota has to be made. Now I'm going to show you this before I get ready to close. I've shown you guys this before, but I think it's really important to show now. And do me a favor, make sure you like and share this. I believe this will save lives. And now many of you have seen this before, but some of you may have not seen it before. What have you? Give me a second. I want you to see this. Wait. Can y'all read that? 3 generations of tragedy in Milwaukee. Infant, his father, and his grandfather, all lives cut short. I'm going to read this article real quick. Mannix Franklin Sr. was shot to death by Milwaukee police in 2003. His son, Mannix Franklin Jr., was shot to death while visiting his mother in 2016. And now Franklin Jr.'s son, Mannix Franklin III, an infant, was found dead early Wednesday while sharing a sofa bed with his mother. Franklin Sr.'s death on Halloween night 2003 made national headlines. According to the testimony given at an inquest, Marnice Franklin called 911 about 8:30 p.m. and told the dispatcher that her 31-year-old husband Franklin was harassing her in violation of no contact order. I'll stop right there. So basically, this is my uncle. This is my mother's brother. I remember the night we get the call that my uncle had been shot by the police. My uncle was a very passive and docile guy. Very passive and docile guy. A sweetheart. You know, he just kind of a, you know, that real laid back, quiet, got the loud wife, but he kind of laid back, quiet type. That's the situation. He was not the first uncle of mine that had been killed over a woman. My uncle Elton died. I don't remember when Elton died, but he died. What ended up happening to him was his wife kept cheating on him, Elton's wife, and his house mysteriously caught on fire in the middle of the night. Now we have, you know, here comes Mannix, and I think Mannix died first, and then there was Elton. But my uncle Mannix, we see this generational curse moving in the family. My uncle Mannix, his wife, now allegedly, what he said, because I remember allegedly, he said that his wife was having an affair, and they were still together. They weren't moved out or what have you. Even though it was a no contact order, they were still together. They were still living together. He came home allegedly, and he was intoxicated, and he went and he said, "Hey, I want to make love to my wife," and what have you. So they got into an argument because he's saying, "Hey, I want to make love to you. I want to make love to you," and she like, "Gone," you know, what have you. So he knocked some stuff off the table. I don't know what happened. And so she calls the cops. Cops come. He's hiding. He goes outside. He hides behind a parked car. It's nighttime. Cop comes out. Cop opens fires on him, shoots him 7 times because he has his hands in his pockets, and they thought he was armed. He was unarmed. He wasn't a violent man at all. I don't know what happened between him and his wife. I've never known him to be violent. Now, if he had any violent tendencies toward her, I don't know any. So that same woman, she has a son with him. She has a son with him. So this particular son, some years later, goes to visit her at her friend, maybe boyfriend's house or what have you. It's supposed to be her boyfriend's house. This son goes to visit her at her boyfriend's house. Him and the boyfriend get into an argument. This older guy goes to the back, gets a gun, shoots the son in the stomach. Said he was disrespected him. Shot him in the stomach, killed him. This is Mannix Franklin Jr. Drops and dies. Okay. When he dies, the man, he goes to prison, all of that. He had a baby on the way when he was killed. He had a baby on the way. The girl had her baby, and I think the baby was 3 months old. She woke up to the baby being dead. That was Mannix Franklin III. Mannix Franklin III. Just so you understand, that is a picture of a generational curse. That is a picture of a demonic contract. That's how demonic contracts work. When you're dealing with a demonic contract, you will see death moving in a family like that. And at that time, of course, you know, I was unsaved. I didn't know all of that stuff. You know, I didn't know any of that stuff. I just knew that people in my family were going to prison. They were dropping dead. There was promiscuity. There was divorce. There was a lot of stuff happening in my family. And obviously, God moved me away from my family. God saved me. He delivered me. And when I started learning about the demonic kingdom and how they work, it blew my mind. I'm saying that to say, when you're looking at a demonic contract, you will see that type of movement in a family. You will see that type of movement. This is why when I see a mother talking about the loss of her son, especially if males have died in your family before, or males have died in their family before, I'm like, baby girl, go somewhere, go through deliverance and break that stuff off of your children. So back to the topic at hand, so I can go ahead and close this. When you're dealing with a person like Travis Scott, under a demonic contract, they have a quota. Whether he's aware of it or not, they have a quota. And when it comes to that quota, if they don't match that quota, remember I showed you this right here. Once I'm done using this, I'll toss this away. This is how Satan sees you. Satan will use you up for every gift you have, for everything. And once he has you emptied out, once he can't use you anymore, he'll kill you. He'll get rid of you because you are an object. Satan has no ability to love. God is love. Satan was cast out of God's presence. So it's impossible for Satan to love. Just like when it comes to a narcissist or a person who has a reprobate mind has an inability to love another human being. They have an inability to love another human being, because what it is, if you want to get a picture of it spiritually, it just means that God has removed himself from that person. God has removed himself from that person. And so they don't have the ability to love. There are people in the world who have the ability to love because we're created in God's image. And even though they may not necessarily be saved, they still have the gift of love from God. Now, if they
What's up? It's your self-proclaimed cinema shogun here, and I just wanted to give a quick warning to anyone who attended Astroworld or anyone who may know someone who attended Astroworld. It has just come to my attention that Travis Scott's team and his representatives are reaching out to people directly who went to Astroworld, trying to compensate them in order for them not to sue them or to go public with the information, lawyer up. You know how it goes. And they have even set up an email, and they've been on social media urging people who went to Astroworld to contact them directly if they want any assistance. Listen, do not do it. Do not do it. I would suggest that you go lawyer up, maybe even talk to one of the lawyers who are representing the other families. Do not contact them directly. Do not take anything from them. Do not even take a refund for your ticket. I know that we've seen a lot of people online talking about, well, if you take a refund for his ticket, that can be viewed as some form of compensation and you might not be able to sue, and that is true. That is true. So do not take the refund. And as far as this assistance goes that they're talking about on social media and they're trying to get his fans to do, I'm telling you right now, if you went to Astroworld, you need to contact a lawyer. Do not contact them. For all you know, they'll bring you in, give you a freaking pair of Travis Scott shoes and autograph and like $20, $30 and send you on your merry way when you could be, you could possibly get a lot more than that. I think the lawyers were saying that the estimates are in the billions of how much money might have to be paid out from this concert. So do not contact these people because they're trying to screw you over. They know if they get sued, if you take them to court, they're going to have to pay you way more money than whatever they're going to try to give you if you contact them directly. I know that if you contact them directly, they might throw a lump sum of money at you or a number at you that sounds good. I promise you, it's not as good as the number that you would get if you take them to court and they're trying to take advantage of you. And they know that. There's no other reasons why they would want you to contact them directly. I also know, and I've done some research, that this little, therapy stuff that Travis Scott was trying to partner up with, you can't trust that either. I'll get more into that in a moment. But do not contact these people and do not accept whatever form of compensation they're trying to give you. Like I said, they know that Travis Scott fans are, I don't want to say, they know that a lot of the people who attended that concert don't know about the legalities of it all. They don't know the technicalities of it all. They know that there's a lot of people who are ignorant to how these things work. They know that, and they're trying to prey on these people. And I find it sickening to my stomach that they're even doing this, considering the fact that we know what type of people were at this concert. We watched the videos. We know that half of this concert was like 15 and 16-year-olds. So the fact that they're doing this on social media and they're setting up this email, they're really doing this for minors. Like, hey, they have 15-year-olds emailing them, trying to, cut them deals for compensation, and give them some money so they can't get sued. That's how this is going. Like I said, it makes me sick to my stomach that they're even doing it, considering the fact that most of the victims from this place are underage. They're under the age of 18, so y'all are sitting here asking for kids to reach out to y'all so y'all can give them some, something so they just be quiet. Probably a pair of shoes, an autograph, maybe a chance to eat lunch with Travis Scott. Who knows? But do not buy into that bogus crap. I'm telling you right now, that is a scam. And like I said, it looks even worse on their behalf that they're even doing this, considering the fact that that most of the victims are underage, and they're basically asking for these underage kids on social media to reach out to them directly instead of allowing lawyers to handle this. The free trial of BetterHelp therapy that Travis Scott is offering people is also a scam. Not only are they not real therapists, basically this is just a way to collect your medical data and then sell it to other people. They have already been exposed for this before this. This is not the first time I've heard of BetterHelp. They've already been exposed, like I said. They are just frauds collecting medical data and selling it. And the fact that Travis Scott offered this BetterHelp to people just makes it look even worse. and he's making money off of it as well. Even though it's a free trial, if you sign up with his link, you know, and you get this free trial, he's going to get paid per every person that signs up. We know that his pockets are going to be hurting a little bit because he's going to be paying out a lot of money. So basically his team figured out a smart way to make it look like he was helping, when in reality he was making more money off of this tragedy to go ahead and make up for the money that he's going to lose having to pay for the funerals. So the funeral costs that he's paying for these 8-9 victims now, probably more that we'll never hear about, will be paid for by the people who signed up for BetterHelp. So that's how all of this works. It all comes full circle, and Travis Scott continues to make money off of Astroworld, not mentioning the fact that his streams are actually going up, and he actually gained, I believe, a good number of followers since this tragedy. So it's all working out for Travis Scott. That's what people don't realize, that Travis Scott is making more money today than he was making before Astroworld. It's really sickening and it's crazy, but that's the way life works. And that's why I'm here doing what I do today. But I want to know, how do you guys feel about this? Down in the comments below. Please spread the word, share this video, make sure that these people understand what's happening. I understand that you have the right to do whatever you want to do. If you want to reach out to these people and you want to reach out to them directly instead of doing the right thing and getting a lawyer and things, then hey, feel free, but you're going to get screwed over in the long run. But like I said, spread the news, share the video, drop a like, drop a comment, go to the description of this video, go ahead and subscribe to my other channel, because when I self-proclaimed cinema shogun here, and I have dived really deep into the discourse surrounding the Travis Scott Astroworld Festival. I've made several videos about it, getting my opinions across. I read all of your comments. I've been in debates and conversations with various friends and some of you all as well about the situation. I've been on various social media platforms just reading what random people had to say. And I've seen a good amount of people who seem to get upset when you bring up the fact that some aspects of this concert felt slightly demonic or occultish. It seems like people get upset and they want to label you a conspiracy theorist and they get defensive. And I get it. I get it. You don't want someone to take a tragedy and run wild with conspiracies from it. You know, you want to be respectful to the people and who lost their lives and their families as well. So I totally get it. I totally understand. And I believe, for the most part, those people who are getting upset by this type of stuff, they mean it from a good place. But I will say that I don't think that maybe they're as educated on certain things as others. Because the fact that people keep bringing up demonic and occultish stuff when it comes to this Astroworld concert isn't necessarily because they just want to run wild with conspiracies. Don't get me wrong. There's people who like to do that. But the fact is, and we're going to stick to facts here, the fact is there was a lot of occult symbology at this concert, like there often is at any concert. There's a lot of occult symbology there. And I want y'all to follow me real quick. I want y'all to really follow me. Don't get me wrong. I know most of y'all are already with me. Y'all are right here with me. Y'all already know what's up. But for the skeptical people, I want y'all to really follow me and listen here. It doesn't matter how religious you are. It doesn't matter if you believe in demonic stuff and if you believe in God or you believe in Satan. It doesn't matter if you believe that there's a secret society of people really pulling the strings in the world, you know, behind the shadows, really controlling what happens in the world. It doesn't matter if you believe that the music industry and Hollywood are all part of some satanic worshiping cult. It doesn't matter if you think that Travis Scott or these rappers are part of the Illuminati or they're one of the Illuminati's pawns. It doesn't even matter if you believe that the Illuminati still exists. Because mind you, I say still exists. Because we know for a fact, you can go in the history books, we know at one point they did exist. Do they still exist? That's up for you to talk about. I'm not here to talk about that stuff. I'm here to stay grounded in facts, okay? So it doesn't matter what you believe in, if you believe any of this stuff is real, you think it's just all one giant conspiracy. The facts are that these occult symbols are real. You can look it up. You can do your research. Y'all have Google, just like I have Google. Y'all have the internet. Y'all have public libraries. Y'all have access to all of this information. It's at the power of your fingertips. Look into it. Do some research. The occult symbology is real. Now, is Travis Scott or these rappers part of a cult that likes to worship Satan and likes to sacrifice people? I mean, maybe that sounds far-fetched. Maybe it does. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. That's neither here nor there. The fact is, these rappers do use this occult symbology. Okay? There's a reason why throughout all of these music videos, you always see the all-seeing eye. You see the pyramids over the eyes. You see the pyramids. You see a lot of this ancient Egyptian symbology. There's a reason why it's all there. Okay? It's not a coincidence. People don't put Horus the Owl in all of their rap videos just by coincidence. There's not pyramids and all-seeing eyes in every single thing you look at just by coincidence. It's symbology, and it's really there. So when you're looking at this Astro World situation, it's a very devastating situation. But I wouldn't label someone a conspiracy theorist just for acknowledging the fact that there's occult symbology all over the place. And not just that, there's a lot of cryptic messages going on here. There's a lot of stuff that one could say looks kind of demonic. And it's not like Travis Scott is totally unaware of this. It's not like the music industry as a whole is totally unaware of this. Of course, you might not have a religion. You might not believe any of this religious stuff, and I get it. I'm not a religious person myself. But there's no denying the fact that they do a lot of anti-Christian, a lot of anti-God stuff in a lot of their music videos and a lot of this stuff in Hollywood. Now, like I said, I want y'all to follow me here. It doesn't matter if you're religious, because a lot of people are like, oh, wait, hold on, I'm not this religious. It doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is the facts. And the facts are this occult symbology exists, and the facts are they were all over Astroworld.
You started getting ready for bed with soothing sounds, and now you're...
So I don't want y'all to think that I'm sitting here trying to run conspiracy theories or anything like that. I'm just acknowledging the facts that the occult symbology that literally dates back hundreds of years was all over Astroworld, just like it's all over all of these rappers' concerts. It's all over their music videos, their album covers, even though there's no such thing as physical albums hardly anymore. The artwork for the album covers, it's all there, people. It's all there. It won't take you long to do your own research to realize that this is a fact. Why they choose to put it in there, I don't know. Are they really part of all this stuff? Or do they just think it's cool to put it in their music videos? That's for you to decide, but it's there. And the facts are that a lot of the kids who went to this concert last night are coming home with stories saying that they felt some evil shit was going on at this concert. So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to tell them that they're wrong? Do you want me to look at these kids who just survived one of the most horrific experiences of their life and tell them that they're conspiracy theorists because they thought some evil stuff was at play? I'm not about to do that. Y'all can do that all day. But I want you to understand, this isn't my opinions that I'm bringing to you all right now. I brought you facts that this occult symbology exists. I brought you facts that it's all over Travis Scott's concert. And now I'm going to bring you a little bit more facts that aren't even from me. This is from someone attending the concert who we've already watched one of my videos. I don't know if you have or not. You can go on my channel. We've listened to what this kid had to say already. And now he has to say a little bit more about how he felt there was some evil demonic stuff at play. Once again, this isn't me telling you all this. This is this kid who went to the concert. And I'm not about to shame some kid who said that he felt like some evil stuff was going on. Just because y'all on the internet don't want to wrap your minds around the fact that there's some bigger things at play here in the universe. But let's listen to what he had to say. Because it turns out right before Travis Scott comes out and performs, Master P was performing. And he gave this cryptic message to the kids like, don't die tonight. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Funeral. Oh, this was a song when, like at the end of his performance, he played like, you know, like a funeral song, and y'all can count a video. Oh, my dad played that at his funeral. Oh, this was a song when my brother listened song, he died. Like everybody was talking about like death about the song, which, you know, he probably just performing like one of his, you know, songs about somebody who passed, you know, just to go out. But I noticed too, like somebody had like a sign that said like, will we survive? Will he survive? And the other side said rage. You know, I seen some people pinpointed that. But what really spooked me is it wasn't until I got home till everything happened. But before Master P died, and everybody who was there, I don't know if y'all got the video, but before he died, he was like, you know, shout out to everybody who died, you know, RP to the people I lost, you know, shout out to my brother C Murder, RPX. And before he left that stage, he said, y'all, try not to die tonight. He said, like, don't die tonight. Or was it try? Yeah, he said, don't die tonight, y'all. And he walked off stage. And looking back on this, like, wow, like, it was like we really went to our own funeral. We celebrated ourselves. And later on, people was really getting killed off and going to hell. Literally. What it said, see you on the other side. People was really getting snatched up to that other side. That's why I say it was really wicked. It was demonic. And it was like you could really like when Travis Scott came out and started performing, you couldn't even see nothing. Like it was just so many people. And mind you, I'm sitting on the gate. You couldn't really see nothing. Everybody, you know, they was jamming to the music, but like when he came out, like the flames like boom, like went up, like you could feel that heat. Like mind you, it's already hot, people can't breathe, and you could feel that heat literally on your skin. And that really spooked me. It was like, it was crazy, you know. That was my first concert. Like, I always watch like on TV.
It makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder. But you know what? I'm not even going to add my 2 cents here. I'll let y'all be the judge. This kid who actually went, he said what he had to say, and I wanted to give him a platform to say what he had to say. I'm not going to add my opinions. I'm not going to give my 2 cents. Only thing I will say is that a lot of this stuff is dangling right in front of your face every single day. Some of y'all just need to look a little bit harder. But I want to know what y'all have to say. I want to know y'all's opinions.